And we're all just that from the ashes, the second biggest tournament in the last week. Many are saying people are saying this. The in-person Phoenix, Arizona LAN tournament. But I want to know from our guests who is one cool person you met and got significantly closer to at LAN that maybe like you didn't really expect to. At this point, this guy is just like my co-host at this point. Around the whole, fourth side. S tier chatting. Josh Gramella, best player to never win a real tournament. Styles of Mega Strikers. Who's
Hi.
one person at LAN you feel like you met and got closer to?
All right, I'm glad you asked me first because I'm going to take everyone else's answer. The obvious answer is Merchant. I made sure to get as close as I could with this guy. I showed up. Everyone was like, wow, this guy is awesome. And so I just sat behind Oshi for all their games and cheered them on. And then he cheered me on and we were dapping each other up. Um, I talked to him after we went to Korean barbecue and that was really nice. So definitely shout out Merchant. Um, he's a real one. I'm really glad I got closer to him.
Yeah, sick. 34 for the 3-4. Next up, we got the King of the West, the Bounty Hunter, the Demons Raw, Kai Noob's Kitten, Gumi. There's one
Yeah.
person you got close to it then.
I'll give a less easy answer than this Josh guy just taking the merchant route. Like, how cringe of him. Um, yeah. So I had really never talking to this guy ever. Like, I just knew about him from Knowledge Gap, this last one that I did. And as I was setting up on the PCs for, I believe, winners finals, I think, or no, it was our match for Sundubu. I was warming up for a match for Sundubu, and he was just chilling next to me, and I was like, "Wait, you're cool. Who are you?" And he was like, "Yo, I'm Scandals. I'm a big fan." And I was like, "Wait, this guy's
Yo,
sick as fuck." And I was just a big Scandals fan, and he let me try controller Omega Strikers, and it was really cool. So my answer is Scandals. That guy's a really cool guy.
Hey, sick answer. Yeah, Scandals, cool guy. Cool that you were able to meet up with Scandals. And then lastly, but not leastly, the Collegiate Demon, first name Soren, last name Angle. Who's one person you met?
Out of game, it would either have to be Mega or Merchant. Get to chill with Mega on the flight. That's pretty cool. We get to deal with a tweaker together. That's interesting story. Shout out Comment.
Yeah, it was you guys. It doesn't sound like you guys did much. Sounds like Comet was kind of like a hero.
Yeah,
there.
it was all Comment that led the random dude that was drunk away. In game, it'd probably be Borg because like the dude would not leave himself from my body in our entire best of 3. So I got pretty close to him during that.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
That's relatable.
Jeez, dude.
Very,
Blaming
very
the
relatable.
goalie is a good stratagem, it turns out. But
Yeah, I mean, it could be
welcome.
better.
It could be. It could be. Welcome to S Tier Chatting, a game show where I get to give everyone points depending on whether I like their answers or not and take them away at will. I can also mute anyone in the call if I ever feel like doing that. Or someone, I just feel like it. So that's cool. I like these rules. They're set here. Next question is open to the floor. Like any big preparations been made for playoffs? Like I feel like we all have to wind down. Everyone's been like playing through this LAN. Like everyone's been thinking about LAN for the past it feels like a really long time, at least for me. Is there any like ways that you guys are winding down, getting back into NASL mindset? Playoffs are coming up. All the matches are pretty important right now.
Oh yeah, like leading up to Nassel. Oh, Demons Raw. We've been going crazy in the scrims. All right, we did one block. We had to stop halfway through. We did another block. We had to stop. I think like 15 minutes early. My teammates are loving the game. Kind of really happy scrimming and playing Omega Strikers. It's going great for Demons, guys. This is all ironic. He hates the game, and we're gonna lose.
Yeah, I can back that up. Though I was one of those Scriblocks actually that just ended early for fun. But I've heard they've been grinding Roblox that historically has been very successful for them as an Omega Striker strategy. So I still got some faith in them.
Wait, that's actually true. Our best results happen after we don't play the game and we play Omega Strikers. Dubu Cup, we didn't scrim at all. Can win.
Yeah, I mean, I can back up Gumi. Gumi, have you played more with us this week than you have your own team in Scrim Blocks? Because I know you filled for Kitsuna that one day. And that ended up actually being
probably not
longer
even.
than with your team.
Probably not even.
Yeah, on the EKC side, we're going to learn how to score goals and defend the net. I'm a melee goalie enjoyer. Lyrie might be right. Atlas might be broken, so we might be playing that a little bit more now versus Quest and soon Dubu. But
Thanks.
yeah, I mean, at LAN, all 3 of us shared a bed together, so I think we got a little bit closer in a non-weird way. So I think we're pretty ready to just win.
All right.
Why is the call so
Cool.
silent from that?
Yeah, nothing at all, Soren.
Uh,
Maybe a few things, but we'll move on to the next question. Right now, pick two teams. Like who's a little underrated right now and who's a little overrated. It's been 2 weeks. Maybe some things have changed. Maybe the standings don't accurately depict the level of the teams right now. Any thoughts on that?
I think Quest is a little underrated. Maybe not super underrated, but a little underrated. Because every single week I watch them and I'm like, wow, I'm actually like pretty impressed with this. They're doing a lot of really smart things that I don't see other teams doing, and then they just lose. So if they can, I guess, build up that consistency and do those intelligent things across the game a little more often, then I think they're gonna upset Last Call and EKC for us and make our playoff path really easy.
Hey, hope praying for you, man. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone got any like teams they're kind of looking at?
Well, Josh, Quest can look as good as they want. They can't make playoffs, so they don't exist in my world. That's just how it is.
Oh my bad.
For
My
me,
bad.
overrated team, probably gonna have to go with the Sundu Strikers. Looking a little overrated. Got to give them that doubting buff so that they can go ahead and make playoffs. I believe in you guys, but hey, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah, I
always
mean,
bet against
Insane.
your heroes.
What just
That you
happened?
always win.
I totally
You
believe
know.
they can beat us for the first time in our next week match. As far as
Oh.
underrated,
Ooh.
Oshi, definitely. I mean, Merchant, Giga Chad. I think I taught him at LAN the buff of actually talking to your team. Apparently, Miri's the only one yapping and call the entire time, so I think once they learn how to communicate a little bit, I think they're going to be playing a little bit better and beat Cal and their. I forgot who they play this week, but to make that last minute playoffs run. I think they can still make it, right?
They're playing Bozo.
Oh,
Cool. All right.
the other one. Right?
Let's do one more question. Kind of quick. Let's try to get through it pretty quickly before getting into our predictions. There's a possibility of another LAN. I feel like a lot of people are like pretty down for it. Like, any thoughts on that? And any thoughts to anyone who wasn't able to make LAN? And like, any like recommendations them to go to the next one, or if there's any like advice to anyone who hasn't been to a LAN?
Yeah, you should go.
You don't have to play, just go. It's so fun. I didn't play at the first LAN, and then the second one we got knocked out really early, and I just chilled the entire time. And yeah, I mean, community's pretty open. You don't actually need to know anyone or be good at the game to have everyone chill with you. So I would definitely go. It was probably one of the best experiences I've had.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, if you're going to the tournament and you're trying to do well, share a bed with your midfielder. I've been to 2 LANs and I did this twice. It's very, 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 very important. It builds up that team synergy. Day one of From the Ashes, we were not happy with how we played at all, but we slept together that night. We woke up in the morning. All of us were well rested, and we played some of the best Omega Strikers we've ever played. So sleep with your midfielders, and if you're going to LAN, introduce who you are when you meet someone, because they don't know what you look like.
All right. I think those are some good pointers, some
Yeah,
good
yeah,
advice.
yeah. Some
We
good advice.
ended. This might be the highest finishing group of S tier chatting we ever have. Congrats to Gumi to winning. You get like a high five at next LAN.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. But now we're gonna move on to the predictions. First match, and it's gonna be the first match of the day as well, is gonna be Last Call versus the Sad Boys. So this is like a pretty. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We touched on it about how this is pretty important for Sundubu strikers, especially. Last Call kind of got a big upset win versus Demons Raw. You can put asterisks on it if you want, but it's going to be huge for playoffs either way. If Last Call win this one as well, it can be looking pretty good for although Sad Boys has been scrimming this week, kind of looking out for their boys at Sundubu. So Grimella, you got what do you think about this matchup?
It's a last call sweep. I want nothing but the hardest road for playoffs, and the only way for that to happen is if it's a last call sweep.
I wish I could give you more points for that right now. Yeah, what a base response. Soren, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a fresh play is how he did last night. I think that Caleb's just gonna get gapped a little bit. Joking. Yeah, I definitely think Last Call can take a map. I think Sad Boys are actually playing the game a little bit now, so they are looking a little bit stronger than they have in past weeks. I definitely think they're gonna take it though. 2-1
Yeah.
though.
I mean, had some PLX scrims. Got the scrim with the best. What can you say?
Just don't bring them
Gi-
to Clear Court. That's all I'm saying.
Gimme, what do you think?
I heard murmurs that Vaughn wasn't going to be there this week. I don't know if that's true. I think it would be funny if Sindubu just got Astro fisted from me and Vaughn not being there 2 weeks in a row. I think that'd be pretty funny. And Last Call just randomly beating Demons and Sad Boys. I mean, poor Sindubu, but I think if it's full roster, Sad Boys should just win. But if there's a sub in, I mean, I'm a Last Call believer. Fresh just won Autumn City Underground, the most important tournament of all time. So who knows?
Okay, who knows? I mean, I think I'm thinking Sad Boys should just win. You know, like they're pretty good. Last Call also really good, and I love everyone on Last Call. But I also just like making the predictions even because it's more fun. Shout out to Fresh, shout out to Borg, both my ex teammates in the past 2 weeks. But we'll see how they do. That's gonna be a pretty exciting match one. But moving on from that matchup is going to be EKC versus Quest. So maybe not the most important match for playoff implications of the week, but it's pretty important for I feel like for EKC to kind of show off what they got, and if Quest want to go out swinging, this is their chance. So Soren, since your match, what do you think?
Quest might be pulling the sick tech on us. Katsuna might have, I don't know fully yet, got a stomach bug from the LAN from some of the people there. So I mean, if he's kind of away from his computer the entire time, it might be a little bit harder. But would we lose in a 2v3
But what do you
versus Quest?
lose, Soren? What
Nah,
do you lose?
I'd win.
I
Yeah.
mean,
that's
you need to
crazy.
be executed. What
That's
was that, Soren?
crazy.
It's just I can't. I'm cringing so hard.
What do who you got winning? Give me.
Probably EKC. I'm an EKC member, and they're playing Sudoku, right?
No, it's
They're
next
playing
week.
Quest.
My
Oh, they're playing
quest.
Quest. I got EKC.
Wait,
I'm an EKC member.
what do you mean about them playing Suduba and still voting EKC?
That's for next week. That's for next week. Grimella, there we go. Who you got?
I think Quest goalie of the week.exe Gap Soren, so I think it's a Quest sweep.
Yeah.
Other than that, Hamster Quest, we all know he strategically flew in a novel virus to take out his midfield opponent. It's like the EMP tech, but a bit more biological. So yeah, it's an easy Quest 3-0.
Yeah, no, here I'm also. I mean, you probably, hopefully, maybe, hopefully not, but you can probably hear it in my voice. I also got a little sick from LAN, so I get where that's coming from. But yesterday, I played against Doggo.Dog, which had Switch and Sloopin on it, if I remember correctly, and they were one of the hardest matches of the day. I'm not gonna they went crazy. So I'm giving it to Quest. I believe in these guys. Soren, you have put on the big carry pants today. It sounds like so. Good luck with that. Next match, it will be Soon Dubu versus Bun Bun Bonanza. So all eyes on Dubu here, really. Like Bun Bun, like they're sitting a little bit more comfortably. I think they can technically, like losing. They want to win this for sure, but Soon Dubu kind of need to win this. It's starting to feel like. So it's your game, Grimmello. Who do you think's going to take this one?
It's a Bun Bun Bonanza this week for sure.
Yeah.
I know Liari's been in the queues, and she's just kind of been going crazy. Lily Bun's my father, and we all know how good Sector 12 is, so it's a really tough matchup for us today, and we're really hoping to scrape through to the other side.
All right, yeah, the odds might be against you, but still hoping for that win. Soren, who you got?
Grimella, do you know what kind of goalie your goalie will be playing today? Like melee ranged? It's an important question I need to know.
Oh, we're not gonna have a goalie today.
No.
Yeah.
This is it. Formless Omega Strikers.
Then I'm
Yeah.
gonna give it to
Positionless.
Soon Dubu 2-1 then.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of talk from Lilybun about this melee goalie meta of it. And Gumi,
I'm a
you're a
believer.
goalie. What do you think?
Yeah, I think melee goalies are really good guys. Yeah, I think you should keep playing them. In this match, honestly, Grimella, there's been a lot of yapping about how good and sexy you are and good at the video game. mostly like at LAN where you were going a little crazy and you were space gliding. But I think this is going to be one of your biggest tests. I think if you can space station gap Liari, you win. I think if you don't space station gap Liari, you lose. So hey, we'll have to see Grimella Styles, Grimella Josh. We'll have to see.
So what are you picking though?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I should
what do
pick
you pick?
one. I believe in my king Grimella Josh, Grimella Styles Josh. I believe in Sindubu.
I feel like I'm too mean to Grimella all the time. I keep talking about how he's going on his goats arc, but this guy's really good at the video game. I'm gonna give it to Sundubu Strikers. I believe in them as well. But I believe there
The
is
aliens just
one
took over
more.
Soren.
Sorry.
I
My camera's
What?
having a few issues. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, there's two
Be
more.
back in 1 sec.
A
I'll be back in like
Bozo.
a second.
All right, hey, you'll figure it out. Bozo Bunch versus Oshi. Gumi. What do we think?
Is it Moffin Kobe playing or is it Forgot?
I'm pretty sure it's Moffin playing, but I'm not sure. It's also whoever loses this is out of playoffs, and whoever wins has a chance at playoffs.
This
I
is
think
fun.
I think Bozo Bunch will win because at land they discovered the banned Merchant's Vice tech. He's just a wizard on the character, so if he's on Vice, every game is winnable. So they're probably just gonna ban Vice and then win. So Bozo Bunch sweep, I guess.
All right, down. Grimella.
Oh, I forgot that I had to do this.
I just picked
Merchant's my
one.
guy. Merchant, they're gonna ban his Vice. It's not gonna matter. He's gonna just pick Vice 2, and he's gonna go crazy. So I think it's an Oshi sweep today.
Soren.
You already know my answer. I am Merchant's biggest fan. I am Oshi's biggest fan. So it's an Oshi sweep 2-0. No questions asked. This Merchant guy can pick any character in the game, random, and he will gap any goalie in the league.
Hey, and that's a goalie talking. So and that's Soren talking, honestly. So that's big words.
Right.
I know I played for Bozo once. I like how these guys play, even if Oshi's probably not their best matchup. I think they looked pretty all right yesterday. I think they're coming together. I think they got the practice in, and I think they're going to be another substitute victory for this Bozo Bunch team. So either way, big match for both teams. But there's one more, kind of the finale of the day. It's going to be Demons Raw versus Core Overflow. Both teams are 6-1 right now. There's some first seed playoff implications off of this win, but also I think there's a lot of pride going into it. So, Gumi, what do you think?
I think the only way we lose a game is if I can successfully convince my teammates to let me play midfield with kind of goalie. Like I want to so bad. You do not. I asked everyone at LAN if they thought I could win. Fudgy the Believer, he's the only one that said yes.
I was the only one I said like there, and I didn't say you would. I
Yeah.
said there was a chance. I don't think it's outlandish to think
But
that you
yeah,
guys could win.
in the next however many hours till our game, I think like 4 hours, I'm gonna be trying to convince my teammates to let me play midfield. But if it doesn't work, it will just be a boring 2-0.
All right, we'll have to see. Soren.
Gumi, I don't think you should play midfield today. Won't lie. I don't want you to risk that match. We kind of need that record right now. So I think stay on the role you're good at, and that's midfield too. Kind of will be in the net, but you will have the eject button. And I think if you do that, you'll win the game 2-0. Easy
Real.
sweep.
Holy real, by the way. Like Juno eject midfield might be the best
Yeah.
thing to ever
It's
grace the
not-
game. But Gramella, what's
I got two
what do you
things.
think?
One, I do think if Gumi and kind of swapped, that would just be putting probably a better goalie in the net, so it wouldn't be
That's what
that
I'm
big of a
saying.
downgrade. The other thing is, unless I've heard you guys have been doing some script tech this week, but unless you actually go through with it, Core Overflow has more MOBA players than you do, so I think Core Overflow are probably gonna take it today.
No, we have two. We have two.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to swap. I heard you and Snake were playing a lot of MOBA, so if you guys do that, you'll have more than them. But Plop's the only MOBA player in the game, so it's an easy cow sweep. Maybe a 2-1. Yeah, that's what I got.
I mean, MOBA's so broken, it's insane.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see
What?
two MOBA. Wait, what? Did you say cow? My
I
bad.
said cow.
I zoned out. Well, I thought they were gonna go double MOBA. So I'm kind of expecting to double MOBA Gumi midfield technology. But this is an exciting matchup. It's kind of fun too, because Joker's playing against Gumi and Snake, and who just played together to win the LAN last week. So And now they have to face off. They have to use all the knowledge they learned playing together against each other. A lot of stuff going on there, but I believe in the Demons Raw gamers. Hopefully they don't troll too hard, because that kind of feels like it's how they lose. It's just is Gumi going to be bored enough to lose the game? And I don't think so. I think his teammates are going to want to win, just like they did last week. But
Yeah, that's crazy.
it's that's hey, that's what is it? Hey, is that what happened or what? I can. Yeah, I think we can do a quick look at the playoff predictions, maybe, before heading into the map. Just waiting to get a go ahead to see that the teams are ready and that our casters are ready. But in the meantime, looking at this, let me look at it for myself. Everyone except Quest currently has a chance at playoffs. Technically, Demons, Raw, Core Overflow, and Sad Boys are locked in now, right now. No matter what happens, those 3 teams can make it. Technically, there's an 8% chance, if you count every matchup, it's a 50-50, that EKC maybe get like a tiebreaker and then lose the tiebreaker or something like that. But some crazy things like that could happen. I don't know, is there any like playoff predictions, like overall? Like, who do you guys think any certain teams were gonna make it into playoffs or not make it?
I think Bo's a bunch are going on their miracle run.
Yeah. Well, it's got to start today.
It
has
does.
to
I
start
may or may
today.
not have voted for Oshi earlier, but I think Bo's a bunch are going on their miracle run.
And I'm not sure if I saw this correctly, but it might be that even if Bozo wins both games, I don't even know if I don't think they're guaranteed a tiebreaker.
Why it's a miracle.
So they need more. Yeah, they need more than just skill. I think they'll need a little bit of luck, but these Bozo, this Bozo bunch, if anyone can do it, I think these guys can do it.
All I know is we're gonna be first seed. Demons Raw. You see the sticker? We're gonna be first seed no matter what. Nowhere's no. Haven't lost a regular season game. My teammates have. I haven't. So it will be a chill vibe.
All right, any last words, Soren, before we head into the match?
It's an Oshi sweep. That's all I need to say. EKC is already
Alright.
top 4. We're guaranteeing it.
Maybe we will see a recreation of last season where Oshi goes on a crazy run. Maybe we see a different team take that run. Last time, it kind of felt like we thought Quest might be the ones to make a crazy run like that, but Oshi took it right back. And now it's really up to Bozu and Oshi, who are on the edge of the run right now. One of them today will get their chance to start a possible run, but we won't be seeing that till later. Right now, we're going to be heading in straight to Sad Boys versus Last Call. Gordo, if you could please take the mic away from me so I can go rest my voice. Thank you very much.
Every time I'm with Saya, man, it's specifically with Saya. Welcome, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. It's week number 7. My camera quality is just terrible, but that's all right. We're going to get into game number 1 here before too long. We have got Last Call taking on the Sad Boys, and Last Call probably feeling pretty confident, fresh off of a win last week over Demons Raw, handing them their first regular season loss in 2.5 seasons or so now.
Yeah, the win streak snapped, of course. Not the Demons Raw roster at full power,
True.
but a win nonetheless. And as we head into this matchup, Last Call off a win against the Demons, keeping their playoffs alive, now face the full power Sad Boys, who may be a little bit more energetic because the LAN has reinvigorated a lot of players.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interested to see how everybody's going to be doing after that little bit of break. You get to practice at LAN, you get to just kind of fill yourself back up with that esports energy, even if you weren't necessarily at the LAN, or maybe even if you were, you get some extra practice time with your team. You get that break week. See exactly how you guys are going to be able to come back out and be more competitive as the North American Strikers League resumes. We're kicking things off on Gates of Obscura here. This is going to be the map selection of who got this first pick? Last Call. So Last Call going to their home map first. Looking like they want to take this kind of classic double brawler comp, looking at the era here, looking at the Zentaro Rasmus. Not committed to that in any way, but Borg going to continue to draw that Kazan ban. Not too much has changed during the break, I see.
Yeah, and with a Siege Machine unstoppable start, a few things are different with that unstoppable. Goalies are super powered up with that awakening. Being able to take a hit for free makes characters like Juliet have to work a lot harder for their goals and bells on that signature Juliet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Borg on the signature Zentaro will have a lot better time dealing with the goalies who will be taking unstoppable.
Absolutely will be here. So let's see exactly what the lock-ins are going to be. Those are locked in. We got the double Junos coming on through. The Gorn himself, Vaughn, going to be piloting that one here for game number 1. Some pretty similar comps coming on across. That Kai versus Asher distinction going to be what ends up making the actual difference. And we'll see who's going to end up coming out on top. Borg going to find a nice shot there to get the first of the barriers as we kick things off. Rightfully Fresh passing on up. I really want to see how they're going to be able to utilize these portals, especially on the side of Last Call. They always have been a team that's willing to embrace some of these less popular maps, and let's see how exactly they're going to be able to flex this one around, get some creative angles going, and keep the pressure on towards this Kai. They have been able to take themselves the first barrier already, getting the second one too to open on up the goal, and now looking to set up a shot. Hook resets with the Blabo in position. The defense going to keep on coming on through, though. Going to manage to clear things back out to Bells, at least for the time being.
And this Asher goalie has been a pretty recent pickup for Fresh, especially with the fixes coming in. And Fresh has been holding both barriers for so long, giving Borg so much time with hook resets at his back to make a play with the Zentaro abilities he's so familiar with. And that's exactly what you need to see if your last call is, especially in a critical first game like this.
Yeah, you already lose. Not going to be able to keep up the defense that time, so first point does end up going on over to Last Call, and now going to be going for another one. Borg finds the KO, finds the score. Quick little 13-second point coming through for Last Call, and they take themselves a 2-0 lead in the first set.
This is huge, especially with the meter on Last Call side. Fresh and hook resets basically at core flip, and Borg is Zentaro. He will be getting meter quite rapidly, already more than 1 bar filled up, and he's winning every single strike war against Vaughn. Against You Already Lose, it doesn't matter, as Bells trying to find some footing. The clear from Fresh goes a little bit wide, but still not what they wanted to see, because Borg is in there. Hook resets, conserving the flip, not wasting it for the next offensive push, and Fresh's Asher goalie is so good against these Juno slimes. You just drop the primary and you don't have to worry at all.
Yeah, no, not quite having to drop anything there, and hook resets keeps up the assist on the defense. Going to be able to clear things back on out, throwing out that blob. Now going to have access to the flip, going to use it to nullify the blob coming out of Vaughn, but not going to be able to get the shot on through. Now Bells finds himself in a 1 versus 2 position, trying to take that pressure forward. Borg going to be able to catch this ball down to the bottom side, trying to send it back in towards You Already Lose, who's going to be able to keep up the defense. The juggle coming on through, has the flip available, but it's going to be a counter flip from Vaughn to send things back over, and Borg just rockets it straight past him. 3-0 set for Last Call. Great start here for the lower seeded team.
A really good mix-up as well, calling You Already Lose's bluff, saying that you're going to try to clear to the far side with your strike shot, and is rewarded with a single spark. This is the patch of sparks, the spark of leadership, better known as the spark of winning. And if there's a single spark here, you'll even pass down awakenings like Hotshot and 1-2 Punch, especially since both are up, so both Junos are similarly powered up here.
Yeah, interesting to see that spark come on through first, like you called out, but going to be looking for that little bit of additional power wherever they can find it. Not too much crazy stuff available for Borg here. Now going to be coming back on out, ready to take it into set number 2, and the Sad Boys, they had broken a recent loss streak up against Era's Kitten Club last week, but certainly not looking to get back on towards those ways. They want to keep up their winning record as the reigning champs and try to get themselves back into a position where they are topping those leaderboards, giving maybe a little bit of an additional chance with the loss from Demon's Raw last week as well, but now struggling up against Last Call, much the same. You Already Lose got a lot of pressure right in their face here, going to end up losing out on that second barrier. Borg finds the KO and the goal again, and 4 points in a row to Last Call.
It is just domination coming in from the offensive Last Call. They're utilizing this awakening start all the way. You already lose not being able to keep up the unstoppable against the Zentaro that has so many hits. The chip from the Juno as well, while Fresh on the other side loses one barrier. Wait a second. Bells with the magic sends the core around the primary. 2 barriers down. The Sad Boys could be activated here last night. Bells was looking bad in the early sets, but as soon as he scaled, the game turned around, so anything could still happen.
Still plenty of time to scale here, but they definitely do need to break this loss streak on the side of the Sad Boys, give themselves some additional time to scale into the game if that's going to be the goal here. Going down 0-2 would definitely be rough, especially in this position in the sets already. Going to find themselves their first barrier. Goal already opened up. Strike shot not going to connect from Frightfully Fresh. Has to get back over there in time. Does manage to keep up the defense, sending it back into the Blabo. Borg setting up against You Already Lose. Going to be able to push it forward on towards that barrier, but the flip is too far away. Not going to be able to save the goal that time, and Sad Boys are on the board.
Right, Fresh getting a little mixed up there, juked out, and unfortunately the primary lasting a little too long. That's important resources burned, important time conserved for the Sad Boys as they look to send this game a little bit later. You Already Lose dribbling for all of the meter, for all the time in the world, and Bell so good at using that Flame Flurry to trap the core. Doesn't get a barrier still. Fresh with the defense, locking it down, but finally Vaughn gets a hand on the core. The one barrier does go down as You Already Lose is keeping the core up with the strike shot.
Definitely Borg going to take the offensive now on towards the bottom side, gets the first to the barriers, trying to find the second. Flip comes out, not going to find much of anything, going lower and lower on the stagger as the damage comes through from Bells and Vaughn. Going to be an opened goal for Boys as they look to take it back for themselves. Vaughn with the fake out there, mixes it up, sends it into the bottom corner, and that's going to be 2 in a row for the Sad Boys.
That's the Sad Boys we know and love. Despite going down 4 points in a row, now they have 2 on the board, and wait, yeah, 4 points. Okay, I thought I didn't know how to count for a second. But this Juno Slime speed from Vaughn could really make the difference. He is utilizing it so well, and if You Already Lose can keep the core up adequately, Bells is going to have a good time. But Fresh is making the clears. Hook Resets is the one getting the core, and Borg is in position. Bell's forced to burn the Flame Flurry on the defense, and Borg in position, but no, still defended away by You Already Lose.
Definitely. Hook Resets still up on the defense on this top side, or the offense rather, trying to push it on through, but Vaughn keeping on in, going to have all those Blabos layered down and going to make it really tough to actually be able to even get it into the face of You Already Lose. Saving that one shot there. Here's going to be the Oni's blade out of Borg, trying to take it in the one-on-one, going to be able to open on up the goal. Now taking the shot up towards the middle, going to get blocked away once again, and now in the hands of Bells. What can he get done here in this 1 versus 2? This is where the Sad Boys are relying on him to be able to find ways to get these barriers, but Frightfully Fresh has been locking it down so far for most of this volley. It's not given up a single bit of pressure. Another save from the Blabo coming on up. Hook Resets has access to that flip once they need it. There's both barriers taken down, though. Bells found the angles. And if they're able to buy some time and reset here for the Sad Boys, the shot through the portal gonna take it for Sad Boys, and they'll tie it up at 1-1 in sets.
This core speed is getting a little ridiculous, and it came through for the Sad Boys. A perfectly angled shot. Spark of Leadership able to be denied away here. No other sparks. Huge draft moment for the Sad Boys, especially because they can give the Spark of Leadership to any member they want as long as they're not Bells. Vaughn could be the one picking it up here, and it'll still be a deny against the 1 Spark Borg. Huge pickup, but even still, heavy impact does fall. An amazing Zentaro Awakening, the cooldowns, the damage, so good on that character, and Bells is left with absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And it's going to be a deny away from Borg, as well as being a setup for future drafts. You know you're going to have at least one more draft here with 1-1 in the set scores, and now Vaughn has the ability to kind of force those sparks into himself where he gets the opportunity and gives some stats over towards the rest of the team. So liking that selection here is trades coming in there. Borg going to be getting a lot of damage there onto Bells and setting up a good aggressive push here from Hook Resets. Really doing a good job of using those blobs to keep things moving on towards the barrier, but only one barrier going to fall at the end of the day. Nice pass down from Borg. Bells trying to disrupt it with the Flame Flurry. Not going to be able to find his way onto it. So it gets sent back over to Frightfully Fresh. Borg going to be able to push it in right onto the tip top of that barrier and open things up now for last call as they look to pressure further. Frightfully Fresh taking control of the core, knocking it back up towards the top. Hook Reset's going to interrupt on that shot. Oni's blade out of Borg, trying to take control, trying to find themselves a scoring opportunity. He has got access to the blade slash. He's got access to the flip. Going to use that to snag it away, putting it right in You Already Lose's face. Up to Hook Resets and into the goal. Doesn't even use the flip. Great discipline there from Borg to get the first goal of the set.
With that flip conserved, Last Call is looking really good on the energy front, and I'd like to highlight Hook Resets, helping Fresh out a lot by popping the Unstoppable of Bells so often with the Juno primary, because when Bells doesn't have the Unstoppable, it's so much easier to clear for Fresh, and that Pat Splitter is doing a lot of work as well. Great clears, but Vaughn with the slime, so much core speed to back up Bells, and both barriers are down in what seems like an instant. Borg, though, trying to do his own magic on the other side. The pass is up, not quite connecting. Borg with the flip, though, will take both barriers, and Hook Resets has the flip to convert if necessary. But they gotta watch out because Vaughn is also lurking, but the core slips right past. Borg, though, won't be able to get anything on it. The Slimes now stopped away by Hook Resets' flip and still blocked away by both goalies.
That was nearly sick from Borg, trying to set up with the rush to be able to pick it up as it rockets on by, but the core flip speed just a little bit too much. Now getting another opportunity here, goes into the Oni's blade, and there's the shot from the Blabo. Hook Resets, reads the play, throws it right in You Already Lose's face and puts it into the goal.
What a great shot by Hook Resets with the coverage on the top side, and Borg covering the bottom with the passive strike as well. No way out for You Already Lose there. And those are the types of plays we need from Last Call if they're going to win a set, win the game, and try to take this crucial series in their playoff hopes.
Yeah, and crazy. I mean, I missed last week before the break of NASL. Crazy what's gotten into Last Call here, though. These guys going toe-to-toe here with the Sad Boys, looking absolutely fantastic in these series so far, and just completely turning around what was looking like a pretty rough season for them so far. Very impressed with what we've gotten to see so far here. Now let's see if they're going to actually be able to close out the set. The 2-0 advantage going to be absolutely huge for them as they pass it back on over towards Borg, trying to reset the core, trying to pressure on towards these barriers. First one going to come on through, stolen away from Bells yet again. 2-on-3 in the base. They're going to be able to find their way on towards that second barrier, opening things up for the goal. The Arc now going to be plenty vulnerable, but finally going to be able to clear things back out. Pat Splitter going to buy some space, but a KO found on the other side. I assume that was Borg, but I completely missed it. As Bells now, just trying to buy time, actually manages to turn it back into an aggressive play, takes the flip, and takes the goal. Bells turns a disadvantageous situation around.
That's the Bells magic. He just activates when the game goes long. He starts conjuring goals out of nowhere, and that's what he did there. Fresh, one slight misstep, the core got ahead of him and into the hands of Bells, and that's when it was over here. The barrier beam not even enough. Bells with the flame flurry, so good with that ability. He calls it easy to use because he is so good with it. He uses it at the perfect times just like that, and now with the barriers open, it's going to be difficult for Last Call to mount an offense because as soon as it gets to the other side, Bells is there for the KO. Borg has to cover, rightfully Fresh, but the Slimes from long range, Vaughn so threatening as Fresh is desperately making the clears here, but it won't be enough.
Right through the path splitter. Bells finds it again. That's 2 in a row for the Sad Boys forward, and you've got to work real hard to keep the core out of this guy's hands. Coming in to point number 5 here. This is going to be a massive lead. Whoever's able to secure it and get themselves onto game point. Borg trying to take control with the Oni's blade, not going to be able to secure it this time. Passed in through the portal, taken on towards the bottom. There's the rush forward. Blabo's trying to help him out. Flame Flurry trying to disrupt the shots, but there's going to be the flip. Blocked back away in point-blank range from Vaughn as they start to throw Borg into the corner, reducing that stagger bar, threatening a KO. That's got to be the risk for Bells here as well. The Blabos on both sides doing so much to disrupt these passing and shooting plays that it's so hard to make anything happen. Make it rain, thrown down a top corner, but they get that core out of the way, and Borg finds himself a KO, going on a 4 streak now as they find the way opening on up that goal barrier. Now they're going to have access to an open shot here. Moving forward, Hook Resets, passes it on over towards Borg. Can't get his hands on it. Path Splitter just to keep up the aggression, prevent the clear, but the respawn's already come on through. Strike shot sending it in once again, but Bells has snagged it back away, and Bells wants to take his turn now, trying to open on up the goal for his own team. First one already found, rocketed right past Vaughn, sends it back over, cleared away by Frightfully Fresh again. Now it's in Borg's hands. Borg is 1 versus 1, and what a mix-up once again. Looks like it's going up, sends it down. 3-2, Last Call, take the point.
What a hard timing as well. He didn't just use the stopping part of the primary. He used the part that sends the core at insane speeds and still had the strike timing to redirect it to the bottom side. And now this draft gets a little bit tricky because of the sparks. Explosive entrance there. So another teammate will have to deny away that spark of agility. But there's so much power in this draft. Team player, fighter, flight, demolitionist, everything on the board is so good that spark of agility denied away. And they're just honestly pretty happy with that. They're keeping the overall level of power in the game down, but Vaughn has so much core speed at this point that the Sad Boys offense might just become a red core machine.
Definitely can be in that territory here. Bells with that Demolisher, though. Demolitionist going to be such a big difference maker as well, but the aggression out of Last Call is explosive. They only get themselves one barrier for it. Frightfully Fresh trying to keep it in their hands. There's going to be the clap back around. Vaughn using that core speed, sending it back on over, going to be able to keep the pressure going. Now going to be little bit of extra defense coming on across. One barrier down a piece. Hook resets, trying to get it into Borg's hands. Snuck past him. Bell's now back on the offense. Going to open on up the goal. They get snagged back away by Hook resets. Vaughn going to send it back over. Wants to get into his forward's hands, but it's in the control of Borg for right now. Sent back on through by the Blobos. Vaughn comes through on the bottom. Gets it into Bell's hands. Bell's trying to send it in with the Flame Flurry. Blocked back away by the goalie once again. Frightfully Fresh now in a one-on-one duel, but the Strike War going to come up Bell's side again. He puts it in for the goal.
That's so tricky. If you're Fresh, you're forced into a strike war, and Bells will win those most of the time. And now he has meter as well. So many players on each team having meter, but Hook resets the one with the early offense. But Vaughn, that core speed coming online so quickly. The passes to Bells are so rapid. The Sad Boys offense has accelerated so quickly, and Fresh has no more cooldowns left.
Really good stuff here. Fresh going to get some time to get those cooldowns back, but going to have the open goal to contend with. It's Borg trying to turn it back around for his side. Flip comes on across from Hook resets, blocked back away once again by You Already Lose, and through the portal again. Vaughn has been clutch with these, sending it on through, going to go up 2-0 in the set.
Core speed being especially nasty on a map like Gates of Obscura, where the portals make it so hard to read these bounces to get to all the angles at the right time. And with Vaughn having so much of it, he is the constant threat. Hook resets, more of a supportive midfielder. Vaughn could score by himself, but look at Borg. He's in front of the net. He has the flip, and that's Borg for you. He makes those plays happen.
Just forces it right on through. 3 members in the way. Borg does not care. He gets it in there with the flip. That's going to break that momentum there for the Sad Boys. Last Call up 2-1 in sets. If they can turn this set around, they can close things out here. They don't have to risk another draft. Pass back down by Hook resets. Borg trying to replicate that success without the flip. Will he be able to do it? Vaughn going to be very low on stagger, at risk of getting KO'd by Borg, but you got to watch out for Bells, who's going to take both barriers with the Demolitionist and put it right through. Frightfully Fresh can't keep up the defense. We're going to set number 5.
Bells looked at what Borg did and just said, I could do it better. And that's exactly what happened there. This draft is now so scary because the sparks are guaranteed for both Borg and Vaughn. Probably going to be the focus being shared by Vaughn. There it is, the additional cooldown reduction. So valuable. And the resilience going to make Borg a 3-spark monster, but again, the additional cooldowns on the side of the Sad Boys will just be so helpful going into this last set.
Really going to be helping them out across the board here. So much cooldown reduction available for Bells in particular if they're able to find angles to go aggressive and start taking those barriers, getting those Demolitionist procs. Going to all come down to this last set. These have been skipping by pretty fast in this game so far. The aggression from both sides been so tough to deal with on a defensive angle. Now Borg going to get it back on through the portal, finds a way to open things up. Hook resets there to receive it midfield, getting it back into the forward's hands through the portal. Borg doesn't get to it, but it is sent back on towards You Already Lose either way. Pass down towards the center. Hook resets, can't carry it with the blob bounce. Pass over from Borg as these two forwards have got to put things together for their team. Last Call wants to convert here. They've still got both barriers at a solid advantage. Sending it down from the middle. Borg not going to be able to catch that one coming on out of the portal, going back through it on the other side. Staggering Vaughn as he sends him back aside with that slice and dice through the portal once again. Hook resets, putting it in for the shot. Going to get blocked back away by You Already Lose into the top corner. Blocked once again. The Kai able to keep up the defense with the movement speed, but Borg puts it in.
A great primary as well. Threads the needle, gets the hit stun on Vaughn at the perfect moment. and Borg exits that first point with full meter, not having to expend core flip huge in a 1-0 lead. But Bells is angry. Bells is pushing up, and that strike shot from We Already Lose keeps the possession up, but a great clear by Hook Resets and Frightfully Fresh. The barrier beam will keep the core away, but Bells now has cooldown. Just strike wars the core flip, has core flip still in front of the net, blocked away by Borg, but that's 2 barriers down.
That's just nuts from Bells there. Going to find himself staggered now, and without the flips, they're going to have to slow down for the time being. Or does he? Taking a shot towards the bottom. Frightfully Fresh keeps up the defense. Borg has to get over here and help, but it's too late. Vaughn sends it around the angle and is going to be able to find us goal there, tying it up at 1-1. We're in best of 3 territory.
It is so close down to the wire, but when those kinds of hectic situations happen, the sheer core speed, I've mentioned it at least 20 times this game from Vaughn, just makes it so much harder for Last Call to play. They have to be aware of it constantly. Frightfully Fresh, the Asher is so good up front, but when the core is sent around you by that Juno, it's more tricky to make it happen. But Vaughn being damaged so much by Borg, if this KO can come through, it could be a win condition for Last Call, but again, they just can't finish Vaughn off quite yet.
Yeah, the damage just hasn't quite been enough. Vaughn going to find himself staggered now, gets hit by that barrier beam. If they can find a way to finish him off, that would be so helpful, forcing out the elusive Borg, trying to finish him off with the rush. Still in that kill-centric mindset, but going to have to move back on over towards the shooting. Tries to get the first barrier, is going to be able to do so. Can't get the second. Path splitter not going to connect out of the core that time, as Bells tries to snag it on pass, but they do manage to sneak it through. Borg now in the one-on-one, finds the second barrier. Hook resets, gets the Blabo out. KO for Borg into the bottom corner, and You Already Lose cannot touch it there. 2-1 in favor of Last Call. They are 1 point away from the win.
And a critical win it would be on their map pick. Borg with the KOs, with the damage, that damage pressure really coming online with the 3 sparks and the heavy impact, and Borg doesn't even need the damage here, going in for the barriers as they take so much chip as well. Hook resets. The Juno character also quite good at dealing a lot of damage, but Vaughn and Bells aren't done yet. They still have health bars to work with, but the core isn't finding its way to the right spot, and the KO comes through for Borg.
And this game has been so much more about the shooting than about the KOs, but 2 KOs here for perhaps the 2 final points. If Borg can put this through, it'll be the win for Last Call. The defense coming on across with Vaughn helping out once again. You Already Lose going to clear it out, but Vaughn goes down again. A numbers advantage, a power play for Last Call as they try to push forward for that last point. Flip it, max distance from Frightfully Fresh, and Borg puts it in with a slice and dice. Last Call go up 1-0 in the series.
At the very end, I was feeling a little nervous, right? Sad boys. Even while down, they have the capability to come back, and there were a few missed shots from Last Call, but they convert. They keep the possession up crucially Fresh, using the flip at the right timing, and that's the Last Call that's in form to take it.
Absolutely massive stuff there coming on up from Last Call. A great first game on their home map. As you said, they go in for Gates of Obscura. They say, we know how to take advantage of these portals, and they certainly do. Was trying to call it out there on the last point. I mean, the mix-ups coming in from Borg, those striking opportunities, those shots coming on across from the Zentaro, making up all of the difference in so much of this game number 1. Much more so than the kills, it feels like.
Yeah, the kills really came online at the end, but even still, they were going toe-to-toe with the scoring attempts, even without the damage pressure coming in. The sparks for Borg. Really good. Even with the leadership denied away, he still managed to pick up those sparks, and that's scaling a huge benefit to him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if he got the leadership, though? That would have been absolutely nuts. And perhaps could have closed this out much faster for Last Call, but great deny from Vaughn. Keeps things close until the very end. And we're still not done with this series. Going over to the Sad Boys map selection now for game number 2. It is going to be Taiko Temple. Still seeing a little bit more of these spicier picks. I feel like we don't get to see much of Taiko Temple these days, so going to be an interesting one for sure.
Taiko Temple is a bit Sad Boys favored, right? They picked the Atlas Dubu creation composition on it first, and they have absolutely dominated on that map. I'm not even sure if they've dropped a game on that map. They know how to play it, and I think Last Call are in for quite a challenge, to the point where even if they lose this game I still think their chances for winning the series are very, very solid still.
Yeah, if it has to go to Game 3, it has to go to Game 3, but they would certainly love to be able to take a 2-0 over the Kings here if they can get it. Taiko Temple, of course, going to be that map selection. See exactly what those starting awakenings are going to be as soon as we get access to it, but hovering an Atlas ban here, they decide they want no part of him.
It's an Among Titans quick strike start, both awakenings that are very, very powerful in threes. Quick strike's probably going to be the preferred start for both teams unless something very drastic happens. But that's a lot of damage out here. Nope, never mind. That's an Estelle, not a Vice for Hook resets. Still a character that can output some of the damage, but not quite. And on the other side, we're not seeing the usual creation composition. Juno being picked. Will we see the Dubu forward? No, just an Estelle. Is that a Juno goalie? It is a Dubu forward.
There's the Dubu. It does come on through. Estelle's on both teams. Borg gets his Kazan. Feels like we do not get to see that one too often these days, and to see if that's going to be enough. Bells on the Dubu forward. It is going to be the Estelle goalie.
And quick strikes on every single member except for Bells in this game, who is preferring the speed to the strikes here.
Yeah, interesting to see out of the Dubu there. Usually the biggest guy around, not going to be in this case here. You can see the Rasmus already got a little bit of that size lead coming on across, and going to be one barrier down a piece here to start things off. Really excited to see what Borg can bring us on this Kazan. His specialty, of course, in this scene. Going to be low on HP to start things off, though, as the shot's going to come through on both sides. Bells finds a KO off the top. That was on towards the Estelle, and now we're just going to push it right through. Bells finds a great position here to just take the shot right through the center.
And that's the goals we see from the Dubu forward of Bells here. He goes full scoring mode. He gets the goals. And it's so difficult for goalies to deal with. You have to be very preemptive. You have to have no fear because this Dubu will sometimes trap you against the net with the core as well. It's so hard. And with Vaughn coming in with the Juno when Bells is staggered, the scoring pressure for the Sad Boys just constant.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh struggling to keep those barriers safe here on Taiko Temple as the Rasmus Fells looking to make a move once again, finds himself staggered, but just takes the KO off the top. That rollout damage is massive, and Vaughn is going to find the goal there. Mixes it up once again with the flip right into the top corner, and it's a 2-0 start for the Sad Boys.
Again, this is the Sad Boys comfort pick. They are so good on this map. The last call could find some footing here, but it's definitely feeling unlikely. But a KO by the Kazan of Borg with the open primary might make something happen here.
Yeah, really doing a good job of using that top spin to find himself that KO. Now using that changed hitbox on the closed umbrella to be able to move on forward. Gets the first barrier, can't get the second. Keeping the pressure on towards You Already Lose in that goal arc, though. Wants to be able to keep them on the back foot. Goes in for the crooked leverage, trying to turn that one into a shot. Not going to find it that time. Piercing strike from across the map, going to be able to find its way on towards that second barrier, and now it's an open goal for Last Call. Trying to turn things back around with some aggression for themselves. Hook resets, gets out-juggled there by You Already Lose. Flip comes on across, trying to keep up the safety. They're going to find the barrier. They're going to find a KO as well, and can Borg turn this into a shot? Going on in here, tries to grab it with the crooked leverage, can't grab it that time. There's going to be the flip, there's going to be the goal. Last Call decides it's now or never. They put it in.
They do manage to get the goal, but they spend so many resources for it. The meter super low on all three members, while the Sad Boys, I don't know, I think they're still pretty comfortable here. If Borg can pull out a few more miracle KOs, if the damage can come through, it could make the difference, especially with Fresh helping out in chipping Bells down. But that guy's just going to eat an orb, and he's looking quite healthy.
Yeah, getting the first barrier in their favor, keeping up the pressure. Hook resets. Nice use of the Crystal Thorns, finds a second one. It's an open goal now, as long as Frightfully Fresh can withstand this pressure from Bells. Knocking it back up towards the center. Hook resets, going to send it back over. Piercing shot comes through from You Already Lose, trying to keep it on his team's aggression. Now we're going to be able to find the KO there. Not having access to hook reset's going to be very tough. Trying to buy time in the 2 versus 3. Frightfully Fresh now has to play some solid defense up against Bells. Borg doing a good job of snagging that core, sending it back to the other side. And can he get to it in time? Oh no! A disaster for You Already Lose. He can't touch the core. We're going to point number 5.
One of the stranger goals in recent memory, but Last Call will take those, and with a much nicer meter situation on their side coming into this point. Hook resets though, burning a lot of cooldowns, and the Juno Blobs end up winning. They're trying to KO Bells, but Bells will just run for the goalie orb, stay healthy, and the flip from Vaughn now so threatening. The flip from Frightfully Fresh. Hook resets with the defense as well. They manage to get it out, but the pressure is unending. The Sad Boys continuing to push up Borg, trying to use the center. Does mix up You Already Lose, and maybe Last Call have a good shot here, especially with Bells so low.
That was so close to being a KO there onto Bells, just barely going evasive at the last moment to be able to keep himself from getting sent off of that bottom blast zone. Borg not letting that pressure up though, gonna just keep chasing this hamster across the map. Not gonna be able to send him into the goal either. There's going to be the flip coming on through from Hook Resets, trying to keep up that aggression alongside Borg. There's going to be that maddening descent, keeping the health bars low, but not gonna be able to find that second barrier. Bells trying to steal things away, trying to take that one-on-one against Frightfully Fresh. Able to keep up the barrier for now, but it is going to end up falling down. Bells' health bar falling down, much the same. Nearly going to be able to find a score there, but nearly gets taken out at the same time. Hook Resets, wants to finish off this forward, still not able to do it. It's going to be Borg taking in that one-on-one, trying to send him off the top of core, flying back and forth on the top side of the map at the same time. They're not going to be able to find a score one way or the other. It is going to be Hook Resets, sending the pressure back over into You Already Lose's face. It's going to be Borg trying to take control of the core. A hook lands onto Bells, but Bells just refuses to go down. Throws out the soup, throws out the donuts. Not going to be able to find his way on towards the goal. Frightfully Fresh defends multiple shots, making a third one in a row. 4 now as it goes back down towards Borg. It's again going to be in Vaughn's hands as Vaughn wants to try to set up some Blabos and take a shot if he finds the opportunity to do so, but it just continues to juggle back and forth. It's all a midfield fight.
I can't believe Bell stayed alive there, and I can't believe Fresh saved all of those shots. The quick strikes coming into full effect as they try and defend, but the offense is just not there for Last Call, and eventually one of Vaughn's strikes will find its way in. Doesn't even have to use the core flip, and the Sad Boys, in a very roundabout way, do take the first set.
They are going to end up coming on up with it. A rough one for Last Call there. They looked like they were coming back, but just can't keep up the defense. It is unrelenting pressure from the Sad Boys as we get into the first draft here. It's going to be that hot shot being hovered here for the Rasmus. They are going to take that for Frightfully Fresh.
They are. The hot shot great on the goalie Rasmus, but 1-2 punch still falls down to Vaughn, and you saw in the previous game the core speed. So good on that character. And it's a single spark, the spark of strength. That could lead to problems later down the line.
Potentially could be. Giving that one on over towards Bells. Going to look at what this additional dash range is going to mean for Borg on the Kazan as well. These newer awakenings, like the explosive entrance. Curious how that affects some of these characters that we don't get to see too much of. Borg going to be able to find one barrier, but down a member. Going to have to withstand the power play. It gets past Vaughn, disrupted once again. Second barrier is found, and Borg making the plays happen, keeping the pressure right on top of Vaughn as their stagger bar is falling so low. Hook Resets, sends it back over. Borg juggling it, gets it back into Hook Resets' hands. This has been a beautiful volley from Last Call. KO on the top. Everything comes up Last Call as they get the first score.
Really well played. Borg looks activated with the additional dash range, with the additional damage on all of his many impacts on the Kazan character. And this could be the Last Call game. Even though it's Psycho Temple, even though it's the Dubu forward coming out from the Sad Boys, it is looking good for Last Call. They're putting enough chip damage down, and Borg, with that dash range again, has so much presence on the map. But watch out, there's Bells, there's Bond, there's You Already Lose. Standing forward, trying to find a play through, and the flips are deflected away. The flips forced out. So much meter forced out from Last Call as the Sad Boys mount an offensive push.
Absolutely here, and Bells now set up for the offense once again. Has to make it rain from Vaughn. Going to be able to keep up that pressure. They are going to find the second barrier eventually, and it has just been so much aggression. The stop there from Bells, not going to be enough. Frightfully Fresh cannot defend. Bells going to put it right in.
Such a tough situation, but last call just needs to go next on a point like that where the offensive momentum for the Sad Boys was constant, unrelenting. And again, Bells, if he can hold the core in the midfield, it gives Vaughn so much time to set up to get a core into one of those corner pockets, but not quite yet as Hook resets, blinks in. Hook resets, gets a barrier, and Borg threatens for another. Has the flip available as well, and if they're careful, they can get both barriers here to flip used, but for both barriers, you'll take that, and Hook resets. Now lurking in the midfield, trying to keep the core up, and important cooldowns also burned from Bells.
Vaughn staggered now, but Vaughn not going to let up on the aggression just because of that. The Donuts keeping the pressure on for Bells as he finds both barriers in one big swing. But Borg isn't done yet. He's got an open goal for himself. It's going to be Hook resets, receiving it up on the top side. The story of this whole set, it feels like, has been Bells versus Hook resets at midfield. And Bells wins out once again, just flips it and sends it right through.
That's so tough. So many resources invested from last call in winning that last point, and now they stare down another flip from Vaughn. Any member with flip on the Sad Boys could score here because they're so efficient at taking barriers, playing these corners. Vaughn taking one already, and Bells lurking for another.
Back on over, Hook resets, trying to find his way through on towards Vaughn. Second barrier falls. Bells able to come up with both of them plenty early here, and now fighting with You Already Lose at midfield. Both Estelles try to push it into their team's favor. Hook resets, waiting at midfield, takes it back over, trying to get it back into Borg's hands. Top spin, going to collect it, but not going to put it in towards a barrier. There's going to be that maddening descent, and it's back in Bells' hands now. This is dangerous territory for Frightfully Fresh. Can he keep it up? The flip comes through from Hook resets. It's sent back over by Vaughn. Bells takes another shot, blocked away by Frightfully Fresh. Set back down towards Borg, but Vaughn is not done quite yet here. Borg has access to the flip, and you know in these sorts of situations, that's when he's willing to use it. Going to be the death touch. Frightfully Fresh needed to land that one and does do so. Hook resets, sending it back over at midfield. Borg going to take control with the crooked leverage, finds both barriers, opens up the goal, goes in for the top spin, can't find it in time, and Vaughn around the world puts it in the goal and is going to put up the Sad Boys 2-0.
A great scoring attempt by Borg, but in the end it was just not enough, and now this draft is looking scary. The rapid fire on the Juno, the sparks coming in as well, forced to be denied away. This is a dire situation, and even though Frightfully Fresh will pick up some good awakenings here, it is not what you wanted to see.
For sure. Spark going to come on up here for Hooker resets. Demolitionist going to be the selection for Borg, trying to find those pop-off angles where they can take both of the barriers and turn that one into a scoring opportunity. 0-0 now. Once again, this could be the last set of the game for last call if they can't find a way to get more competitive here with the Sad Boys. They've been coming out clutch here in these late set situations. And Bells is not done yet. Bells is just advancing forward, finding the first barrier. Sent back on out by Frightfully Fresh. Hook resets. Still going to be all about that midfield control. Borg gets one of the barriers, gets the resets off of the Demolitionist. Bells goes down on the bottom side. A power play for last call. Something that they were looking for. Can they turn it into at least an opened up goal? Yes, they can. Borg going to trigger the Demolitionist once again, and Hook resets, puts it in with a piercing shot.
Still winnable for last call. They did give over the spark of leadership, so they'll have to make some hard denies in the next drafts if they make the comeback happen. But the spark of power, I think they didn't want the spark of resilience on Bells because they're so focused on KOing the Dubu here, and KOing they are doing. Bells not long for this world, but wait a second. Borg the one taking damage. The Dubu fighting back a little bit, but all meters burned. That's their cue to make something happen. But look at Borg's health bar.
Borg going lower and lower here. Frightfully Fresh goes in for the death touch, going to inadvertently take his own barrier for it. Borg now off the map for 10 seconds. A big power play for the Sad Boys as they try to equalize in set number 3. Bells has yet to be able to touch the core, but it has been You Already Lose and Vaughn able to keep up the pressure. Borg has now respawned. They're able to even hold on towards that barrier despite the power play. Now going to break on out once again. Bells HP falling lower and lower. Borg even going to get involved in the action, just trying to keep this Dubu on the back foot. Hook resets, takes control at midfield, stolen back away by You Already Loses. It's going to be up to Vaughn now to try to keep some pressure going on towards this barrier. Brawling back and forth here. They make it rain, comes on across. The Blabo's going to fall before too long. Borg falling low once again. Borg is taken out, and Bells has been able to find the second barrier. Now an opened up goal, a power play for the Sad Boys. They lose a barrier in the process. The defense from Frightfully Fresh, good so far, sends it back towards Vaughn a second time, and Borg is back on the field somehow. Last Call hold on through 2 KOs of Borg, and they're not done yet with this point. Turning it back on over. Crooked Revelage comes on through. They are going to be able to find that second barrier. Pass back up to Borg, trying to find the score. Sends it through. Hook resets. Can't get to it in time. Pendulum swing to clear it out. Bell's still looking for the shot off the rollout. Bouncing back and forth inside the goal arc. Going to get cleared back out by Frightfully Fresh. Is Borg keeping the pressure on, but Vaughn sends it through again. Frightfully Fresh can't defend that. It's 1-1.
Heroics by both goalies, but it's not quite enough. It is so close, but it is just inches away at every single moment. Last Call had such close points, but it just feels like it's slipping away when the Sad Boys are holding for so long. Both barriers are gone, and Bells is in position.
Running out of gas in the tank here, it feels like. An attempted clear back out, trying to put it in Borg's hands. Frightfully Fresh going to find that KO. And now going to be Bells taken off the map for a short period of time. Off the drum! Frightfully Fresh wasn't ready for that one. And it comes through. Another point to the Sad Boys. 1 goal away from taking game number 2.
It is tough for Last Call now. They have no resources to play with. They need to make something happen quick, but Yuri Luz on the other side is locking down these points so well, and that's a little bit of a bright side for them. The Tofu Fortress by Bells does go wide, and the KO is found on Vaughn, who had full core flip. Maybe this is the Last Call comeback. Maybe they can make something happen here, but it's going to take a good passing play.
Really is. Borg needs to find one of these barriers, needs to get the resets off the demo. Hasn't been able to do it, though. The defense has been great from Vaughn, and you already lose, and they're going to buy enough time for Bells to be able to get back out here. The power play means a nothing. Finally, Borg going to find the first of those barriers, but Bells taking an aggressive stance over on the other side, uses the rollout, buffers the play, and puts it in to open on up the goal. Now looking to turn it into a score. Borg going to have to flip it back away onto the other side, but Vaughn sends it back with the blobbo. This bottom corner is a nightmare for Frightfully Fresh, and Sad Boys are going to take us to game number 3.
It's a game 3 coming up, and as we said, this is very Sad Boys' favor. This is a map where you would not be surprised that they would take the win on at all, but it still feels tough because Last Call made it so close in a lot of these sets. They had great scoring opportunities, but in the end, the Sad Boys are the ones who own this map.
Yep. 4-9 in goals when all is said and done. Good fight put up by Last Call, but we will be going to game number 3. Atlas's Lab going to be the decider between these two teams. And that is going to determine a lot about these standings. The Sad Boys dropping a 3rd game in Nassau regular season. I mean, that would be a massive surprise, I think, given where a lot of folks had them at the start of the season. And then Last Call, of course, still needs to make sure that they're going to be able to make it to playoffs. So each and every win matters to them so much.
It's still going to be a tough road ahead, especially on this last pick. Atlas's Lab, once known as Vaughn's Lab. Now a more neutral map, but still, the Sad Boys very capable of taking it there. But again, Last Call comfortable on Atlas Lab as well.
Absolutely here. I have to see who's going to be able to come out ahead. Win means a lot for both teams. And definitely, I mean, Last Call, they've been hot and cold all season long, having taken down Demon's Raw last week. To go from that to dropping here to having to question what your playoff future even looks like. Gotta give you a little bit of whiplash there as a member of this team. A win here, just cementing that you have turned the corner, that you are going to go up to 4 wins, and that you are going to be favored to be able to make those playoffs. The matchup up against Quest next week, very Last Call favored, but you need to be able to win here to kind of guarantee yourself much of anything.
It's a tough spot to be in for Last Call, but I think it's also a tough spot for a lot of the other teams, right? If Last Call managed to pull it off, then it is a situation where there are certain teams that will not be happy that Last Call is beating the projected toughest teams.
We'll have to see. Looking ready to get into Atlas's lab here before too long. Find out who is going to be able to take today's series. As you said, it's been Vaughn's lab in the past. This has been historically a big Sad Boys map. It's all going to come down to those bans. I'm very curious to see how they feel about Borg's Kazan after that game number 2. I mean, it definitely looked good, but definitely wasn't unbeatable, as evidenced by the win coming up here from the side of the Sad Boys. So are they going to keep with that one? Are they going to ban away the Asher again? Is the Asher even a threat on something like Atlas's lab? That's the questions I'm wondering.
Yeah, and I'm actually wondering if they'll ban the Zentaro on a map like this, because the damage output from Borg is very high and hook resets can definitely play damage midfielders, but it's looking like the starts are rapid fire and missile propulsion, which is pretty damage friendly, but yeah, we'll just have to see what the bans are.
Yep, going to influence a lot here. Borg already hovering that Zentaro. He's thinking about it. He would like to be able to lock that one in if he can. No ban from the Sad Boys.
You already lose was a little name off. He was doing some of that incognito action.
Oh boy. Well, going to be the Zentaro lock-in for Borg here then. Julie for Bells.
Signature pick for Bells, especially on a map like this, something that you want, but that's Zentaro lock-in. So good. And Frightfully Fresh deciding to go with the Asher. This is huge for the side of Last Call, I think. We'll have a good time defending against the Juliet, against the Juno. And we've seen the power of it in the first game here, so we'll just see it again, especially with that rapid fire uptime on that primary.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Zentaro and the Asher. Big shocker there for Last Call, and they're going to be pretty happy with that one if they can get it here, and get it they have. You already lose on the Aimi goalie here. Back to an old favorite. Bells on the Julie as well. Have to see if those are going to be enough on those comfort picks to be able to come back against this composition. Bell's already taking the first of the barriers. Ooh, sends it back around. Nicely done by Frightfully Fresh, but they're going to lose the second barrier one way or the other. Borg now going on the aggressive himself as he manages to find the first, manages to find the second, in a nice save off the strike shot. Huge there for Frightfully Fresh as they throw down the path splitter, trying to save it, trying to keep it alive, and they do so. Bells can't put one through that time. First time in a while, it feels like he hasn't converted in a scenario like that. And look at Borg sending it right through Bells, nearly putting it into the goal, and he's not done yet. Hook reset, sends back over the Blabos to support. Slice and dice back in towards the goal, but that is the easiest defense imaginable. And now it's Bells' turn on the other side. Vaughn trying to put him back into position. Borg has access to the flip. Is he going to use it? Rush on through, keeping Vaughn low. Back in towards the right side of the map. Hook resets, trying to send it through off of that black hole, and there's Borg putting it into the bottom corner.
Such a tough situation for both goalies, but they last for so long. Frightfully Fresh displaying the power of that Asher goalie. Fixed, finally, the primary completely reliable now, and that guy just held primary through all of the pressure from the Sad Boys at the perfect time. Warded away a Bells who was pushing him almost into the back of the net. And now Bells is low, but so is Borg. A KO could come in, and that's a KO for Bells. The Brawler taken out, low, but picking up an orb, and Vaughn now pushing into the corner.
Yeah, trying to clear things out with that barrier beam. Doing a good job of buying some time, at least for now. There's going to be another clear coming on out, and Bells not able to convert. Once again, finds himself in a 1-versus-1 with the goalie where he can't actually take that barrier. Does get it that time. Now cleared back out. Borg going to take control at midfield, catching things there. But there's going to be the flip out of Vaughn, trying to convert that into an aggressive opportunity. Bell's taken into the stagger. Now going to be thrown all around there. The path splitter nearly taking him out as well. Borg trying to switch things on up. See if he can take down the opposing brawler. Not going to be able to do it this time. Hook resets back at midfield, trying to make things happen here through the bottom side, but the clear out there from You Already Lose using that sentry turret, going to be able to keep things favored for the Sad Boys.
Bells now getting the core again and again. Now in midfield with Vaughn as support. Fresh forced to make a lot of hard saves with the primary. Will stop the core right in front of the net. And Fresh will hit the timings against the slime. So Bells gets the core again. Hook resets is on the bottom side, but center used so well by Vaughn to put up the pressure. Fresh forced to make so many difficult saves so far. Successful in all of them. Now Borg against You Already Lose will threaten that core flip away, but Bells is always there on the top side, a constant threat that they have to deal with.
Yeah, and in this full rapid fire start for everybody, these cooldowns are looking low. Plenty of primaries firing off on both sides. The low barrier beam cooldown making itself incredibly apparent here for Frightfully Fresh, who's just able to keep up the defense in these generally unfavorable situations. Now trying to turn it back for the Sad Boys. Borg now has access to the flip. Bell's going to be very close to the same. Taken into the stagger. Borg's trying to finish him off. Not going to be able to do it, but at least going to be able to take Bells out of the play for the time being. They duel back and forth, and Borg is rocketed off of the map over on the right side. It's a power play for the Sad Boys as they try to turn things back around. Vaughn trying to send it through with the Blobo, not going to connect that time, but they have plenty of time to reset and make the play happen. Borg is back, but Borg is too late. Vaughn puts it in the goal to tie things up.
That's the tricky part about fighting a team like the Sad Boys, especially when Vaughn is on the Juno character. You have to worry about Bells in front of your net, but Vaughn is constantly putting up the pressure in the corner. One misstep and a slime is there to score the goal. But right now, Borg just worrying about taking the barriers himself. Hook resets as well on the top side, trying to support, and Fresh with so many defensive cooldowns available. Last call looking good so far in this point, but it could all change in an instant.
Always can, always has. It's now another Blobo thrown out, trying to take its pressure on towards that barrier. Nice play by Borg with a slashing strike. Puts it in and opens on up the goal. Sent back over by Hook resets. Good defense with the glitch pop out of You Already Lose, but Borg not quite finished yet. Frightfully Fresh moving on over, just trying to set on up for the team, making sure that they're going to be able to have control of midfield. Bells finds a huge KO, though, on towards the bottom blast zone. Now trying to turn things back around for himself. Barrier Beam going to be able to clear things out up against that Flame Flurry once again. But now You Already Lose, coming out towards midfield, throwing down the sentry turret to be able to back up the rest of the team. But it's cleared out by Hook resets one way or the other, and Borg finds revenge up against the other forward. Takes the KO on towards the bottom. Vaughn trying to make the hero play on his own. Sends it back over with the blob bounce. Sent back past You Already Lose, who flips it back and puts it back into Vaughn's hands to try to clutch out this point. The respawn from Bells is going to be here in time. The blobs can't get there in time either. Borg sends it back up, but Hook resets is not ready to receive. And back at full power are both teams until a KO and a score come through in one instant for Last Call.
The center blowing up, doing a lot of benefit for Last Call there. Getting that KO and the core going to the bottom side. I think no one is really expecting it. With Borg now on the early offense, one barrier immediately as Fresh has the barrier beam, has the cooldowns to defend on the bottom side. The top side looking a little bit more vulnerable though if Bells can get the core, and he does. He's walking forward slowly and stuns away Fresh before he can use that Asher primary. That's a quick goal for the Sad Boys. Only 18 seconds in that point. A huge turnaround.
Everything coming up Sad Boys on that point. They execute to perfection. They tie things up at 2-2 here. As close as we could possibly be in Game 3 territory for Last Call versus Sad Boys. And neither team has any interest in falling down here after having come this far. Passed back up by Hook resets. The pressure on Borg in the goal arc is tough to deal with as he finds himself staggered and now taking control. Bells gets both barriers once again, traps it on the inside of him, and is going to be able to open up the goal for himself. Borg trying to take control over on the bottom side, is still staggered but is able to fight his way out. Hook resets there for the backup, sent into the goal arc by Bells, and another power play available now for the Sad Boys. Juggling back and forth. You Already Lose, heading back to the goal, but Bell trying to pop off here, goes in for the flip and sends it into the goal. First set going over to the Sad Boys.
Hard-fought set from both teams, but the Sad Boys find the power play, find the goal, find priority in this draft, and there's yet another set of scary awakenings for the Sad Boys. It's a bit of a question how they're going to navigate this draft, right? They could take the 1-2 punch right here, or they could try to pass it down to Bells, but they choose to just take it because there's so many good Juliet Awakenings anyway. Knife's Edge, Prize Fighter, Stagger Swagger even, and Stagger Swagger is the pickup. That additional durability and speed going to be a huge benefit for Bells in the 1v1. Knife's Edge does fall all the way down to Borg, but that is not the awakening you were looking for when you first looked at the draft.
Yeah, feels like the combat has been favoring Bells in most of these scenarios already, looking at how set number 1 played out, and now just going to be all the tougher for Borg, unless he can cheese out something on the sides using that Knife's Edge. Bells already going to be the first one to strike in this set number 2, as they are going to be able to find their first barrier. Borg going to find one on the other side to equalize. Slashing strike on through, battling up against Vaughn. Bells just trying to keep the pressure on of Frightfully Fresh, who will go elusive and will be able to keep themselves safe. The pressure not relenting yet as Vaughn takes another shot off the Blabo, taken low by Borg, though, as these health bars are starting to get into dangerous territory.
Vaughn also low. Borg trying to find the KO, but no, Vaughn will just be allowed to play his game to regen a little bit, and Hook Resets is the one who is caught out in the corner. Bells with the additional speed working the magic here, and Borg trying to help defend. Fresh as well, but the pass splitter goes wide. The Firewall Sentry comes in. Fresh taking a lot of chip damage here as Borg tries to assist on the defense. They get it out. The power play ends, but it's still looking very scary as overtime hits. The 1-2 punch Juno just got a lot scarier.
Really did, and Bells is going to be able to find the KO. The goal is undefended now. Hook Resets falling back to try to keep up the defense, but both barriers have already fallen. It's a 2-on-2 on the map. Respawn going to come on through for Frightfully Fresh first. They are going to be able to rejoin the fray, but it's too late. Bells has put it in through the goal into the bottom corner and is going to find Sad Boys their first point.
They are accelerating this game. They are scoring so efficiently now. The passing play is fully coming online, and Bells, that additional speed from the Stagger Swagger, not having to worry nearly as much about the damage. It's doing wonders for the offense of the Sad Boys. Bells just goes in with a dash punch flip. Fresh is taken out on the bottom side. He didn't even look vulnerable, but he was in kill range of Bells, and that's both barriers down in an instant.
Yeah, not having the goalie makes things so tough here, and Bells is just gonna style on Hook Resets in that one-on-one. You need the goalie there to defend. Not gonna have them that time either, and 2 KOs on Frightfully Fresh in a row mean 2 points in a row for the Sad Boys.
They're looking to scale this game out of control here. Borg trying to fight forward, trying to make that not the case, but it's looking so difficult. Even when damage is put down, Borg also gets a little bit low, and Bells is just constantly regenning. Vaughn has to be the target, but he's Juno. He has multiple evades, including one on an ability. Now Vaughn just jumping away, but gets caught on the exit by Borg. A great play, a great KO, but Borg also gets KO'd, lingers near the bottom too long. It's a 2v2, no longer a power play. Hook Resets is low, and last call. They just can't find an advantage.
Bells just coming alive here in game number 3 territory, unrelenting on the pressure. There's going to be the opened up goal. Borg is back, but is Borg too late? Finally going to get things cleared back on out, but Bells is not done. Bells wants a 3rd KO on Frightfully Fresh for a 3rd point in a row. Will he be able to be stopped? Borg has to fall back to try to help out with the defense. He's got the slashing strike. He's trying to keep Bells low, but the orb going to do a good job of regenning him back up. Rush not going to find its way on towards the core, but it's back into Borg's hands one way or the other. You already lose, trying to keep up the defense, and Bells just sends it in for a score again. Dash punch is too variable for Frightfully Fresh to defend against, and a 3-0 set for the Sad Boys.
They are looking so dominant. The explosive entrance, though, a bit of a savior for Borg here in this draft. Could pick that up. It could be denied, and it is denied. We don't usually see dash range denies from Juliet, especially Bells, I think, hasn't been a huge fan of additional dash range on Juliet, but decides to deny it here. And with that explosive entrance taken away from Borg, that win condition is sealed away. The Unstoppable, a great pickup on the Aimi goalie, so much less vulnerable to the knockback. Although Zentaro is one of the better characters at taking it off, it is still such a good benefit, and the Sad Boys looking very good after that draft.
Let's see how the recovery drone can help out Frightfully Fresh here, as that was a big problem in set number 2, losing out on the goalie. And here's another problem, another KO and another power play to the Sad Boys. Bell's going to be pushed back as much as possible, but will be able to find one of the barriers. The respawn comes through from Hook Resets, but they've already lost a barrier, and the sentry turret is keeping this core pressure right in Fresh's face. Fresh going to be able to keep up the defense. Hook Resets jumps to the assist, trying to put it in the goal off the back of the Blabos. They're not done yet. Oni's blade trying to send it through. Bells not going to be able to get control, as the strike shot going to send it back into Borg's hands. And Hook Resets with a chance to break this loss streak. Not going to be able to keep control. Has to brawl with the Juno on the other side. Vaughn trying to keep these things on towards the left side Vaughn has an opportunity now to take another shot, just dribbling, trying to get time to set up for Bells. Borg's health bar falling lower and lower, goes in for the flip, sends it in through the bottom. You already lose, keeps up the defense. The slashing strike not going to be able to find its way in towards the goal. And Hook Resets just trying to work his way back over in time. Pass back down for Vaughn off the back of the core flip. Not going to be able to send it into the goal that time either. Borg takes another shot, not going to be able to get there. Brawling out at midfield as You Already Lose sends it back on over and has yet to give up a single shot in this set. And there's going to be Bells sending it in through the top once again. Inevitable for the Sad Boys. They come up with their first point and 2 more to go for the win.
They are looking like the Sad Boys that were the champions of Nassau Season 2, that have won so many major tournaments. And again, Borg will take 2 barriers. Last call, trying to stay alive, and Hook Resets converts that time. A huge 8-second goal to turn the tides around potentially for the comeback, but it's still looking so difficult for Last Call.
It really, really is, but at the very least, they're able to break the loss streak there, getting 3-0'd in set number 2 into losing the first point in set number 3. Can really start to work its way on towards your mental. They're able to restabilize here for the time being. Borg going to be able to find the first of the goals here. Now going to get the second one, a chance to shoot. And Last Call coming back alive, looking aggressive in set number 3 as they try to turn this game number 3 back around into their favor. The first of their barriers going to fall over on the other side, but Borg trying to take control, trying to move things back in towards Vaughn, and You Already Lose. There's going to be the battle at midfield yet again. Bell's going to end up winning out on that one and going to be able to take down Hook Resets. A power play available for the Sad Boys has been the motto of this entire series. And it might just be enough to be able to get them their second point and put them on towards their final goal of the match. Borg trying to prevent that from happening, clearing it back out at midfield. Hook Resets going to come up to receive, sets it up for the rush. Borg not going to be able to send it there, but there's the Oni's blade and the slashing strike. Borg converts.
A great save attempt too by You Already Lose with the glitch pop backwards. Does save it once, but the coverage from Borg unrelenting, not fading away, thinking it's a goal, and getting outplayed by You Already Lose. Last Call are trying to secure this set win to try and make a comeback, because Borg, if he can manage to get a dash range awakening, could be fully unlocked here, but he's being bounced around, miraculously surviving the dash punch flip, but still being KO'd, and Hook Resets alone, but a barrier taken with the black hole curve. If Rightfully Fresh can hold this one, this could be Last Call turning it around.
Yeah, specials coming through from both of the remaining members of Last Call. Make it rain. Helps set up with the Blobos to clear things back out, with a path splitter going to be able to send the core in towards them. They do get enough time for Borg to be able to get back out here. He's just going to try to reset, restabilize, and restart this round. They've already taken 1 barrier apiece. Rightfully Fresh able to keep that bottom one alive for them for the time being. Vaughn with a nice shot, though, off the flip. Going to be able to open up the goal for the team. Borg trying to do the same over onto the other side. Bells now one-on-one. Just takes it easily. It's 2-2 in set number 3. The Sad Boys are 1 goal away from winning it all.
Tough situation for Last Call. They were looking so good, but then it all fell apart. They need to find a quick play. They need to find something where they can rush ahead and take a barrier or 2. That's 2. The
Borg!
Slimes are perfect. Borg has flip available in front of the net. This could be everything here.
Absolutely taking absolute control onto the bottom side. It's Hook Resets coming in with the Blobo bounce. A 12-second round. Last Call come out aggressive, and they keep this game alive.
Such a clutch Make It Rain. So many slimes in the goal box of the Sad Boys. But now it's a tough situation because you kind of have to deny away that spark of leadership away from the Sad Boys to prevent any dangerous situations from occurring, but that means you give up such power, fight or flight, and hotshot, and everything on the board. So the Sad Boys, I think, pretty happy with this draft still.
Yeah, Hook Resets grabbing the quick strike, going to try to amp up that wherever they can. Team player going over to Frightfully Fresh, but feels like everything the Sad Boys could have wanted out of this round 4 draft. And another tough set incoming for Last Call.
Thankfully, though, if they do manage to win, they have the promise of spark scaling, at least 1 shared spark on Borg for the team. But right now, they're battling against the Firewall Sentry, and with the power of Asher, they win. What a barrier hold there, as Borg now going in for the strike war, getting 1 barrier, the other barrier. I didn't think that one would be the one taken.
Yeah, I thought the other one was going down too, but he comes up with 1. 1 is 1 either way. Hook Resets trying to set up for another one. Now sending it back on over the rush, a little bit mistimed, not going to be able to convert, but the barrier beam doing so much work. Borg with a great shot here, going to be able to open up the goal. It's Hook Resets receiving at midfield, not letting up on the aggression. There's the flip from Borg, not going to find the core, but going to at the very least be able to keep himself alive for the time being. Slice and Dice doesn't connect, the rush coming in, but You Already Loses there on the defense, and it's going to be able to keep it alive for the time being. Path Splitter catching that core at a little bit of an awkward angle and able to keep it alive for the time being. The flip coming on through from Hook Resets is going to get denied by Bells, but there's going to be Borg taking it back at midfield, back away by Bells, who is going to try to find that second barrier. Can't get it that time. Borg sets up once again, but You Already Lose is great on the defense. Doesn't even need to use the flip and is able to prevent the goal from coming on through. Now going to come in on the aggressive. Standing at midfield, has the flip to be able to help out the team. Going to use it, sends it back into Frightfully Fresh, who drops it back around, and Borg puts it in the bottom corner. He's not saying die for last call.
This is possibly the win condition unlocked for last call. Frightfully Fresh later on in the draft did pick up that team player, and I think that was a missing piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the core forwards. The additional core speed doing wonders. Borg not quite getting 2 barriers. The Sad Boys will hold, but he has so many resources to play with, but still held by the Sad Boys as Bells goes in, not quite finding it, and Bells just a little too small, I feel like, at the moment.
These aggressive starts from last call have just been tremendous for them. Sentry turret forced out to keep up the defense. Flip from Borg, not going to accomplish too much. There's the one from Vaughn, going to send it in towards that bottom barrier. But now fighting up against him is Borg. KO found on the Bells on the bottom side. Frightfully Fresh snags an opportunity to net a power play over to last call, and they are not going to waste it. Hook resets, trying to get it over towards Borg. It comes in off the center. Frightfully Fresh taking back control. The respawn from Bells, but Vaughn is finding himself in stagger and could potentially be taken out in an instant. The same nearly happens to Borg as You Already Lose. Takes an aggressive angle. Not going to be able to close out, but now the cooldowns are down as he has to defend against the goal. Not going to work out this time. Hook resets, takes it 2-0 for last call in set number 4.
They're looking so good after that draft. The core is just being pushed up at a rapid pace. Again, I really think it's that team player doing so much work, and with that, oh no.
That's a tough position to be in. They lose both barriers, but the aggressive play from last call is unrelenting. They are keeping it on the right side of the map, and who cares how many barriers we've got when we're in that position. A great stop there from Frightfully Fresh with a strike shot, but Bells trying to take it here, wants to find the dash punch in for the score. Off the center from Vaughn, going to keep Borg at a low HP total. Vaughn not willing to go quietly either, wants to be able to end this here, does not want a set number 5, does not want to see what one more Awakening draft has in store for last call. Bells with the breakaway on the top side, going in with the Flame Flurry, cleared back out by Frightfully Fresh as Vaughn keeps himself alive but is going lower and lower. Bells finds the KO there on towards the other side, trying to convert it into a goal. You Already Loses out of the goal arc, trying to make it happen, and will do so with the help of Bells.
Crucial goal for the Sad Boys. They're making it known that they could still win it here, that the next draft is not inevitable. But last call, they need to make it happen. They need to move on to the next draft to get a spark onto Borg to share it with the entire team, with the leadership, and Borg going in but defended away still by You Already Lose, still maintaining the unstoppable as well. This guy is such a good goalie, and one berry being taken on the other side with the flip. A great angle by Vaughn. The dash punch will not connect by Bells, but again, last call need to get past this midfield somehow.
Really do. The aggressive start going to net them 1 barrier, but not the full 2. The full 2 has been how last call have been able to convert their best goals. Going on forward with the Oni's Blade. Borg going to keep Vaughn low. The 1 barrier still going to be alive. There's going to be the flip, nearly taking Vaughn off the map, but Vaughn going to stay strong for the time being. Slice and Dice will put him in the dirt and will buy time for last call here. They've got the power play. They've got to get it past Bells, and You Already Lose. You Already Lose has to blink back towards the goal arc. It's all on Bells, trying to keep up the aggression, and they can't get it past him. He blocks it midfield once again, buying enough time for Vaughn to respawn, but here's going to be Borg, trying to take it into the top corner. Cleared back away by Vaughn once again. You Already Lose, coming on the aggression, going to move into midfield and blink back in time. Nearly able to take that second barrier. Hook resets though, explodes onto the scene, coming on out with the blob bounce, taking a shot is Borg, but blocked back away by You Already Lose. That's going to be the core flip, no longer available. Hook resets, has access to their own to try to extend this game further. There's the flip, there's the shot. We're going to set number 5.
What crazy holds by Frightfully Fresh to keep that last barrier alive, to prevent the flip to win. condition of the Sad Boys, and this is now a scary draft coming in. Zentaro is undeniable. He'll either get dash range, a spark, or heavy impact, but there are some other picks to be scared of. That Siege Machine, the Prime Time, so good. And as we watch these denies come in, he will be able to share the Spark of Strength.
That may very well be the plan. Going built different.
Deciding to
This
deny
time
the
around.
size away from Bells, he will stay small.
Bell's a small guy now. Not going to have that extra size. Borg choosing to be self-sacrificial here. No dash range, no shared sparks, no nothing. It's all about keeping Bells down. Will it be enough for Last Call to come out on top? Will Sad Boys deny the reversal of game number 3? Was looking all but doomed, but the fight back from Last Call has been tremendous. It's going to be 1 barrier to 1 to start things off. Brawling back and forth. You already lose at midfield. Blinks on back. Hook resets. Cannot get control here. The defense from Frightfully Fresh has been tremendous as well, but Bell's going to be able to send it on through, and Bells takes the goal. Brawling with Frightfully Fresh for 10 seconds in a row. Finally comes out on top.
An incredible hold by Last Call, but it's not quite enough. The barrier does fall eventually, and they just can't find the opportunity to mount offense there. But this time might be a little different. Borg going in, 1 barrier taken, Hook resets, barely missing the other, but staying alive. Importantly, both barriers for Last Call. The momentum in their hands. They need to get the core forward. They can't get it stopped at Bells, and Borg with the coverage, but Bells gets some dribbles off, interrupted by Hook resets. And the Bells is just so small with that Among Titans take that I think it's a little bit difficult for the Sad Boys to get some of that usual Bells magic.
The drive-by flip from Hook resets, nearly setting up for a big play, but now look at how low Borg is. Borg going to go down. He had the flip available, losing all of that energy as Bells capitalizes on the situation. A double KO for Bells. It's 3-1 on the court, and the Sad Boys are trying to convert. Frightfully Fresh keeping up the defense, though, passes it back up towards Borg and has survived the 1 versus 3. Everybody on Last Call are back alive. Frightfully Fresh will save this point for the time being. Can they make it worth it? Can they make it count to convert it in towards a goal? They can! Borg across the map puts it in the goal. It's 1-1.
The most perfect of demon angles to ever be shot at the perfect time for Last Call across the entire map. And with that momentum, they need to take these barriers. 1 already gone. Borg trying to maintain possession. The strike shots from Frightfully Fresh have been incredibly good this game and not getting mixed up by the pressure. Bells trying to get past the barrier beam. 1 barrier taken, but the second will stand as Borg tries to find a way to go up. But again, the core finds its way in front of Frightfully Fresh, but he has so much barrier beam uptime. Finally, a slime by Vaughn will be the one to take it, and this is the Sad Boys at advantage.
Absolutely terrific stuff from them so far, as this is going to be the opened up goal, trying to convert here. Blocked back away. Vaughn trying to send it through. Hook resets, clears it back out, but it's Bells once again. He finds the weak point in the armor. He sends it through, and now the Sad Boys are 1 goal away from claiming themselves the win.
1 goal, but it feels like an eternity against a goalie like Frightfully Fresh. And Last Call, if they can explode onto this point, if they can make the barrier takes happen early, that's 1, but they need 2. This could be going to set 5.5, but Bells is looking so quick, like a mosquito on the field even, as Borg desperately tries to find a way onto the next barrier, but it's just not being found.
Bells is 1 strike away from being able to get that flip. Nice shot by Borg to be able to open up the goal on the other side. Bells now has access to flip. Hook resets, going to use his own, goes in for the bounce, trying to get into the Borg's hands. Rockets right past him. Now it's stuck on the top side. The sentry turret doing nothing, but Bells going to take down Borg and buy a power play for the Sad Boys. Once again, it's going to be on Frightfully Fresh to try to buy the time while at a numbers disadvantage. Once again, the team calls on him to keep up the defense. The flip comes on across. Hook resets, going to be able to send it back onto the other side. There's going to be the path splitter trying to block out Bells, trying to box him out of this goal. He takes another shot. It's going to get blocked away by Frightfully Fresh, and Borg needs to take control here. Borg needs to find an opportunity to shoot, because Bells will do it for him. If he doesn't, you already lose. Can't defend that shot. We're going all the way to point number 5.
And again, a legendary hold by Frightfully Fresh, but he'll have to do another to make this happen. Hook resets as well in the midfield. We'll have to put in extra work to make this upset, to keep keep Last Call's playoff hopes realistic. But one barrier is taken, Borg's pushing in for another, but no, the push will stall there as Fresh doesn't connect with the strike shot and Bells goes in, but they maintain both barriers. Fresh gets in there with the barrier beam. Bells gets in there with the flame flurry, but the pass splitter will send him away. One barrier down for both sides. The flip burn from you already lose. That's a situation you want if you're a Last Call fan. Both barriers are down.
And Borg now trying to come up with it. He gets in there. Oni's blade with both barriers down. Borg will put it in past you already lose. The full distance 5-point set number 5 game 3 will favor Last Call. They clutch it out at the last possible minute and they will keep their playoff dreams well visible.
There could not be a more fitting team name because they struggled in the middle of the season. They lost series against teams they were projected to beat. But when it matters most, against 2 of the top teams in the league, they take both series and they're looking good for their playoff chances.
And I said it back in game number 1, a complete 180 from this team. A team that was struggling in the earlier season, dropping to teams that are firmly in towards the bottom of the barrel right now. They come up huge here and are able to take down the 2 finalists from last season in back-to-back weeks. They take down Raw last week in 3 games. They take down Sad Boys this week in 3 games. And if they can do that, who can Last Call not beat on the right day?
What a brilliant series from Last Call. And again, like when we saw the playoff picture graphic earlier, they are in such a good spot now, and there are a lot of teams that were banking on them losing. First the Demons, and then the Last Call, and oh man, it is looking scary for a lot of teams now in the league. Their chances just got a lot worse because Last Call is almost locked in.
Absolutely, but Last Call, they needed the win for themselves. They do not want to be in the middle of the 3 and 4 soup any longer. They will move up to 4 and 4. They have a date with Quest Esports next week. They're feeling confident in that matchup, and a 5 and 4 record, if they are able to secure it, would very well get them at least a tiebreaker for playoffs, if not a full-on a playoffs berth guaranteed.
But we're looking on to a next matchup where there are some playoff implications. Era's Kittens Club sitting at 4 and 3 in a good spot for their playoff chances against Quest Esports here. Winning here, I'm pretty sure, locks them into at least tiebreakers. But this Quest team has been rumored to be quite the scary foe. Although they haven't won a series yet, they have looked good against a lot of teams in the league, and now is the time for them to disrupt the playoff chances of other teams.
Definitely. It's time to play spoiler here if you're Quest Esports, and it's time to try to get yourself a win on the board before you call it a season here, your inaugural entry here into the North American Strikers League. Guaranteed relegations at this stage, going to have to defend their spot, but want to see just how much of an impact you can make, and you want to get yourself and your team as prepped as possible for that competitive promotion tournament at the end of the season. And that's going to start right here with a matchup up against Era's Kitten Club. If you're able to brawl with some of these potential playoff contenders, it's going to be great for your confidence coming into those matchups. It's going to be a while, probably a couple months' time.
It's definitely something that they can do, right? Sloopin has come in instead of Toasty Local in these recent weeks, and they've looked good. Sloopin actually playing with Switch in a lot of weeklies. Doggo Dog, that roster that failed to qualify for Nassau NASA in this season, they have been performing. They have been making a lot of later into the bracket runs and have defeated quite a few solid teams. So this is a team full of players that could make such an upset happen.
Yeah, really is. Really been impressed with what Era's Kitten Club have been able to put together so far, but not invincible, not unbeatable. And would love to see if Quest Esports can put us together something exciting here, if they can turn back around this full squad, new to the league, this split. Going to be seeing what they can do up against the other newcomer in Era's Kitten Club. And I've been so impressed with what Era's Kitten Club have been able to show us so far. NXZD in particular on stuff like the Zentaro has impressed me so much every time I've gotten to see him. Really been able to find some of those crazy angles on towards the goal that, we got to see a little bit of in the last series. We got to see some top tier Zentaro play there as well, and I'm excited and hoping we get to see a little bit more here as we get onto Atlas's lab for game number 1.
Yeah, and it appears NXT didn't know that he was lobby owner and pressed the ready button, which is the start button if you're lobby owner. But if everyone's ready, we could just be going right into it here. One of the more amusing starts.
We're in. We made it. We did it. We got into Atlas's lab. And this is Era's Kitten Club pick, but Era's Kitten Club's pick. So I don't know where the plural goes when you're talking about Era's Kitten Club, but Era's Kittens' Club's pick is going to be Atlas's lab here to start things off. And hovering that now ban, it's going to be now in Kazan, banned away on either side.
Yeah, not very surprising given it's a specialized start for this one. It's a Spark of Resilience specialized, and these Spark starts have been very, very scary, with a lot of people going those sparks to hunt for the spark of leadership and still be in a good situation if you're forced to deny it a spark away from the leadership holder.
Absolutely here. Well, setting on up. Going to be that Luna for Katsuna, so that's an exciting one. Every time we get to see it. Soren on the Aimi, and that Zentaro we talked about for NXZD. Going to be interesting match number 2. Tough to follow up our first match of the day. But Era's Kitten Club and Quest Esports going to try to do it here. Quest Esports still hunting for their first Nassel win. See if it'll come up against Era's Kitten Club here today. It's going to be a brawl in midfield to start things off.
And these are similar but also very different compositions, because Era's Kittens Clubs is all in on the damage here, and right now they're struggling a bit in the early stages before the scaling kicks in, especially on a Spark of Resilience start. They don't have the damage to find these KOs efficiently, so the core control of the Juno, the defensive capabilities of the Asher, and the Zentaro getting in there from Switch will take the first goal. But again, this comp is on a timer. If Quest Esports lose any early sets, if Era's Kitten Club gets a few drafts for free, then this could be really scary for Quest.
Definitely going to be a big scaling competition. Great defense there from Katsuna. Great coverage, though, from Switch and Hamster Quest on that last point. Just going to be trying to scale on up here, and wow, what a great usage there of the sentry turret from Soren. They're able to convert that into both barriers. NXCD now looking to convert it into a score, and look at that KO. Double KO for Katsuna. It's 5 versus 1 in an instant, and Era's Kitten Club going to look to convert. This should be pretty easy, and NXZD sends it through with a slice of dice.
That's a spec training coming in. Sloopin KO'd from almost the entire distance of the map, and that's why the meter is so valuable for Quest Esports. Wasting one elusive could be fatal, and Era's Kitten Club are so good at punishing it.
They certainly are here. NXZD going back on the aggressive once again, having already tied things up 1-1. The damage onto Switch is substantial here as they find themselves nearly staggered, nearly taken down. The first barrier already claimed for Era's Kitten Club here. Katsuna going back onto the defense, not going to be able to find it on that one barrier. And now Switch looking to convert onto the second. That's going to be an open goal here, found for the side of Quest. As they look to put themselves on round point here, get themselves that first set. See if they can do so. There's going to be the shot from Hamster Quest, blocked back away by Soren once again. He's got to be careful about his health bar. Cyber Swipe nearly throwing him into the stagger there as another rocket connects on the other side. Now you got to be worried about brawling up against NXCD right in your face, right in the goal arc. Throwing on down that usage of the sentry turret, not going to be quite enough, and the KO found on an NXCD. This is about to be a KO on a Katsuna as well, and this just might be too much of a health bar advantage. Switch going to put it in.
Switch has been so good in the recent games, honestly, in the entire season. This guy has been a standout brawler on Quest, and we're seeing why. Getting the KO, making sure that Katsuna is low and unable to position appropriately. This kind of pressure is what you're looking for if you're looking for a series win in the North American Strikers League. But Soren gets in there. The eject button, Katsuna with the KO. The damage pressure from EKC is coming online. The core sent to NXZD, but the pass splitter good to stall out from Sloopin, and Hamster Quest is there for the support. Again, the offense comes through for Aris Kittens Club. However, the IME goalie coming in, and if you think about it, it's kind of like a mirror of the last game on Atlas Lab. One side with the IME goalie, one side with the Asher, and we're seeing the polar opposites here.
Definitely juggling back and forth up here. Soren passes it on over to Katsuna. There's going to be NXCD trying to push it in on towards that bottom barrier. As you said, stealing away an early set here for Aris Kitten Club would be absolutely massive on the back foot here to start things off, seeing if they can try to at least equalize, give themselves a shot at being able to sneak one in. NXCD brawling here with Sloop and pushed back away. The path splitter going to come on through a little bit late, but going to be able to do its job either way. They avoid losing out on towards anything. NXCD in the 1 versus 2 as the assistance of that crater to back him up, and Katsuna comes on in off the boost to be able to find it. NXCD tries to use the flip to find a score, going to get blocked back away by Sloopin with the path splitter, and ooh, that's a double barrier from Soren. Not going to be able to keep up the defense. Switch going to take control up at the top side now, passes it down to Hamster Quest, juggling back and forth. Can they keep it through? They do. Soren can't defend. It's 3-1. Quest Esports takes set number 1.
Critical set win by Quest. This is their win condition, to win it in 3, to not let the damage scale out of hand. And 2 sparks on the board. Not the spark of leadership, but still power and agility nonetheless. A lot of good awakenings too, the extra special, but it'll probably be the spark taken here. An extra special passed down to the Luna. That's specialized. Extra special. The damage comes in all at once for Aris Kitten Club. And despite losing the first set, I think they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, feeling very good about their Luna, especially here. The built different going to come through for NXZD as well, and starting to stack those sparks onto Soren. See if they're going to be able to keep that alive. I like Switch choosing to go for the recovery drone here up against a comp that's going to be doing so much damage later on. Maybe going to give you that extra life and make all the difference if this does end up getting into a later position, but wow, explosive start out of NXCD, and Katsuna going to be able to find themselves a barrier very early on. The first one going to fall. Hamster Quest finds a second, and Switch looking to take it all the way. Great stuff here out of Quest Esports, combining forces and able to nearly find themselves the score super, super early. Switch going to find himself low as well. NXCD trying to take it out of the other side, going to be able to open on up the goal. Now going in for the flip, going in for the shot. Sloopin saves it at the last possible second. Critical move there to be able to keep it alive, but the KO is found. Katsuna goes on a 4 KO streak, now trying to convert it, find the goal, pushing it on through, and they will get it. Sloopin can't defend to the bottom corner.
Good push by Aris Kittens Club, and Quest had good defense, but they just couldn't find that last little bit of offense they needed to close that point out. And now with Soren with meter, that specialized extra special crater buying so much space from Katsuna. One berry taken due to the curve of the black hole, and Katsuna rocketing in for another. The path splitter burn, Katsuna with so much patience, but still defended away by Quest. A great hold by Soren as well on the other side, but NXZD with the passive strike will slip it through for one barrier. Switch taking one on the other side, but again, it's just Aris Kittens Club feeling much more efficient with that extra specialized training Luna. So much damage, so much pressure, and with those barriers open, it's a matter of time before NXZD makes the outplay.
2-0 there. Really good angling from the slice and dice. Puts it into the goal and will be able to get that early lead in the set to Aris Kitten Club. 1 point away now from being able to guarantee themselves at least a set number 4. That's that dangerous territory that Quest Esports wants to avoid. As you've been saying, Saya, they're going to have to restabilize and find themselves 3 in a row if they want to avoid giving a set point over towards Aris Kitten Club. Katsuna waiting on to the bottom, sending it back on in, going to find the first barrier. Good damage comes in out of the crater. That extra specialized training coming up huge so far in set number 2. NXCD keeping the damage layered on top of them as well, going to push on forward, keeps the damage on a Hamster Quest, takes him down to very, very low HP totals. There's going to be a barrier given over perhaps for free. Make that a second one. Switch trying to turn things back around. Sloopin sends it over towards Hamster Quest. NXCD, though, going to find the barrier, going to flip it back. Cleared out by Sloopin, who does have access to the flip of their own when they need it. Going to be back into Switch's hands now. Glitch Pop going to send things back over to NXCD. Switch still on the offense here. They send it back on through. There's going to be NXCD pushing it on past in that path splitter. Going in for the Oni's Blade once again. The Crater going to send it over as well. Switch puts it into a Blabo, going in for the Oni's Blade of his own, and going to try to convert Not going to be able to find it that time. Sent back all the way around the map. There's going to be that slice and dice yet again. This mirror match has been very close between Switch and NXCD, and Switch is able to convert and finds himself that goal.
Erskines Club doing a little bit of trolling. Katsuna flying back on top of Soren. They managed to get the save, but they're so out of position, and Switch converts on that. They're trying to get in here, and a great rocket by Katsuna will just steal away the first barrier. Erskines Club still in a good spot here, but Switch again with the outplay. Switch is in there going for the goals, and Hamster Quest with the slimes bouncing it all the way around. They don't have the strikes to defend that.
Yeah, not going to be able to protect up against Switch's aggressive start here. 2-1 on the scoreboard, looking to make it 2-2, looking to keep the game plan alive of closing this out as a clean 3-0, but it's getting more and more difficult all the time. Here comes that sentry. There's going to be the KO found on towards that Asher. NXCD really wants the core in his hands right now, really wants to be able to use this power play, make it a 3 versus 1. And now the respawn from Sloopin actually going to clear things out just in time. They might have time to be able to get their Juno back as well. NXCD needs to convert here. Katsuna doesn't land the strike. And there's the full 3 members of Quest Esports back and available in time. NXCD still trying to force it through, still trying to convert. Katsuna ready to catch that rebound and send it back on through. But Switch going to be able to clear things out yet again, and this could go either way. Katsuna has access to the flip, going to use it. The pass splitter comes on across. The defense is great once again. Hamster Quest ready to receive alongside their goalie. NXCD can't even touch it. The Oni's blade sends it back away from Switch, and Glitch Pop cannot save it. It's 2-2. Quest Esports trying to win this set number 2.
A little bit of greed from Soren on the flip there, and now Quest are looking pretty good here. The goalie has flipped that additional defensive insurance, as well as Hamster and Sloopin look completely in sync, both of them defending so well, as Switch has plenty of time on the offense to find anything against Soren, who is on that IME after all, but with one barrier down, they have to be a little bit more careful. Sloopin has to be defending here, and does manage to do so for the moment. Hamster Quest does drop back to help as well, and the barrier stays up.
Really doing a great job here so far. Glitch Pop sent up towards the top. Only one barrier gets found in the extended aggressive play. Katsuna, though, deep inside enemy lines, looking to try to keep Sloopin on the back foot. Hamster Quest going to be able to find a barrier over on towards the left. Soren falls back to be able to defend. There's going to be the Oni's blade coming on across from Switch, pushing it in towards that bottom barrier. They're going to be able to open things up, and Switch converts it into a goal. 3-2, Quest Esports take themselves set number 2. They're still well on track.
This is the EKC map pick. If Quest take it here, they're looking good for their series win, the first of the season, and that's Explosive Entrance, the Zintaro BestieInSlot. Well, some might say Heavy Impact, and it might be Heavy Impact Dispatch, but Explosive Entrance still incredibly good. The dash range and all of the impact damage in his kit benefiting, and nothing nearly as good for the Zintaro of NXCD. We'll pick up that Stagger Swagger, just great in general, and that Rapid Fire for the Luna, so much more damage pouring in, but Switch has been so good, and when he's activated with that dash range, this could make the difference.
Absolutely here. A great value there for what Sloopin has been able to do on the defense. Now with that team player, we saw it make so much of a difference on the Asher goalie last game. Will it be able to do it again in the hands of a different player on a different team? Find that first barrier already, but Switch coming up alive once again, going to be able to find the first. Has that extra dash range, has that extra impact power. Loving what they have been able to pick up so far in this game number 1. Hamster Quest now going to find themselves staggered, thrown on back. NXCD trying to finish off the job. It's Switch taking control onto the bottom, goes in with the rush, going to be able to find their way on towards that second barrier. Opened up goal now. Glitch Pop from Soren trying to clear things out. NXCD finds the second barrier. If they can clear things back over, they have a shooting opportunity, and NXCD hits it on the tip. It actually goes over to Katsuna.
They managed to push it forward, but still, great gameplay from Quest Esports. They are looking solid, but these round starts are so brutal. That specialized, extra special Luna bomb pouring in the damage, forcing elusives out. Switch is so low, and if that KO comes through, that is the recovery drone burned. And NXZD will KO Hamster on the other side. Recovery drone taken out.
Yeah, recovery drone going to be down now. That's your only tool for the whole set. You haven't scored a single goal yet. and now not going to have access to that going forward. There's the KO found by Katsuna. That's a 6th streak, by the way. This Luna has refused to go down all game long, and they're looking to convert it all the way. Dash forward from NXCD, but the defense from Sloopin still remains fantastic. They let nothing through, and Switch is now back and alive, trying to convert this for the side of Quest Esports. Will they be able to take it? Katsuna hits it with a header once again off the back of the boost. NXCD goes in for the slashing strike, trying to send it into the goal. Switch now with a one-on-one opportunity once again. Katsuna is here, but it might be too late. Sent down towards the bottom by Soren. Sloopin sends it back in with the strike shot, but now it's Katsuna and NXCD in control, slowly moving further and further into the right. There's the boost, nearly putting it into the goal. They're going to throw down the sentry turret, try to clear things back out once again. Switch takes a big shot, but Soren is able to clear it back out. Switch not done yet, though. Hamster Quest going to send it through with the Blabo. It's 1-1.
Now, it was looking a little scary. There were a few shots that went directly at the face of Soren, but in the end, they managed to get core speed across the entire goal with the coverage from Switch as well. Quest managed to convert, and they're 2 points away from taking this first game. Sloopin, though, caught a little bit lacking there. 2 barriers gone in an instant. Eris Kitten Club punish that mistake, the cast time of the pass splitter, and they're going in. Soren's walking all the way up, trying to use his flip offensively. Well, he's in the midfield, but gets stuffed. The impatience, a little too much for Soren there, as Hamster Quest now has a full field to play with. But again, Katsuna setting the core up. The meter's being built up. It's such a tough situation, but they managed to get it out.
Doing a really good job here, and Switch just takes it into the top corner. 2-1 here. Quest Esports 1 goal away from being able to claim game number 1. Switch has been massive on this. Zentaro continues to just find the goals up against Soren.
They're really making it happen here. Hamster Quest in the midfield, though, losing strike force to NXZD, and if that's happening, the Eris Kitten Club still have a way back in this game. The KO comes through, the flip used as exchange for that one as NXCD pushes onward. Switch taking chip damage. They're keeping the health bars low. That's the Eris Kitten Club special. Switch staggered now. Katsuna with the patience against the barrier beam. Another KO comes through. The power play is unending.
NXCD taking one off the top here, buying a little bit of space here for Eris Kitten Club to play, and Katsuna puts that in easily. It's 2-2. Eris Kitten Club not done yet. Quest Esports still with a score here. They will end game number 1 and go up 1-0 in the series.
They could do it, but we've seen these comebacks before. Katsuna now on the bottom side, getting damage down, but not the barrier that they were looking for as Switch rushes forward with all of the dash range. This time, not catching out the core flips from Soren. Katsuna low on meter as well, but somehow managing to save the barrier miraculously. It stays up. EKC looking decently good here, but Katsuna is incredibly low. 1 hit away from death, has to watch out.
Really does here. Katsuna very, very low. Would lose that whole KO streak they've had going the whole game long. Katsuna, though, still playing aggressively, still trying to put it into Sloopin. There's going to be the KO found. Make it the double KO. It's a 3 versus 1, but this time it's in favor of Quest. Hamster Quest moving forward on towards the bottom. Switch going to find that second barrier, and they can end it all right here. Game number 1, but it's flipped and cleared back away by Soren. The full 3-member squad is alive and kicking for Eris Kitten Club. They keep up the defense. They will not give up the game quite yet, as they continue to battle in this set number 3. Going to go into overtime now. Cleared back on out. 1 barrier taken for the side of Eris Kitten Club. It's going to be NXCD trying to send it on towards the top, trying to put it in towards that barrier. Open goal now available for Eris Kitten Club to try to save the set. Rocketed on through by Hamster Quest. Not going to be able to put it in. There's the rush once again from Switch. Not going to be able to get past Soren there either. NXCD brawling with Sloopin, who has access to the flip. Sends it back on through. Rocketing that core so fast with the addition of the overtime buff, as they're going to try to convert it one way or the other. Hamster Quest not able to get there in time. NXCD going to go in. Not going to be able to get it past the flip of Sloopin, but there's going to be the flip available for Katsuna, sending it back on through. The flip from NXCD will send us to set number 4. A beautiful setup from Eris Kitten Club.
How'd they do it? They were on the brink of getting scored on the brink of game 2, but they held on desperately. Soren held for so long. They're rewarded with the spark of leadership coming in, and this could be the entire game turning around, as these are some scary awakenings, but the unstoppable on the board, and this could still be decent for Quest, but they do decide to pick up the spark of focus. They prevent any more sparks trickling down, but again, I don't know. It's a tough spot for Quest all of a sudden.
So how does Spark of Leadership work, by the way? If you are sharing Spark of Leadership to share Spark of Resilience with Soren, does Soren also get the Spark of Resilience and the... Like, does he get Spark of Resilience ×2 and the Spark of Agility boost?
Well, it's just the 40%, and it doesn't count as like an extra spark. It's just the stats, but it's a lot of stats.
It's just the stats, though. It doesn't count as an extra spark.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the question. Good to know, but still going to be plenty powerful here as Ares Kitten Club managed to drag it out to set number 4. We said that was the mission. That was what they needed to accomplish. They've done it now, but they're going to have the full reverse sweep.
Yeah, and the shot placement in particular from Quest Esports has been biting them a little bit. They've been really good in the midfield and getting it to Switch and Hamster, but so many shots have been directly to Soren's face, and any decent goalie will press the strike button at the right time. So I think if they can get the placement a little better in that open net, they could be scoring so much more efficiently, but not with Hamster getting taken out there. Katsuna with the flip and NXCD in the open net. That's a quick goal for EKC, and I think they might have scaled a little too much.
Yeah, and I mean, Ares Kitten Club, they're so good at being able to find those opportunities. They take the KO off the bottom, and they immediately reset and put together a beautiful passing play there to NXCD, where he's able to convert that one into the goal. Katsuna coming in on the bottom side now. Soren coming out of the goal even to try to get involved here as they're feeling confident. They were able to save themselves in that set number 3. First point of set number 4. They managed to open up the goal again now for the second, and they want to try to take this in dominant fashion. Hamster Quest going to find himself staggered, thrown back away by that Crater, and NXCD wants to finish off the job over on the other side. There's going to be the flip passing on over to Katsuna. Katsuna trying to get into NXCD, but it gets interrupted halfway through. NXCD one-on-one with Sloop, and KO found on the other side. It's a power play available for Ares Kitten Club, and Sloopin has got their work cut out for them here. Has access to the flip, has switch there for the backup. Will they be able to buy enough time? They got 3 seconds to go. There's going to be the Crater trying to disrupt Sloopin from his ability to keep up on the defense, and they will be able to clear things back out in time for Hamster Quest to respawn. Sloopin even still has access to the flip, but doesn't get to use it in time. NXCD sends it to the bottom corner, and Sloopin is cut off by the sentry.
Oh wait, what's your question? That is if leadership itself counts as a spark, or the shared leadership?
No, it was do the shared sparks off of leadership count as a spark for somebody else who happens to have sparks.
Chat confused me a little. I committed the sin of looking at chat, but wait a second, switch!
Whoa!
That's a 12-second goal. They get in there for both barriers, and a perfectly placed Zentaro special in front of absolutely everyone, and that guy had passive strike and flip up. Even if a miraculous save happened, it was still over.
Absolutely was here as they brawl back and forth. Chat may distract us a bit, but they won't distract Quest Esports, who come back alive and find themselves their first point of this set. They can still win this game. It's not doomed quite yet, but they do need to stop the momentum that has been built up by Ares Kitten Club. They managed to take themselves a point here. Switch going to lose access to their second life there. Now not going to have access to the recovery drone for the remainder of the set. Will it be enough to just be able to keep them alive that time? They do manage to get both barriers here, trying to turn it back around. Slashing strike nearly puts it in towards the goal, but the defense is just too good. NXCD finds a KO off the top. Power play here for Ares Kitten Club. Open goal for Ares Kitten Club. Can they send it all the way through and win the set? Katsuna had a shot, but wasn't able to get it off that time. Sloopin keeps up on the defense. Hamster Quest is back and available, and this round will continue to go on. Switch trying to put it into the goal for himself and be able to find themselves the win, but it has not yet been enough, and they will not get the opportunity to do so. NXCD keeping up on the defense. Katsuna sending it back on over. They're going to use that Crater. They're going to force the elusive out of Hamster Quest. Soren all the way out of the goal, goes in for the flip, now has to walk all the way back. This is a dangerous position to be in, but Soren is able to get back in time, and there's going to be the Oni's Blade coming out of NXCD. Katsuna falling back to midfield to be able to pick up on any of the rebounds as necessary. Throwing down the sentry on the top side is Soren. Is Katsuna going to send things back on over towards NXCD? It's going to be Soren keeping up on the defense, sent back on through from Switch, but Katsuna stays on the defense at midfield. It's going to be the flip coming on through from Switch. Nice block from Soren at the last moment, but a great setup coming on through. The pass down from Hamster Quest. Let Switch take this to point number 5.
The passing plays crisp from Quest. That's what they've been good at all season long, and they have the chance to win it here without the point, the set 5 occurring, but it's going to be a hard road ahead of them because Soren has a lot of meter. NXCD as well, and Kitsuna, they're looking for the KO on Switch, and that's the Zentaro gone. Recovery drone long gone as well, as Sloopin does have meter for this defense. The barrier beam is good, but it's still going to take a lot more. Hamster Quest, though, putting up such a good offense, even in disadvantage, and Sloopin in there with the barrier beam. Quest Esports hold in the power play, and they have a shot to end it right now.
They really do. Quest Esports could come on up with the win, could put themselves on the path to being able to get their first series win in Nassau. But Aris Kitten Club have got other plans. NXCD able to find that first barrier. The flip comes on across. NXCD waiting at midfield. Wants to be able to try to get themselves a rush. Wants to try to get themselves a breakaway. Katsuna rocketing on in. Goes in for the flip. NXCD for the backup. But the defense out of Sloopin is more than enough to be able to keep them standing for the time being. NXCD trying to reset now as the sentry turret will put it right back up into that top corner where they wanted it. Katsuna in the bottom! Puts it where Sloopin can't reach it, and will take us to set number 5.
What a redirect. Find the hole in the defense, and now the scary awakenings pop up. That's Deadeye for Katsuna's Luna. Could opt for a twin drive for more map presence, but we're probably going to see that additional damage. And prize fighter heavy impact. So much power that can be picked up here. Just waiting to maybe pass something down, as it's a Deadeye twin drive take. Okay. Heavy impact, though, does fall to Switch, so this isn't all win-win, even though 1-2 punch is good. Switch has been doing so much work that the additional cooldowns, the additional damage as well, might just be what Quest needs.
Absolutely. Fight or flight going to be this final selection there for Hamster Quest. So we are in to set number 5 once again. We have had so many set number 5s today already here, Saya, and we will be seeing another one. NXCD brawling on the other side. They have fully scaled now. Aris Kitten Club's composition as strong as it is going to be. Will they be able to convert it into the win here, or can Quest find what they found in the first 2 sets, find their miracle, and get themselves the win? The damage composition so strong at this stage with what they've been able to pick up. Will it end up being enough? NXCD going to take control here at midfield, sending it back down. Katsuna catching the rebound, but pushed back through by Switch. Hamster Quest waiting right there in front of the barrier, but still not going to be able to get it past Soren as Sloopin clears things back out on the other side. NXCD trying to send things on towards that barrier. Not going to be able to find it this time, though, as NXCD going to force an elusive out of Hamster Quest, clearing things back over to the right.
NXCD now has resources to play with, dancing around as Switch is the one who is low. If this recovery drone is popped early, that could be devastating for Quest. Such an important resource later on in the set, but Switch blinks away to the opposite side of the map while getting knocked back, barely stays alive, and the recovery drone will be popped by EKC. Big cooldown down, and the cooldown is an entire set, so off the table for...
It's gone. It's done.
Yeah, completely off the table, and now it's Soren with meter. This offensive goal, it looks like a defensive one. The KO onto Switch by NXCD. EKC might have just spiraled out of control. The game might have gone a little too long.
Yeah, the KO is just too easy to come by here. They've KO'd him twice now as Switch finally respawns. There's going to be the open goal achieved for NXCD, and Switch going to have to make the most out of this third life that he's got now, trying to find a way in it towards the barrier. Going to be able to get it, going to be able to open up the goal for the side of Quest, and going to be able to convert it into a goal. Switch comes in with the rush and finds it in the top corner.
Switch is performing with a strike to block the flip from Soren on the bottom side to take the barrier, and immediately setting up an opportunity for Hamster Quest. This guy is so good on the Zentaro and just absolutely carrying so far, but can Quest hold long enough for Switch to get the opportunities, because that barrier goes down. The offense of EKC is unrelenting. Katsuna in position, but it slips by for now. Maybe a chance for the side of Quest, but in front of the net, NXCD, the damage pouring in from Katsuna as well. Sloopin has to be so careful near the back of the net. The strike wars from NXCD as well, and that will be a goal over to EKC to even it up.
Wonderful goal coming on across for Aris Kitten Club here. They tie things up at 1-1. Going to be the best of 3 now. Find out who the winner is going to be. Now going to be the brawl at midfield, as always. That early crater being so valuable for Katsuna. Soren Open out with the Cyber Swipe to guarantee that first barrier. There's going to be the second one found by NXZD, sent on over by Katsuna, who has access to Core Flip, going to use it, going to send it to NXZD, who nearly puts it on through. There's going to be that Oni's Blade. There's going to be the flip of his own, going to be responded to by a flip out of Sloopin. And they are going to be able to keep the volley alive for the time being. Still one barrier left for Era's Kitten Club as Hamster Quest passes it on back down towards Switch. Switch waiting there in the wings, going to try to take it on in, but doesn't land the slashing strike on towards the core. Now has to go elusive, and he's going to get punished for it. Nearly going to get taken down off the top side as NXCD has some alone time with the core, trying to get it on past Hamster Quest to the one-on-one. Hamster Quest going to be able to clear things back out as it goes back on over towards Soren, and will buy them that additional time. NXCD going to try to put it in here on towards the bottom of the path splitter, going to buy some additional time, but NXCD waiting on the top, puts it on through. There was that combo we saw earlier today. The slice and dice shot off the back of the dice, puts it in towards the goal.
Really well played by NXZD when it matters most, when the goals are most valuable. He gets the redirect from the primary, as you said, just like we saw earlier from Borg in that critical point. But Quest Esports pushing on forward, burning the flip away from Soren on the defense. One barrier taken, they're looking for two. In this corner, Hamster Quest needs to find something, but Switch is taking so much damage. This Zentaro isn't going to stay alive for much longer, but a barrier will be taken. Nonetheless, they're looking for the goal. They're looking to even it up, but that's a power play for EKC, and this could be bad for Quest.
Could be bad for Quest indeed, as they are going to be able to push forward. They are going to be able to open on up that goal. And 1 point away from Quest Esports completing the massive comeback here. Multiple round 5 situations in these sets, and NXZD will not say die, puts it on through in the full 5-set match. Era's Kitten Club complete the comeback.
A heartbreaker for Quest. They were so close, but EKC scaled a little too much. They were just a little bit too patient in their aggression, and I think something that a lot of people picked up on, the flip usage from Quest was a little bit too conservative, and that came back to bite them as EKC poured down so much pressure.
It's tough. It's tough when you're not in these positions too often and the pressure starts to get to you. The desperation to be able to get the win. Era's Kitten Club able to remain stalwart in the face of that massive disadvantage. They come on out with the win here. Are going to be 1-0 in the series. Quest, they can still turn it around. It's not done yet, but going to Era's Kitten Club's selection, or going to Quest selection for round 2, they're really going to have to show up with something new.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And on
it's
this...
Inkies, by the way.
Yeah, they selected Inkies, but this is a map that EKC are very, 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 very comfortable with. They are known for Inkies. EKC, like, when I hear EKC, I think of Inkies because they just rush forward on kickoff. They're explosive. They find the plays and they score so quickly. So this being Quest's pick, it might as well be EKC's pick.
Might as well. And we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, we were getting excited there for a little bit. It was looking like Quest Esports were going to be able to pull off the win, go on to their map selection for round 2, maybe come up with the strap, but losing on Atlas's lab there in the 11th hour. Now going to be on towards Inkies. Let's see if they've got something cooking here to be able to take on down EKC, but you got to believe mentally EKC are on the top of the world right now, haven't been able to make that comeback. Quest cannot be happy with how that played out.
It's tough. It's tough if you're Quest. You were so close, but... And also the constant feeling of being so close in the entire season. They have had good games, good series, but not quite getting there, and now it's an even longer road ahead versus this EKC team that is so explosive. On a map like this, on Inkies, it's so scary.
Yep. Ready ups coming across the board here. We will be on towards Inky Splash Zone before too long. And once we will have a hell of a game number 2 coming on through. Going to be a massive turnaround necessary for the Quest Esports to be able to come on out with this win and then take it to game number 3. Still would love to get themselves a win here in Nassau. We'll have to see if it's going to be up against Era's Kitten Club. Era's Kitten Club, though, in that playoff soup we were talking about earlier. They definitely need each and every game win they can get. They are 4-3, so a little bit on the favorable side of that many-way tie, but moving up to 5-3, tying up with Sad Boys, that is definitely where they want to be.
Yeah, they want to move up in the standings for sure. And despite I guess the struggles they're having against Quest, I don't think they're necessarily going to show any of that. Because like the previous game felt a little rough for EKC in the early stages, but this is a map where they can explode out the gate immediately. Even if they pick their kill comps or just like high range compositions with the Luna, they will pick characters where they can win kickoff, point one, and take the point before you even know what's happening. Banning away the Juno, one of the picks that can stop that a little bit. We're likely going to see like Zentaro, maybe even Luna Estelle coming in, as Soren prefers the Estelle goalie when he can just just walk a little bit up, stuff through with the primary, so it's interesting.
The Juno ban going to give us our first Juno free game of the day. I'm pretty sure we've had a lot of Juno throughout the day, so gonna get a little break of that one this time, and the Kazan ban, of course, as well. NXCD just gonna run back that Zentaro. Looks like we might see a couple of Kais joining them as well.
Yeah, Kai on this open map, so valuable on a map like Oni Village and Inky Splash Zone. I probably should have expected that. As mirror compositions from both sides, these comps are so good at bursting out of the gate, and I think Quest also looking to do something similar, but one key difference, that's a Hamster Quest Estelle midfield and a Kai goalie instead of the other way around.
Indeed, here it's now going to be a little bit of a back and forth. Start things off. Let's see who is going to be able to come on out. Is it going to be Eris Kitten Club finding themselves a 2-0 victory, moving up to 5-3, tying up with Sad Boys, or will it be Quest Esports playing spoiler and finding themselves their first win in the North American Strikers League? This will be the game to decide it, as NXCD going to go up towards the top side here first, and Katsuna nearly finding their way on towards the barrier with a sneaky little shot in there from the Kai. Soren still falling back there on the backup, be able to give that extra assistance with the Estelle towards the rest of the team. Switch and Katsuna brawling at midfield. Level 2 is going to come on through here first for Era's Kitten Club. Will that be enough for them? Not looking like it so far, as this is one of the quieter Inky Splash Zone starts I think I've seen. Usually these barriers are falling fast.
Yeah, a lot of that is due to how well Sloopin is holding, but as I say that, the barrier finally does fall. The water cannon activated for the side of EKC. They're trying to send the core forward, but Switch has something to say about that, but the shot placement is not quite there, and the coverage not either, as Soren manages to get the core out somehow, and Katsuna drops back to help as well. Has a lot of meter to work with, maybe flip it across the entire map, but NXT, that's not the redirect you were looking for. Tries to get it to the bottom corner, but not quite found, as now the meter advantage is on the side of Quest. They have the flips available, and we'll have to use them defensively against the barrage of Katsuna.
Yeah, nice barrage there from Katsuna, nearly sending it through. Sloopin able to keep up with the defense, though. And they are going to find the KO there onto NXCD. A power play here for Quest. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything about it, as bouncing around all the corners is the core. Katsuna just going to clear things back on out. Going to play help on the defense as they wait for NXCD to be able to rejoin. NXCD is here, but Switch has got the flip into the strike and will send it through for the first point.
Quick point, and the core speed so fast. Even this early, the overtime speed kicking in on that core flip. We're seeing both teams rushing forward again. This is the EKC kickoff. That barrier gone in an instant. They managed to get it through, and that is the type of pressure we come to expect from this team on Inky Splash Zone.
Yep, especially with that hot shot, they can just speed things up all the more, and they do manage to take down that barrier early. Katsuna, though, trying to buy time for the cooldowns now, just dribbling it back, getting that energy up, and it doesn't look like Quest are really prepared to do much of anything about it. They can't get over there in time.
It's such a hard position, right? Even if they hit it with an ability, it will go directly to Soren, who cleared away, but a misstep by Soren means that barrier is indeed taken down, and NXZD, it is an unstoppable start with a spec training, I believe, but that unstoppable really is proving to be nothing against the Kai barrage, but the flip available to the bottom side. Strike war won by Sloopin against NXZD, and the defense for EKC has to come in here. Quest looking very good on this map pick.
Quest doing a fantastic job here. There's the KO off the top side. They are going to be able to find themselves a solid position here. Are they going to be able to convert it into the goal, though? The defense here, even in the 2-on-3, it's just been so good by Quest on this map so far. Maybe showing a little bit why they pick it, but Katsuna disrupts the attempted clear from Sloopin, and that'll be the first goal of the set to Era's Kitten Club.
Yeah, the flip a little bit too ambitious. Caught out by Katsuna, who just spaces back, has plenty of time to react. And this kickoff not as favorable for EKC. They lose a barrier. They get a little too aggressive and gamble a little bit too much on getting that barrier on the other side first. Now Katsuna forced to elusive switch in a good position, but still defended away by Soren. EKC now have to play a little bit slowly, and that flip will not get the barrier.
Ooh, not quite getting there this time as back on over. Katsuna sending it back. They're going to be able to open things up. Open goals for both squads here. There's going to be the juice back and available. Katsuna going to try to buy some space here, get things back into NXCD's hands. NXCD, beautiful shot up towards the top. Sloopin can't get there without the cooldowns.
It's tough in the open net having to react so fast, but I think NXCD pretty comfortable in those positions. Sloopin, I think, not pushing up nearly as much in terms of aggressive goalie, not cutting off as many angles, and maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable here because the NXZD is just constantly raining down the pressure. Katsuna as well. This is a map that is not kind to the goalie position.
It is not. Sloopin doing a good job so far. Ooh, look at that from Switch, though. Just sneaks it right past Soren. Soren caught with their pants down, not ready. Oni's blade puts it through. We're going to point number 5 of the set.
A huge reversal by Quest. Switch clutching up again. And if they can make something happen in kickoff, they could prevent the EKC rush immediately. I think Quest are in a good spot, especially with all of the meter on their side, but it's deflected away by EKC. Strike were won by Soren again, and they keep it away.
Really good stuff here. Katsuna trying to send it down towards the bottom, but Switch has been clutching up, like you said. Would love to be able to take this first set for the side of Quest on their home map if they're expecting to be able to come on out with the dub here. It is going to be the barrier falling first. There's the gun back and available. They are going to throw it through, not going to connect onto anybody, but buying a little bit of space nonetheless. Katsuna able to defend up against Hamster Quest's core flip. Damage coming out from NXCD. He's got the flip, he's got the slash, he's got the set for Era's Kitten Club.
Well played, and Quest are so scared of contesting the dribble. EKC is getting so much free energy, free time, cooldowns coming back, and this is an interesting spark of leadership coming up. 2 sparks on the same table as it, so not as scary of a pickup. We'll probably see rapid fire priority or fight or flight priority. That additional speed, yup. That additional speed so valuable here. And the team player does go to Sloopin, a big benefit on this map where transitioning from defense to offense, the quicker you can do it, the more value you get. But I think that extra special pickup from Hamster might prove to be their downfall as spark of leadership falls down all the way to second to last pick on Soren, and even though 2 sparks are gone, the ones that are left could pose a problem.
Definitely could here, and just going to give Soren a little bit of all-rounder stats nonetheless. NXZD going to be on the offense once again. And the fact that they're not contesting these dribbles, like you said, I mean, that has the potential to kind of snowball out of control here. It's just going to make them dribble more. I mean, if they know that the other team's not going to really be able to come up and contest here or not going to be willing to, really makes that a lot more appealing of a strategy. Oh, Switch, nice duel there. Going to send it on up, and Soren can't Rose Warp 2 at a time.
Switch has been so good at punishing the mistakes from EKC, and EKC definitely not playing the cleanest gameplay that they've played ever, but I think Quest, if they can catch out these dribbles, they could be doing so much more, but NXZD is the one with the coverage with the Zentaro primary, such a deceptively large hitbox as Switch now positions in the corner, but Katsuna again has the slick kicks, fight or flight, so much speed to work with, but if the core gets to Switch, something could definitely happen there.
Absolutely could. NXZD, ooh. Looking for a little bit of a shot there. Didn't manage to get the slashing strike into the right position, so couldn't try to take a shot on goal. Soren, good job on the defense, but Hamster Quest going to be able to push it back with the addition of those Crystal Thorns. NXCD with a breakaway on the bottom side, trying to take control, gets the flip, gets the shot. And we'll put it in, tying it up at 1-1 in the set.
Big plays, a lot of resources burned, but you'll take the goal nonetheless. And we'll see what Katsuna does in this point if the dribbles are contested, if Katsuna opts to dribble on the bottom left there, because I think he's a little hungry for it. I think he wants to.
Definitely is. Start to push things on forward. Soren clearing it back out. Crystal Thorns doing their jobs, being able to keep things over on towards the right. NXCD challenging now. Passes it over to Katsuna. Katsuna back on over. There's going to be a flip out of Sloopin, a flip out of Switch, and it's blocked away. Nice move there by Soren. Uses a flip of their own. Be able to clear things back on out. Now Katsuna going to be able to find their way on towards that barrier, and they're looking to convert right away. Giga Blast almost sends it back on over towards NXCD. There's NXCD once again. Cleared back away by Sloopin, and they're going to be able to find the barrier over on the other side. The Juice coming on through, but too late to be able to disrupt much of anything. There's going to be one coming on across, putting stuff into a perfect position for Switch, but not going to be able to convert there. NXCD taking up on the top side, going to be coming on in off the top. There's going to be the barrage in. Katsuna finds a perfect angle to send it in.
Katsuna so brilliant that point on both sides of the ball. Defends against the Crystal Thorns from Hamster Quest in the goal and follows up with the barrage for the goal on the other half of the field. Now Katsuna in the corner. Just has so much speed to work with, and Soren spending the cooldowns but managing to make the save. This is a good spot for EKC, but the passing plays come in from Quest. They open up the barrier early. Can they convert? Because if they do, this is looking good for them.
Really is. Hamster Quest coming up on the top, going to go in aggressive with the flip available. Strike shot from Sloopin, going to buy them that additional space as well, but NXCD is here. NXCD has arrived, and will be brawling with Hamster Quest for this core. Going to go on in with the slashing strike. There's going to be that really nice slice of dice coming on across, very nearly finding its way into the goal and nearly going to be able to put it the rest of the way through. There's going to be the flip coming on out of Hamster Quest, but is it going to be enough to buy the time? Sloopin saves it at the last second once again, but NXCD's not done. Dribbling off the top, going in for the slashing strike once again. Not going to be able to find it this time, but NXCD still going in, still not slowing down. Passing plays from him and Katsuna, pushing it on forward. Flip comes through from Sloopin to be able to clear things back on out. Now Switch has the flip available and is on the goal arc side, is going aggressive, but NXCD has stolen it back on away, and he and Katsuna can just set things up once again. Switch snagging it away, but again, it comes on through on the top, and that is where NXCD has full control. Rushing on through, there's going to be the Juice, not going to find its way through. Will Switch be able to convert? Goes in for the flip, doesn't connect on it. And now sent back on over towards NXCD, back at midfield, pushing it on forward. Sloopin has been so good on the defense, though, and Katsuna and NXCD, they just haven't been able to put themselves together a play to actually be able to turn it back around. There's going to be the Oni's Blade, sending it back on off on the top. NXCD waiting at midfield, not quite going to be able to get it. Send it back down to Katsuna, who has access to the flip, waiting for the Juice, pushes it through, and finally NXCD finds the last point of the set. It's 2-0 in favor of Era's Kitten Club.
Quest had so many opportunities, but Soren was so solid on the defense at that point, and now as we head into this set, there's even more speed on the board. There's that spark of focus threatening, has to be denied away by Quest, or else there'll be even more cooldowns on the side of Era's Kitten Club. And Stagger Swagger, more speed for Katsuna, unconditional speed, more importantly. That 12% so valuable, and that spark of focus denied away, but that's such a tough deny, and missile propulsion still falls down to Soren, a Great Awakening on that Estelle regardless. So that the draft just set up so well. Quest does get a pretty decent draft, but I think EKC are really happy with that one.
Really happy with it for sure. Ooh, Giga Blast goes a little bit wide. Switch, though, finds himself taken lower and lower, and Switch going to get taken off very early here. The dribbling from Katsuna pulling him out of position. Going to be able to convert that into a KO. Good damage coming in there from NXCD as well. Just forcing Hamster Quest and Sloopin into uncomfortable positions. The barrage back out from Sloopin, going to be able to clear things out for now. The Switch is back onto the field now. They didn't even manage to convert that power play into a barrier take, and that's going to be rough, but Katsuna back into the dribbles. Like I said, those are going to start to come out more and more as long as Quest do not show that they have the capability to contest them.
NXCD now, so much damage. Switch is just being brought low over and over. That's the 1-2 punch pickup, as Switch is not long for this world. Not KO'd yet, but once it comes through, that's going to be a big power play for EKC. Sloopin defending with the barrage. Hotshot is helping with the uptime on that, as EKC don't get the KO. They're burning every cooldown in the book, but Katsuna will just dribble to get them back. The KO finally found. Katsuna setting it up, but a strike war won by Sloopin. The barrage is good, but the barrier will still be taken, and Soren has the cooldowns. Katsuna own barriers.
I don't know about that one there, Saya, but will
Oh.
it be? It's gonna come over. Oh,
Curse
oh
of
no.
strike shot.
All right, it's cursed. It's cursed.
EKC could definitely have played that point a little bit better, but if you're Quest, you'll take that any day of the week, anything to start the comeback. And with Meter on the side of Quest, they have the capability to take this barrier real quick, as Hamster's playing the corner so efficiently, but it still gets cleared away by EKC.
Indeed, it does. We're all going to continue on out. There's going to be the Giga Blast coming in through from Sloopin. NXCD, ooh, with a nice attempt on the slice and dice to be able to push things on through for that barrier. Flip comes out of Sloopin, gets stuffed back away, and they're going to convert all the way. NXCD sends it in through the goal.
Well played by EKC. They're looking to close it out in 3. No scaling, extra scaling coming out for Quest if they can help it. And now Soren playing back. It kind of feels like EKC has been playing this game a little haphazardly, a little bit more messily, as Kasuna gets caught near the edge, taken out immediately. That's a power play for Quest, something that we have not really seen this game. And let's see what they can make of it.
Absolutely, they get themselves their opportunity. Will they be able to seize it? Katsuna already back and available, but they did manage to find the barrier for their troubles. NXCD coming back on in with that slashing strike. Slice and dice nearly puts it on through. There's going to be a KO found by Switch, and now the defense is rough. Katsuna can't get the barrage off in time. That's 2 points over to Quest.
Another strange point for EKC. Something's definitely up, but Quest will capitalize efficiently nonetheless, and this is their chance to get back in the game, to get a draft on the board. NXCD does have Flip, but they can just play keep away. Hamster Corpse, a perfectly aimed and timed snipe will take the barrier early, and the water cannon's activated.
All right, it's getting a little shady in this round. Number 3, Switch just converts and he does it.
What
He grabs it out of there, and Quest Esports, they get themselves 3 points.
What a Giga Blast
they
by
did it. They won the
Sloopin.
set.
Yeah, Sloopin just bounced it into the cannon at a weird angle from the bottom side, a clutch Giga, and will probably be forced to deny the Spark Agility somewhere here, but still, or maybe even the, it's interesting what the pick will be. Heavy impact taken away from the Zentaros, which means Spark of Agility take is in order here to make sure the scaling does not come through later down the line. And a Great Awakening, Aerials falling down to Hamster means that Quest gets a lot of power here.
Yeah, I mean, Quest coming out on top now as they take us into set number 4. Ares Kitten Club, it's not over yet, guys. You got to restabilize here, find yourself those wins if you want to be able to claim the Series 2-0. Otherwise, Quest Esports, they look like they're coming alive in this later game at number 2, and they're able to keep this pace up. They might be able to come out on top here. Switch nearly finds a scoring opportunity there again. Doesn't quite get the slice and dice where they want it. Now it's going to be on NXCD and Katsuna trying to set up their plays once again. Good job at the midfielder Katsuna, but as I say that, it's going to sneak on by them. Switch going to try to take it into the goal. A KO found on the top side onto NXCD, and Katsuna now has to help out on the defense. Quest Esports putting themselves together some nice passing plays, nearly sending it through. And Katsuna waiting in on the bottom. Hamster Quest puts it in on the top corner again, and they are going to come up with the first point of the set.
Quest trying to make the comeback here, and Sloopin has been so on point with the Giga Blasts this game. So much damage on them, especially with the heavy impact coming in as well, and has been sniping people left and right, creating power plays out of nothing. Setting the core up as well. Another Giga Blast comes in, another KO is found. Sloopin might just be the Giga Goat right now.
Sloopin doing such a great job here. Flip right in their face, and Hamster Quest ready on the rebound. It's 2-0 for Quest. Ares Kitten Club are collapsing.
This is a huge turnaround, as they're not happy over on the EKC end. Katsuna did pick up the Among Titans this small and incredibly fast, but all that speed is just being outpaced by the Quest Esports offense. They're getting the Giga Blast KOs. They're activating the water cannon at the right times, like right here. The barrier will be taken, though. NXCD in position to flip force out from Sloopin. EKC might be coming alive again.
Okay, NXCD looking for the score, is going to be able to find it. The Juice doing its job in an effort to keep it away. They send it back up to NXCD and back into the goal. They're going to need 2 more in a row if they want to close things out here. 1 more goal will take Quest Esports to set 5.
1 more is all it takes, but it's still a long road ahead for them. Scoring not as easy when EKC is locked in, and right now they look very locked in. They're heading up the sides of the map, but Soren, a little bit early on that strike, maybe even a checkmate by Hamster Quest with how that Crystal Thorns were timed, and now they'll have to desperately rush to try and get this here as barriers are down on both sides.
NXCD and Katsuna doing such a good job of keeping this close. They know that perfect little square of the hitbox that you can land onto, even with the gun being fired. And they are taking it to game number 5 here in the set, trying to get themselves the win right here, right now.
Potential final point. EKC in position to take it here despite the Quest heroics. It's going to take a lot as Sloopin has to defend desperately. Hamster Quest dared to back everything up, but they just can't get it out of their half. Katsuna using the speed so efficiently, and Switch trying to get in there but just cleared away, and NXCD in the midst of absolutely everything. Quest need to find something because EKC are not sweating at all right now.
Great damage onto Hamster Quest. NXCD looking comfortable, nearly sends it in onto the barrier there as Hamster Quest HP falling lower and lower. Katsuna and NXCD, they've got their setup. They're dribbling it up onto the top, sending it back in towards NXCD, using that striking slash, trying to get themselves slicing and dicing on in towards the goal. Going in with the rush once again, not going to be able to find their way on down. Sloopin barraging back away, just trying to keep NXCD on the back foot. Going to throw on out the Giga Blast. There's going to be the flip from Katsuna, counter flip from Sloopin. Clears things back out, but the goalie now flipless, and Hamster Quest stuck up on the top corner, just getting bullied by NXCD, who's going to get the job done, finishing them off. Now opening on up the goal. They're going to have the gun available here before too long, and NXCD one-on-one with Sloopin wins the simple strike war and closes things out for Ares Kitten Club. It got shaky for a while, but they will move up to 5-3. They will tie with the Sad Boys. Quest Esports dropping to 0-8.
It's tough. Quest had so many good moments that series, but they just could not clutch it out at the very end. And EKC lockdown. They stopped own barriering, and in the end, this is a team that is looking to be on the winner's side of playoffs, EKC, and they're really making it known.
We were getting into dangerous territory there for sure. Series taking a long one. Our whole block taking a long one there, Sai. We've been at this for a good 90+ minutes here, but a great pair of series for us to spec. And Ares Kitten Club, they come on out with the expected win. Quest Esports putting up an excellent fight, scaling into the late game here in the North American Strikers League a little bit, but still not able to come out with the win. Ares Kitten Club take a 2-0.
Really well played by Quest, I think, but unfortunately not quite enough. And yeah, great series for the first two. I think Last Call Sad Boys delivering quite well, and directly into the first game of EKC Quest as well as this one. Great gameplay all around, but we should be heading off. We're like 26 minutes behind the estimate because that first series went for so long.
Yeah, just giving time for the replays to run, but happy to move things along here. We have got plenty more NASL action in for the day. Sudoku Strikers versus Bum Bum Bonanza going to be coming up next. You're going to get a new pair of casters for those games as Sai and I are beat. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get ready for that game number 3. See you soon.
Arizona and us.
Man, that's so disappointing though. Only 2 hours of streaming and I'm already throttled. It's over.
It's like, why couldn't they hold it in California?
Because Breakbad lives here.
Yeah, because Breakbad lives here.
Breakbad lives here? Holy fuck, I feel bad for him.
There's no way.
In one, whenever I have my ult, and I just stand in front of the goalie. Because, like, what can they do? But meanwhile, you already lose this game mixed up!
Crazy.
Oh, and now we have this 2v3 position with the triangle coming through into a scoring opportunity for Sad Boys.
Oh yeah.
E vamos ver se eles conseguem confirmar esse jogo. Mais uma
A
vez.
barreira muito rápido.
Seems like my calculations were correct.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh god, she's a girl.
Welcome back to Week 8 of the North American Strikers League. My name's K-Bot here, now joined by Spooked. Alter Spooked, is this your first Nasselcast of the season in Week 8?
I believe it's
here?
my second, but it definitely feels like my first.
It's been a bit, especially with the chaos that we've seen so far, with Last Call beating both Demon's Raw and Sad Boys in basically consecutive weeks, and now we're starting to get down to the wire in terms of a lot of these playoff matches. This one is an incredibly important one for both of these teams as they each look to solidify their spots. Bun Bun Bonanza versus the Sundubu Strikers. Now, Bun Bun Bonanza, if they win this game, they will be guaranteed playoffs, and they won't have to play a tiebreak for that. And if the Sundubu Strikers win, they will be on their way to guaranteeing themselves a tiebreak, but they'll also have to close it out next week versus EKC. An incredibly important match with implications on both sides as these teams sort each other out in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, that Last Call game earlier was insane, but hopefully this game can get just as exciting to watch. And we're seeing here the locking in of 3Z on Zentaro, not able to go onto his X pick for some reason.
We have intel that the Starter Awakenings here are unstoppable and built different. So probably going for something closer that wants a little bit more of that size. X, sure, great on the size, but not exactly. And we're also seeing 3Z pick up a lot of other characters in that Brawler slot. It'll be Zentaros on both sides. And then Estelle and Dubu will be what rounds out the Bun Bun Bonanza composition. We take a look here and get into this on Atlas's lab, picked by the Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, I mean, we see that the entire team of Bun Bun Bonanza has opted for Unstoppable, while only Obscure Breads has opted for it on the other side, thanks here. So definitely looks like that's probably why they didn't go for X, because the multi-hits on Zentaro is the best way to bypass that Unstoppable.
Certainly the case, and we'll see just how well 3Z can pilot. Of course, this is Zentaro. I think a lot of folks have been waiting for 3Z's time to go all out. We've seen Grimella have his fair share of star appearances. We've seen Breads have his fair share of holding things down, but 3Z's yet to have one of those kind of pop-off games on the whole. Maybe looking for a character to do that, but it's Scyther 12 that's going to get the first goal of the game on that Zentaro on the other side as well, showing that he can play this pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of like the side of the Sundubu, I've seen Grimella put on definitely an exciting and just a overall skillful presence on this now, and I gotta say, I think that letting them have it is going to be really, really scary, because there's a lot that now can do.
Certainly so, and now Scyther comes up with yet another goal there as well. Bun Bun Bonanza going up here pretty strong, and you saw them go all the way forward early. Lilybun getting involved even on one of those goal barriers with a rollout log. So certainly seeing things come together here for the Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, I mean, they have things, as you said, together. They try to get the pass to Liari. Unfortunately, it's going to slip past and get that one barrier, but now it is still tie game for barriers, 1-1. But in this corner, 3Z has the call. Oh, but they're going to get KO'd by the core flip from Lilybun. Now, it is a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza. They get the pass off to Liari. They're able to get the barrier, getting it back over to Scyther some way or another. There's the piercing shot. There's the strike ward, but Obscure Breads will win that one, and 3Z is now back.
Back. Lilybun looking for the pass down to Liari, who will be patient for just a moment. Obscure Bread's going to miss that primary on this Mako, and now here comes the Sundubu Strikers trying to close on this last barrier, but Grimella low on stagger. Now it's going to actually hit that and go right to the corner. Doesn't get KO'd. Liari looking for the KO. Meanwhile, you see that Ensnare Drum holds Scyther in for just a moment, but it's not enough. It's a quick 3-0 up first for the Bun Bun Bonanza. One thing I know about this Sundubu Strikers team is they tend to like to warm up on Tea Time Tussle. They've been doing that for the past couple weeks. Maybe Atlas's lab isn't quite the same as Team Time Tussle, and wasn't quite the warm-up they wanted. Scyther gets the first pick, gets the heavy impact here on this Zentaro.
Yeah, I mean, Tea Time Tussle might be just a little bit different, especially for the main reason of there is no draft, and now is going to be able to get the option between like anything of Rapid Fire, Siege, or Timeless. It seems that now is going to opt for that Timeless creator. Definitely having those bigger now mines and the projectiles is just super big. But that said, Rimpai, at least to me, felt like really quick compared to the games we've seen before.
Based on how long the broadcast has been going for, given by the fact that we've only got in game 3, today, or match 3, I should say. Yeah, that one did go pretty quick, Spooked. Astute observation. The passing plays for the Bun Bun Bonanza are coming through and are coming online quite a bit. You see them continue to go for this. Carmelo's going to be able to hold Scyther 12 for a bit, but even still is going to give that barrier. And it just feels like the forward presence for the Sundubu Strikers is not there. Maybe there's an opportunity here, but Lilybun continues striking it down to the corner, just away from Breezy. Breezy, he can't capitalize and find his way to that barrier. Liari now down to that bottom corner, looking for this one. Grimella helping Breads in the back lines, but they're going to let that barrier drop nonetheless. Breezy picked up aerials in the last draft as that final pick. A little bit of increased dash range here, trying to be more effective on the front line. Drone base out from Obscure Breads. Now this one's going to hit the corner. Breezy does have flip, isn't going to collect the core. Grimella has his own as well. We'll use it there, but it's going to get flipped by Scyther. Beautiful reaction to keep that goal out of the net. Liari misses the piercing shot. Before we get interrupted for just a moment, but now Obscure Breads is going to try to cross clear, but it's right to Scyther 12 with the increased size of the slice and dice.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a hard clear because if you go down, that Estelle can really just hit it to wherever they want and then set up with any one of their many abilities that help for that cross clear. And then you have Zentaro, who is able to go into that corner. Definitely a hard shot there, but now they have to focus on this round because if not, they're just letting this Bun Bun Bonanza go away with all the momentum.
Bit of a Bun Bun Bonanza so far. 4-0 in this game. Cannot quite find what they're looking for as of yet. Liari now looking down to the bottom corner. We used virtually all the cooldowns there, but Obscure Breads will just send it away. Here comes the flip out from Liari. Will find the barrier with it. Now Scyther right in front of the net. It is going to be able to put it away. 5 straight now.
Wow, I mean, Scyther 12 is putting on quite the performance, being already at level 5 before anybody else in the game. I mean, Lilybun is close too with just holding all of these goals, really not letting anything through. I mean, it definitely seems like Bun Bun Bonanza is really well prepared.
This Bun Bun team looks like a different team than some of the last times we've seen them. Of course, it's been 2 weeks since the last week of the North American Strikers League. We didn't see them participate at LAN, and they are firing on all cylinders right now, getting another barrier. Scyther might be looking for the dribble. Brad's going to go up to the top side. Lilybun gets involved up there to the midfield line. And now Liari looking for the piercing shot. Here comes possession, continuing to stay in favor of the Bun Bun Bonanza. Grimella will interrupt it for just a moment. Crazy looking to collapse on this one. Now dashing forward. Can't quite find the core. 2 energy bursts online now for the Sundubu Strikers. They've got to find a way to snap this drought. Liari still looking to keep possession. It bounces off the core, and now Breads has to scramble to get it back to the goal line. Does have the speed to do so. Now, oh my, the Scyther. Good read, good patience. Able to take care of business there. 6-0 for Bun Bun Bonanza. This is looking dire for the Sundubu Strikers here.
I was not ready for this. I mean, Bun Bun Bonanza is really, as you said, we haven't seen them in a while, but it seems that something that they've been cooking up in these past 2 weeks is certainly doing them well and justice, as they are now getting Zentaro with Fighter Flight, and I believe that he also has the Slick Kick, so whenever Scyther now is going to have the ball, he's just going to have so much speed and presence with this core.
Yeah, and we've obviously seen him have a great deal of presence already in this game so far. Now imagine with a little bit of extra speed and a little bit of extra dribbling power, what that's going to look like now for Scyther and for the Bun Bun Bonanza. And to round things out, of course, Obscure Breads had to deny Lilybun a second spark, preventing more stats getting wrapped up. And in case that this goes on longer, you don't want to let the other team get that spark of leadership, especially when they're already going for a spark build. Breezy can't quite capitalize. Grimella tries to get it back up to them with the Sentry Joan, but no, won't find it there. Everything's clustered around. Breezy finally will find it with the passive. Open goal now for the Sundubu Strikers. Scyther low on Stagger. Can't quite get KO. The Unstoppable's going to come back online for just a moment and prevent him from taking any damage. Getting sent off the map. Lilybun wins the strike war at the top of the key. Able to send this one away, and Another one. One now by Threezy, who looks to take it himself. Can't quite do it. Energy Burst online once more for the Sundubu Strikers. Scyther as well has his. Here comes that Oni's Blade. Now, that core flip will get used. Interrupted by the Gravity Well in the middle of Atlas's lab. Overtime now. Once more. All 3 bursts online for the Sundubu Strikers. Here's one from Gamela. Immediately blocked by Liari. And Snare Drums come out. Brad's going to be able to send it away. Trying to get this one up to Threezy, looking for the dribble. Scyther, once again, low on stagger, but Threezy almost there, but everything's blocking the goal line. Now the Gravity Well comes out, and it'll take Scyther's life. Power play for the Sundubu Strikers. Threezy looking for the strike in. Can't quite find it. Ramella takes a shot once again, gets it up there to Lilybun, and finally, Threezy's able to stuff it back. First goal on the board for the Sundubu Strikers.
I mean, judging by what we've seen, it seems the longer that these rounds go, the better chance that Sundubu Striker has, as they finally were able to get the KO with the assistance of that black hole damage. And with that happening, they were able to just convert and on that power play. So it seems that their goal is to not get just completely blitzed by Bun Bun Bonanza early, as we're seeing they're already trying to do with one barrier down, and Scyther's in the corner looking for the second one, but now Threezy's able to block it down, get it into this corner, trying to make a play happen here, but there goes Threezy's health.
Threezy low on Stagger. Does have that recovery drone online, remember, so might have to take it here, and will indeed, as Lilybun will use a rollout log in order to do just that. Liari just a little bit too late for the piercing shot to get the empowered strike from the core flip. Scyther now low on Stagger, will get sent off the map. Another power play for the Sundubu Strikers, looking to keep possession. Rumella sends it down to the bottom barrier. Threezy not there in time. Now Lilybun, beautiful core flip to save that upper barrier. Threezy right in the middle. Can't quite find it. Slurry has dropped back, helping Lilybun quite significantly on the defensive side, as Bun Bun Bonanza will hold both barriers going in overtime. I might have just jinxed it. They drop one. Now Lilybun sends it back down to Liari. This time Threezy's off of the map thanks to the Oni's Blade from Scyther 12. Carmelo denies the core flip. Power play now for the Bun Bun Bonanza, and the Crystal Thorns keep it right there for Scyther, who's able to strike it in for that barrier. Gramella now on the back sides will interrupt the pass with a Sentry drone. So much, so well of this. So much of this are these tight passing plays for the Bun Bun Bonanza. They find yet another one there, and they're looking to just streak out the rest of this game too.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking to end it now. They don't want to see any more of these drafts. They don't want to see any more of these chances for them to win. They're going all out here. Let's not let another set go by is probably what they're thinking.
Don't want to do that at all. Now, actually, double barriers taken. Threezy able to get the core behind members of the Bun Bun Bonanza. Off the corner now. They look to collapse in this corner. Core good behind Threezy and over to the hands of Scyther 12. Oni's Blade out. Lilybun will utilize Tofu Fortress, or the Donut Fortress as it is. Police officer Dubu here. Red still has energy burst as well. Sitting pretty on this barrier. Ramella low on Stagger, will have to heal himself up just a little bit. There's the burst used. Threezy does have his own. Able to keep possession of the core. Patient, again, waiting for the opportunity. Ramella looks to collect. Sundubu Strikers once again, 2 energy bursts. Here's Gramella's. Will bait out a lot of the cooldowns of Bun Bun Bonanza. Now Threezy looks to take it himself. Is just a little bit too late on the energy burst out of that passive. Lilybun still saving it in the nick of time, but then it ricochets around those donuts a little bit. It'll find the net. Sundubu Strikers now on set point.
Yeah, I mean, Sundubu Strikers, maybe that tea time tussle is now finally paying out, where they're used to this regular game, and now they have 2. They just need one more to get that first set on their own victory, able to start, getting those awakening drafts on their side, where they're able to get the first pick what they want, and they have still a lot to get. But while I was talking, it seems that Bun Bun Bonanza strikes back, putting them on a match point situation, and now it is anyone's set, which means it is only Bun Bun Bonanza's game.
Looking to take game 1 here in rather convincing fashion. The Bun Bun Bonanza, 1 barrier falls, 2nd barrier will fall here as well. Open goal gates, Lilybun so far forward. Threezy utilizing everything in the kit to try to keep this one away from Lilybun, and will get it behind her. but only finds one barrier for the trouble. Tofu Fortress out. Grimella looks to intercept the pass, but it's still there to Scyther 12, and now will flip it away. Looking for 3Z again, can't quite have the speed to reach the core, and now the Oni's Blade comes out. Liari comes in with a Rose Warp to put the core away. Only 2 goals scored by the Sundubu Strikers. Bun Bun Bonanza take game 1 incredibly quickly.
I mean, yeah, that was a incredibly fast-paced game, at least compared to what we've seen before. Maybe this was, like, still fast, but not as fast than what we're maybe used to, but because of just how long the other games we saw go, it feels like an incredibly different pacing. So, yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible performance from Scyther there. I mean, he had 159 redirects. He was on that core. He made the right decision, something I would never do, and take slick kicks on Zentaro. And he was able to just constantly have the pressure, especially once he got fight or flight.
Constantly had that pressure. And again, how many of those tight passing plays in formation were you seeing for the Bun Bun Bonanza? They were constantly in a triangle, oftentimes to the point where Lily Bun would move so far forward in order to continue being up there, continue being on that play on the forward side. So, in terms of what to change here for the Sundubu Strikers, I don't really know. They certainly have to try to keep possession of this core more, because the Bun Bun Bonanza are doing an incredible job of maintaining that possession across the board. And while they try to interrupt it here and there, feels like with that current composition, they couldn't quite find a way to get it past as much. And that's one of the things here with that Mako that you kind of lose, right? You get a little bit less Iron Wall potential for maybe a little bit more of that support and that extra speed and size that you gain. At the end of the day, couldn't quite capitalize on it. Where the Sundubu Striker forwards, and they go down here in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, what to change on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza? I don't think you go for anything change. They played the Awakening start. They knew what they were doing. They had the correct formation, and they played it to a T. They really, if they perform like that next game, Sundubu Strikers is going to be in trouble, and they will guarantee themselves into playoffs. So their end, they're looking very strong. And on the side of Sundubu, you have to maybe have 3Z go on a more comfort pick like that X and be able to play off the KOs and hope that the Awakenings isn't something like an Unstoppable that really helps to shut down that X.
We'll see what they're looking to do. Next up, of course, is going to be Oni Village, picked by the Sundubu Strikers. We'll see what ends up happening here. Of course, they were saying they were pretty confident in terms of their ability, and speed is king on Oni Village in general. So we'll see what ends up coming through as now we load into the game, and we'll be made aware of those starter awakenings in just a moment. See what comes out here for both of these teams.
It is Demolitionist and Fight or Flight, which means that Rasmus is going to get banned away because he is already really good on this map, but him starting with a Size Awakening is just too much for anybody to really want to fight against.
And the Kai, Grimella's Kai, will get banned away here as well. Bun Bun Bonanza looks like they've done their homework, as Grimella was hovering that Kai, looking for that pick there. 3Z locking in the Juliet, maybe a little bit more of a comfort pick for him. And Grimella might be looking towards the Estelle to match Liari on the other side, the Sundubu Strikers. But Brett's continuing to lock in this Mako here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems Breads is working on this, like, Mako pick, which is very strong in other maps as seen as, like, in Night Market when you're running it with that Era and X, but it can be good everywhere else. I mean, it's not just applicable on those maps, so you can definitely make it work anywhere. I mean, especially on a map like this that's known for just having the long games go because of these barriers that you can just hold a corner, and on a goalie like Atlas, Dubu, or Mako, definitely a good start.
Interestingly here, Brett's taking Demolitionist for the increased size on Oni Village, and 3Z sticking with the Fight or Flight, whereas Scyther will pick up that Demolitionist. So we'll see whether all that pays out, but Grimella on this Juno, a pick we've seen come up a few more times even today. Starting to become more of a meta pick here for the midfield, just due to how much pressure and presence you're able to have. It's very much similar to that Now pick. Trying to be patient here for a moment, looking for that pass up to 3Z, and can't quite capitalize on it. Now, Stair Drums will trap the core in a awkward spot for just a moment, and now I see a little bit of ping pong back and forth here as Grimella looks to get past Scyther. 3Z sends it up the top corner. Now looking, trying to intercept it. Very down on the Rose Warp. Grimella looks forward, keeps it forward, and 3Z's there to pick up the core.
Yeah, I mean, what has caused the uproar and the, increased presence of Juno? I mean, I knew that they were good and maybe a little underpicked, but now it seems that they're either banned or played.
Everyone likes playing this Juno. I think a lot of it also has to do with the Awakenings currently in the game, right? Think about Siege Machine just recently added. Things like that, right? That give even another Awakening to these creations and a little bit of extra projectile range as well. A couple of energy bursts there used in exchange as Bonanza is looking for the gold. Grimella a little bit low on stagger. Doesn't have the healing pressure this time, and now 3Z will trap down Scyther. Will be able to pick up the power play here. There's one strike down to that barrier. Lilybun looks for the clear down to the bottom side, but 3Z's there. Here comes a core flip. Now up to 3Z once more. Able to capitalize there. And still saves this energy burst for a goal potential opportunity, but has to be careful. Now has to use that elusive and still will get knocked away out of the Flying Phoenix and can't put away the goal. Power play opportunity the other way now, and Liari with a well-timed Crystallized Thorns will put that goal behind Brett's.
Definitely a good shot. I mean, 3Z was just being head-hunted there. They really wanted that revenge kill, and they were able to find it after all that. He had the core flip too, but unfortunately, those are really hard things to time when you have 3 people looking at you, trying to get you off that map. So now, looking for on this next match, he knows that he has to watch out for these combined attacks here. Goes for the dash, which doesn't land one, but Scyther does. Gets the KO onto Juno. Now with the power play, Liari's going to make the passes. They're trying to get this triangle formation set up here to get this corner barrier, the notoriously harder one to get.
Tell you what, Scyther has been putting on quite the showing so far in this forward brawler position. Continues to find the execution on these goals. Now we'll find a KO, and now punches it right through the gates with the flip. It's all about being just a little bit unpredictable and making that goalie think for an extra second. Brett's might have had that core flip, but wasn't expecting the core to go quite that fast through the opening goal gates. And so now the Bonanza once again on set point.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to have been really well prepared for these matchups. I mean, Scyther 12, as you said, is putting on quite the performance. He's already hit level 4, and right here, he's probably aiming for level 5. Can't quite get the barrier, though, because Skirbrits does have the flip, but now, on this defensive side, through the midfield, they're trying to get it through. Lilybun's able to get through, and now Scyther 12 is staggered, and or not almost staggered, in the corner, but he manages to find the barrier now. Can he get the goal? Goes for the punch, doesn't quite get it now. Liari on this bottom corner, trying to make a play, trying to get the piercing shot through, the core flip in the corner, but no, Grimella is holding it down with this Juno pick.
Still, 2 forwards for the Bonanza, closing in on the goal. Couldn't quite find it there on the Flying Phoenix with Scyther. And now possession looks to be over the soon-to-be strikers. Now, though, Grimella drops back pretty far. And Brett's just is not fast enough to get further forward. The fiery flurry comes out of Scyther, finds the KO as well as the insult to injury onto Obscure Breads. Will pick up the point and will once again be set MVP. Getting himself first pick on this carousel. 2 Sparks Online, Quick Strike online as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sparks are just obviously way stronger right now with that Spark of Leadership being optional, but Quick Strikes is so good, and you kind of have to take it away from Juno.
We'll pick up the Quick Strikes first. Of course, Grimella going for that Spark rather than the Monku or the Siege Machine. And 3Z will pick up that newly reworked Unstoppable. A lot of defensive picks coming out here. 1 for Liari, 1 for 3Z. And Lilybun will pick up that second Spark. So 1 Spark on both sides. Always worth keeping track of in this game right now. Scyther almost finds a KO against Grimella there, but just able to get away from it. Now, the Blobos are out in full force. We'll be able to get 1 barrier. 3Z won't be able to collect from the Fiery Flurry. We'll see here. What ends up happening is Scyther ends up finding that KO. Power play opportunity once more for the Bonanza. Lilybun once again up to that midfield line, keeping this incredibly tight triangle for the Bonanza. And now Liari looks forward. Scyther will use that energy burst, find that barrier immediately. Possession tries to be kept here for the Bonanza. It's back down to the bottom corner once more. Perfect pitch will send the core away. Breezy can't collect. Doesn't have the speed right now to keep up with the core on Oni Village, but Scyther continues to put that core back. Once again, it's right there in the corner, has the Flying Phoenix online. We'll be able to send that core home.
Yeah, I mean, Scyther 12 is able to get, into that corner right where you want this dash punch to land. I mean, it's a lot easier, too, with the demo start. I mean, they play the Awakenings really well, but it seems here that they're going to have to play this for a little bit longer, at least to their plans, because they are how many points away if they won the next sets? I couldn't do math. So
Five more goals.
Thank you. I can't do math, but
come on. That's simple math, dude.
I'm too entranced at this gameplay, because look at that. Scyther 12 is able to just shoot right into the one weak spot between Grimella and Obscure Breads.
4. It's
4 now, yeah.
Dude. Okay. 5 minus 1 is 4. That's how that works. Set point for the Bun Bun Bonanza. Again, so tight. A lot of these passing plays. I'm just so amazed to watch just how well they're able to keep possession of the core, especially with thanks of Lilybun coming so far forward on this Dubu. Putting in so much work. Now, though, potential opportunity. Lilybun will have to use the energy to send it away as the goal gates will open up. Liari, Rose warping down, almost finds it with the piercing shot to get it up to Scyther. Now we'll look for the KO against Bucko. And it doesn't matter because Threezy's got the energy burst himself. It'll set it up to the top corner.
Definitely a good start for Sundubu Strikers. They kind of needed that now that they did have to burn a core flip for it, but it is still a opening nonetheless that they may have needed. That is what all it takes is one goal to get the momentum started for your team, because now they know it's possible. They know that this team isn't unbeatable. They can make it work, make it happen but it's going to be a lot harder when the enemy team gets a power play from the Juno being KO'd off the edge by Scyther. And now in this corner, it's going to be brawled out between the two Juliets, and it's going to leak through, go to Lilybun, who's now holding the core, making the right choice on the shot, but Grimella comes back right on time, and now the power play is over, and they can finally convert to some offense.
Here comes that Summer Assault forward. It'll interrupt Freezy's flow for just a moment, and Bretz will send it up to the top side away from Scyther, but can't get it around Scyther, even still. There's that energy burst. Freezy can't time the strike. It goes right to the barrier. Open goal gates once more. Set point for the Bun Bun Bonanza, who have won now 4 sets in a row. Might be making it 5 in a moment, but Freezy finds a KO against Scyther. Overtime now. They look for the barriers, but Liari, beautiful Rose Warp, gets it forward. Crystallized Thorns, again, buying all of this time away from the power play. And now Scyther's there to keep both barriers online. Fantastic play for the Bun Bun Bonanza. One barrier will fall, though. Liari looks to keep possession here. Overtime, Rose Warp forward, right up to Scyther. Beautiful pass once again, and beautiful penalty kill from Liari in that last set. The Bun Bun Bonanza are now 1 set away from 6-0ing the Sundubu Strikers in sets.
I mean, they definitely are showing that they really want this playoff spot. They do not want to have to gamble on a tiebreaker. They do not want to have to wait for next week. They want to know right here, right now, this week, that they are going to be set for the rest of this series, or this season.
Size picked up here for both Juliets. No real surprise there. And Liari will pick up the spark, denying that away from both other members who already have that second spark. Of course, Rapid Fire comes out, but most notable, I think, out of everything here, Spooked, is Grimella picks up that hot shot for the Juno.
Yeah, Hotshot is definitely very good, very strong. It's what we're going to need to be seeing from the Sundubu if they want something to do, but also seeing the Dubu Tofu Fortress malfunction sometimes is also a good way to get your lead, but it doesn't matter sometimes if Scyther is able to just put on this pressure, get both barriers for only the price of their one, and now has the core flip, has the dash, has the punch, and gets the goalie, but no goal.
No goal just yet. Grimella looking to hold it down, and now will leap there. In order to do just that, Threezy dropped back super far. Fiery Flurry comes out. Piercing shot still denied, and Scyther will slip it right between Threezy and Grimella. 2 goals to go for the Bun Bun Bonanza.
I mean, that was just an incredible performance from them. Scyther 12 has this Julie gene that I wish I had, where he's able to understand when and where to use what abilities in what sequence. And we're going to be seeing Liari be able to actually make a dodge on that dash punch, which is huge because now they don't have their own, but there goes Scythers as well.
There goes Cypher. One barrier to one here. Once again, offensive play now. The soon-to-be strikers, and now the ensnare drums comes out here. We'll trap things away for just a moment. Scyther low on stagger, already burns that flying phoenix. The KO doesn't come through. Soon-to-be strikers, and Scyther will heal right back up. Looking again for the goal here. Janela tries to get it forward to Freezy, but it's just not quite working right now with so much constant pressure coming in from the Bun Bun Bonanza. So well coordinated, tightly packed together. Just as how close they are as friends. Barrier will fall once more. It's in the corner. Scyther waiting for that cooldown to come back online. Steals the orb. Vermella tries to get it away, but it's right down over to Liari. Scyther has the core flip, sends it into the bottom corner, and it is match point for the Bun Bun Bonanza.
They are one singular point, no math needed, away from guaranteeing that spot in playoffs. And now, with Scyther getting KO'd, but Liari getting both barriers, pushing for it all. Sandubi Strikers has the power play, has the potential right here. 3Z trying to go for it, can't quite get it. And now that Scyther's back there pushing for that play, but the Corp's gonna come out because 3Z's putting on too much pressure. Now Scyther has to get out of this cage, pushing for this bottom, trying to get it. Liari up in the top corner, almost gets dash punched, but is surviving barely. All these Juliets are throwing out their fiery flurries, trying to get something to happen. There's the dash punch, but no cigar.
Cigar just gets Scyther, looks to buy a little bit of space for himself, is still low on stagger, but no cooldowns online to find the KO. Now we'll go down. We'll pick up the orb though, trying to stay alive. 3Z hunting for the kill. Meanwhile, Breads has to try to defend this one against Liari. Will do so thanks to the perfect pitch. Lavo comes out, checks Lilybun down to the bottom corner, right down there again. Core flip comes out. It's a scramble in front of the net. The soon-to-be strikers will find a goal.
They got one, but they now have to get two more back-to-back without losing anyone. They have to get two sets.
You did math.
I did math. Yes. It is possible sometimes, but is it possible for Sandubu Strikers to make this reverse sweep comeback? We will have to wait a little bit more on this to see what happens here, as they're going to be losing one barrier. Now, there's no more left for them. They have to score it. They have to break these two. Liari pushing in this corner, the dash punch, the core flip, the sword angle, the slime! And Scyther ends the game.
Scyther finds a way to put it away thanks to a slight misclear from Obscure Breads, and off of it, the Bun Bun Bonanza will guarantee themselves a playoffs spot, advancing to a record of 5-3, silencing the doubters at the beginning of the season who had no clue how this team would develop. They're showing that they're a playoff-worthy team in Week 8.
I mean, that was just quite... I mean, at the beginning of the season, he said nobody thought Bun Bun Bonanza was going to be able to do anything like that, but here they are, getting 2-0 onto Sandubu Strikers. That is no team to scoff at. They are very strong in every regard, but this team managed to figure out what they needed to do and how they needed to do it, and they had the tools to actually do it and perform.
6-0 in sets as well, and as you mentioned, able to find that convincing victory, able to show that indeed this team has scaled quite significantly, right? Up to this point now. And hey, they've qualified now for playoffs, the North American Strikers League. We'll be seeing a lot more from them. Of course, next week match for the Bun Bun Bonanza is against the Bozo Bunch, who are also looking on the playoffs hunt and who we'll see from in just a bit. But the soon-to-be Strikers have to win versus EKC to even have a chance of making a tiebreaker. It is not in their destiny at this, or they're not in control of their own destiny, I should say, at this point in terms of that playoff spot. And that would be quite an interesting surprise. This team for the soon-to-be Strikers that looked so good at the beginning of the season, now struggling to, and might not even make it into playoffs here at the end.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to have to they really did need this win in order to be in control of their own destiny, as you put it. I mean, I can't think of any other wording now. It is completely up to the other teams if they even have a chance of getting into these playoffs. But luck is a factor sometimes, and that is just like carousel or just like draft. So you just have to hope that you don't end up in a bad situation where Octavia gets cast to last.
Well, the good news is that I don't think we're seeing a lot of Octavia right now. So
No.
you're not going to see exactly the Octavia cast to last, but it's certainly impressive to see Scyther 12, what had like, I want to say, like at least 3 carousel or set MVPs, let alone putting up incredible numbers at the end of the game there across the board. This team was working so well together. I said it in the middle, just as tightly working together, as close as they are friends. With Scyther's ability to continue putting the core back and have that complete control, Liari maintaining possession of the core almost constantly for the Bun Bun Bonanza, and Lilybun getting involved, not only holding it down on the Dubo on the backside, but also getting involved for not being afraid to come in and make that tighter triangle to enable a lot more of those passing plays and possession of the core. Just incredible stuff from the Bun Bun Bonanza. And now soon to be strikers have to just sit there and hope that some things are going to shake out their way here. And one of those things is about these next 2 teams that we're about to see. It's the Bozo Bunch versus Oshi no Core Flip. Each team needs to win out to make playoffs. I think if the loser here will be eliminated from playoffs contention, period. So, but neither one of these teams want their season basically to be over. Of course, there's the extra match next week, but even still, you don't win here, you're not making playoffs.
Yeah, so that means that it is a heartbreaker game coming up next, where it'll either be a heartbreaking defeat or a triumphant victory pushing forward to getting playoffs. Either way, both teams have a lot on the line here, so we're going to have to see them go all out and them put in everything, because if you lose here, technically you do have one more game after it, but no playoffs, and that is crushing.
Interesting thing here, though, is that both these teams have felt historically like they're a little one-dimensional, right? You've seen Oshino Core Flip. They've got a pretty solid, in terms of what composition they're going to come out with. Merchant's going to want to play the Vice, right? Biribeg wants to be on the Asher or on the Juliet on forward here. And Kajikoma looking towards maybe that Imi or something of the sort. Meanwhile, on the Bozo Bunch side, right? You basically saw the same thing constantly. It was X, Era, maybe Octavia filtered in there, and that Dubu for Forgot. But now we're seeing a little bit more of variety, at least come into the Bozo Bunch's character pools overall. I've seen I pick up this now character and play that quite a bit as of late. We'll see whether or not it's actually confident enough to pull it out in the league setting, especially with so much on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than there is a lot on the line here. But you know what that usually means. When a lot's on the line, that's when people perform the best. So hopefully we can get another performance like that last call games we got to see earlier, where we get to see some reverse sweeps. We get to see just the incredible works, all of it all. The 2 dead, 2 KO'd, and you make that 1 player victory shot that gets you that round. I want to see it all here.
And both teams have certainly had their fair shots at, being successful when the pressure is high. Oshino Core Flip last season, remember, Dowd 04 had to win the back half of their season to qualify for playoffs, and they did. They were successful in that long, enduring season. Meanwhile, the Bozo Bunch, they popped up onto the scene in the Africa tournament, winning top 3, beating a team like Era's Kitten Club. In order to do so, this team of people that no one really had expected a breakout performance, not nearly of that kind of caliber, came together to put on quite that showing a couple of months ago. But now they're struggling to find that same level of success. Will they be able to find it here? Only time is going to be able to tell. We're getting an update on playoffs standings right now. Number crunching has been done behind the scene. And apparently, due to prior match results earlier today, Bozo are already eliminated from playoffs contention, which is probably not the one that we want to save right now, but it might be technically correct that even if Bozo Bunch wins their next couple of games, they are already out. Meanwhile, Oshi still does need this game and to win next week in order to have a shot at making playoffs.
Well, about what I said about this being a heartbreaker match for both sides, that is not true, because someone else that wasn't me did the math. And now we are in a spot where only Oshi needs to win this, but I doubt that Bozo Bunch will just let them have the tournament run that they wanted to have, lying down. If they can't have it, no one can. Sometimes it's about that pride that won't let you just let them have the victory over you, and they will look to be stopping that.
Certainly will, right? And the Bozo Bunch team in general, right, is certainly a team that wants to show that pride, wants to have the same kind of success that they had a couple of months ago, and beat a lot of these teams. Now, of course, they'll have to practice up and hopefully attempt to hold on to their national spot, not be relegated down to NASA or lower. But even still here, they'll be looking to prove themselves against this team. And we'll see exactly how the draft shakes out. Who's going to be targeted here, right? Because you might think that Vice isn't very strong in the goalie position, but Merchant's Vice is a whole different story. Okay, that this guy's insane on the Vice. Will continue to pull it out and continue to have incredible success with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always these technical things of like, technically, Dubu and Atlas are resound goalies and they have the toolkits meant to be goalies. But there's another factor that plays in to each person individually called comfort. What is your comfort pick? And if your comfort pick is something that you're really good on, it doesn't matter if the enemy team has a Dubu or an Atlas. Because in Merchant's case, if you're Vice, you can output way more clears, way more saves than them in spots that they wouldn't actually be able to of their own. So you got to be able to match comfort and optimization. So we're going to have to see how that works here.
And the question becomes whether or not the Bozo Bunch has something that they can find that is comfortable and also is a little more optimal, right? Because things like Era right now, Octavia, we're not seeing as much for across most of the other teams. And actually, I was just reminded by seeing the name in the lobby that Muffin Koe is coming in for Forgot here for the Bozo Bunch rather than that happening. So playing with a sub today too is the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, Muffin Koe, though, we have heard a lot of things about him, at least. I've heard a lot of things through the grapevine that he is definitely a very, very good goalie. So we're going to have to see how he works here. I mean, for the side of Bozo, it is unfortunate to say that they are already out, but that doesn't mean that they can't still put on quite the performance. And as you said, they don't want to lose their NASA contention spot, and they don't want to be dropped down to NASA.
Yeah. So have to find a way to practice up here as we're continuing to wait on a couple of players getting in the lobby. Spook, you've been watching a couple of the NASA games as of yet. What's kind of going on over there in NASA land? For those of us that haven't been paying attention.
In
Which
NASA,
may or may not be me, but that's besides the point.
In NASA, we've seen some very good games. I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe that Five Kais was putting on quite the performance in areas that I at least wasn't expecting them to. Not saying I didn't believe in them, but it's just that, the own power scaling that goes on in everyone's head. I didn't expect them to put on as the performance that they did, but I was proven wrong. And so I think that if I was going to say any team on NASA, there's always that team. There's also some other teams like, I can't remember their names off the top of my head. It's like my brain's in NASA mode.
Dude,
And so,
okay, well,
like,
that's
switching
fair.
them apart, it's like, I'm like, wait, which teams are in what category? Because I don't want to
It's
say like
Saturday, not Sunday. Platinum exclusive is currently 7-0. How about that? They've got matches against Plink Plunk and Chikara Chatting yet to go. Two teams that are also sitting towards the top of the table in the NASA standings. Party Rockers 2 is second place overall. The other team that is in that tie, that three-way tie for second right now. Then Requiem and Five Kais rounds out the top six as everyone's looking forward to that. PPL out of playoffs as if the season were to end today. Interesting to see. We'll see whether or not they have enough time to bounce back, win their last 2 games, and make it there into playoffs at the end of the season.
But have we done the map bans for this game going on here?
Okay, well, we just got word that the teams are taking 3 million years to quote, the teams are taking 3 million years to do map pick ban. Guys, how hard is map pick ban? Be honest. Is it that hard? Do we need 10 minutes after every pick to figure out what map pick ban's going to look like?
I mean, you could always opt for the Cakes strategy where they just say, pick any map, I just don't want this map. And then you let the team have total control, but you just take away one option. But in this case, you take away 2 or 3 options. You're like, as long as we don't play on these 3 maps, play whatever. And that's how I would imagine I would do map bans. And if it was a really time and tedious task, I'd be like, I don't care. As long as it's not a Gates, I'm fine with anything.
Not
or
Gates.
Or
You don't like
Inkies.
Gates? You don't like new Gates?
I'm just really bad at Gates, and I don't want to learn it. I don't want to take the time out of my day to learn how to position, because it feels like I'm always at the wrong spot, and I'm like, oh, I'm perfectly fine, and then they go through a portal. I'm like, of course.
I was not in the right spot. Yeah, I get that. In fairness, I can't really scold you for not wanting to practice a specific map because I apparently don't want to play in general, and I'm currently competing in collegiate. So, what grounds do I have to stand on to judge you for not wanting to actually play the game in practice? But in any event, we're still waiting. Good news, folks. Of course, it's been a long day of Dazzle matches so far, and we are not making up the delay because the teams are taking a while to get in the lobby and do map pick ban. So, just in case anyone was worried about the pace of play today and thought we might pick it up after Bud did their thing versus
Sundubu Strikers.
Sundubu. Yeah. Also, we need to talk about this. Sundubu. That's an actual thing. Not Sundubu.
Sundubu?
Sundubu.
I have been scolded for saying it, and I was like, I thought I was saying it right, and then I was like, no, I'm not, and I didn't know what it was, and I think I do need to be educated on it.
Okay, well, the more you learn about our cheeky little game called Omega Strikers, we are getting map pick ban. Already been done. Woo! All right. Oni Village will be map 1, picked by Yoshino Coreflip. Taiko Temple is up second, picked by the Bozo Bunch. And map 3 will be the Gates of Obscura, should it be needed. So at least we have that, but we're still waiting on a player to get in the lobby. So we still got time to kill here, Spook. Oh, wait, no. There we go. We're in. Wait, we're in queue. Whoa. Whoa, just as I say it. Well, I need to start caster cursing, whether or not the players can actually get in the lobby, apparently. And then maybe we'll get started. It's crazy.
That's the only way. At least on time.
Yeah, right. They'll never be in the lobby on time. Oh, wait. Interesting, though, overall here to see the Oni Village pick, of course. Probably one of those picks that is relatively good for the Vice, as you get to bounce back and forth between those 2 goal barriers, trying to save both of them. Don't. Okay. We were on a very long loading screen there for a bit. I was afraid we were going to loading bog, and I was going to lose it. All right, we're in. We are in to game 1 here. Oshino Coreflip versus the Bozo Bunch, and we're going to get starter awakenings as soon as Saya's done typing about some other nonsensical thing to us. Some other red. Heavy Impact and Among Titans are the first 2, and you see the Vice band come out there targeting Merchant.
Yeah, one thing that I can save that for later, actually. But on these picks, we're seeing that another Juliet pick coming out here on Oni Village. But on the other side of things, we are seeing a Zentaro pick, which is relatively... We haven't seen at least one on the Oni Village, at least in the games that I've casted. But in the games before, there was a lot more Zentaro, a lot more other maps, and there is a Estelle as well, and a Drakkar. I think it's a Drakkar goalie, but I can't tell. And obviously, Muffin Koi on his signature Kazan goalie.
The signature Kazan goalie comes out here, and everyone going Among Titans for the Bozo Bunch here. opting for the extra size and speed granted to everyone, or at least balancing out enough with the size. Just take the extra speed here, which actually isn't the worst call in the world, especially on Oni Village.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, speed is king here. So being just slightly faster than your opponents, or not slightly actually, it's a pretty good amount, I believe. It's 15%. That's a lot. That's like more than Stagger Swagger.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the math here works out so that you're not actually losing any size, and you just get plus 30% speed because 2 of your teammates have a bunch of items. So
yeah.
If everyone picks it, it works out. And that's exactly what the Bosa Bunch are doing right now. It feels like with that extra speed, they're going to have a lot more control over this core in this first opening set. And it'll be the question, of course, of whether or not Oshino Core Flip can start to scale some of that damage online as we get further along, given by the fact that they have 3 members on heavy impact, of course, and whether or not they're going to be able to find those KOs later. But, of course, that's going to take some time and the Red Awakenings to come online on the carousel.
Yeah, and we're seeing here a core flip right in front of the net. Impossible to get both barriers where they were at, but you will get one guaranteed, and now Merchant is in a spot where he has to stop drop Leto from getting that, that dash punch in the corner. Doesn't quite have the angle for it, and now we are in a spot where they are 30 seconds away from overtime. Well, usually that's not too big of a deal because it's always going to happen on Oni, but you are going to want to run down Mafinkoi as fast as possible, because if he still has a barrier while it becomes overtime, you are never getting a goal. There's the core flip, and there's the shot. Waits out the core flip as well from Mafinkoi, so quite the positive gain for the side of Oshi there.
And here is the interesting thing, right? When you're playing against something like a Kazan goalie, you don't see it all the time. Like, who am I going to practice against that also plays Kazan goalie? The answer is virtually nobody, but oh my goodness, forward are Dropletto and I popping both energy bursts at the same time in order to set up for the goal. They'll take it here, and now we're on set point.
That was a lot of damage at once, but yeah, as you were saying about Kazan, he is a very niche pick, just as niche as the game, so you don't see it very often. And when you do, if they're good at the pick, you're kind of just like, what do I actually do about this?
Yeah. So, looking in the response here is Oshino Core Flip, looking to take this barrier, but both I and Muffin are back. Able to kill for time as students come back online. Dropletto looking for the pick. And Takashi Koma won't be able to find it there. Merchant, Rents Needle up to Mirimeg, can't quite put it away. Now we see Dropletto start to come forward. Here comes I now rushing forward. There's the barrage. Keeps it there for Dropletto, who will use the Fiery Flurry in order to send it back. Oni's Blade out, sends it back behind. Dropletto on the position there in order to put it back. Now Kashi able to find the dodge there. Woods. Mirimeg and the core flip. Still defended here by Muffin, and Dropletto uses the energy burst for the fadeaway shot to the bottom corner.
First shot going to Bozo. I mean, as we said, they're not going to let them just have playoffs, just all of themselves. They are going to be jealous and envious, and they're not going to just give them that run. So here they are taking the first set, and now Kai gets Fight or Flight, which is huge because we've said it before, and I'll say it again. Speed is king.
Speed is king. Did you see that Fight or Flight come back online? More speed to the hands here. But meanwhile, Sparks picked up second and third. Alternating teams, and see the rest of everything else come out. The extra special for Boffin here. Able to use that a little bit more often. Help try to bounce between these two goals. And trying to find this a little bit more, and now goes behind one, able to dig it out of the corner here, but even still, Mirimeg in position with the Oni's Blade. Open goal gates within the first 10 seconds here for Oshino Core Flip, looking for the triple here as Mirimeg can't put it away. Dropletto down, collect the core. Send it up to one barrier. Kashi in the piercing shot. Can't quite find it. Giga Blast from I will send it forward. And even still, Oshi looks to keep possession. Merchant starts to come on forward here. Here he can't put it away. Kashi looking for the KO against Dropletto. Won't find the piercing shot. Now that barrier is going to drop. But Dropletto tries to collect. Just comes up a bit shy on the Flying Phoenix, but will still win the strike war as I will keep it forward. Am I crazy or no? This spooked guy muted. Okay, that's.
I muted myself when my phone went off because I forgot to mute it. I was saying, I didn't expect the Drakkar versus Julie interaction to work like that, where if you just shoot at the right time, it'll go completely through a dash punch, but the more you know.
The more you know. He's out here. Hai has the energy burst and a little bit of extra speed now in the blazing pace. Mirmeg also has the energy burst, and we'll get it behind Muffin. Now on the other side for the Bozo Bunch, looking to do the same. Energy burst up to drop Leto, looking for the barrier. We'll find it there. Another opportunity here potentially for Bozo Bunch. Kashikoma intercepts the Rose Warp. Merchant tries to keep it forward on the strike shot, but I will just stuff it in with the barrage. Set point here for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, that is the ultimate Kai 50-50. Do you strike up or do you strike down? Which way is this barrage slightly tilted towards? And in that encounter, you just have to angle it up, but it's impossible to know that until the barrage actually comes out. So definitely a hard read, but that is what Kai does, and that is especially what he can do on Oni Village. Now, one barrier to one barrier, and Ai is taking a lot of damage in this corner here, trying to stay alive, able to dodge around Mirmeg, staying alive, and now back in the fray.
Low on Stagger was Ai there for just a moment, but no damage awakenings or Oshido core flip just yet. Scaling hasn't quite come through. Now looking to pass this around a little bit more. Muffin up to drop Leto, uses the punch for the dribble. Can't find it. Now Muffin uses the top spin, keeping it away from Mirmeg just a moment. Now we use a pop-up. Once again, utilizing everything, basically, in the Kazan's toolkit. Still trying to keep this one forward away from Mirmeg. Now it's down to Ai, looking for drop Leto once more. Finds the punch, won't find the stun against Merchant, who will be able to find the clear up to the top side. Overtime now as the score continues to bounce around. Muffin hooks it back. Kashi at the midfield line, looking to try to keep this one and send it forward to Mirmeg. Can't find it there. Drop Leto in the corner. The Merchant will be able to harass just enough. Goes around now. Merchant, oh no, burns the energy burst and won't find the core with it. Drop Leto the target of the Molten Bolt for just a moment. Now Muffin low on Stagger, but now we'll lose the barrier. Mirmeg, energy burst, will get denied by Muffin's strike, and now still holds the line. Kashi looks for the pass down to Mirmeg, but no. It's denied again. Crystallized Thorns come out here. Muffin, quick thinking, able to send it forward after those Thorns. And now we see a little bit of a lull in the action. Kashi up to the top side, looking to maintain possession. Can't quite find the stun. Now drop Leto, looking down to the bottom corner. Merchant still has the lock and load to send it away, and now... Okay. Core just kind of went through the Molten Bolt, I suppose. Actually, it probably hit... The weird thing was that it actually hit drop Leto, and then the core collected the Molten Bolt debuff as it slid towards the deck. That was a weird interaction, but all right. Will nonetheless be the goal for the Bozo Bunch, and now pick of the litter here, especially with Spark of Leadership online, will be denied first here by Mo.
Yeah, I mean, Kazan goalie really only cares about getting team player for his BIS. So other than that, as long as that doesn't show up, he really gets to just now take Sparks for his team. So I would say that's a pretty good pick.
Pretty good pick, but only 2 more Sparks in the pool, right? Because 2 showed up in that first Awakenings draft. Even still, on the other side, only Damage Awakening really going Kashikoma with that Knife's Edge. Otherwise, it's dropped Leto picking up the 1-2 punch. So the damage still not really online here. For Oshino Core Flip, they'll find a coordinated kill, but in the meantime, I will just be able to take it themselves.
Yeah, I really ran away with the point as they were so busy getting the low drop Leto in their net that they were just, I was able to move up and use that, speed to make a play, and now he's using that Giga to make a play with the core flip right in front of the barrier. Now they just need one more, and that crooked leverage, able to get the ball back so fast, already back to Ai's position, and now we're seeing as he's moving up here, trying to get through. Mirmig's finally back online, ready to make some forward momentum of their own. Will they be able to do it? But this corner is just looking so hard to clear through, but Merchant found a way.
Found a way. Muffin still able to keep it away from Mirmig, and now it's forward once more to drop Leto. Game point in game 1 to the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, now Merchant has the core flip, but is that going to be enough to stop? Because this team here has just what seems to be a really nice setup on to Oni Village. I mean, Kazan goalie really works well here.
Incredible play here by Moffin. Now Dropletto strikes it down to that bottom barrier. I looking to keep the pressure up here. Keeps possession. Still on the blazing pace. Fury Meg can't quite find the energy burst. Merchant will send it away. Still collected by the Bozo Bunch, and they'll keep it forward. Incredible work from them. Again, all about that core possession. It was in the hands of the Bozo Bunch for most of that match, and they take game 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good win for them, but as the other side here, you definitely don't want to see this because you're fighting for your playoff contention. You need these victories, but sometimes you lose the first game, and that's okay because there's 2 more. But the Bozo Bunch didn't pick that map. That was Oshi's pick. So now you're going to Bozo's own map pick, so their own territory per se, which is definitely not something you want to see, being that what could be the last match of this series.
How about the stat line here? 134 redirects on the Kai in an 11.5-minute Oni Village game. That's a decent number of redirects for that short of a game. Only 1 goal on the board by Oshino Coreflip. Otherwise, it was a bit of a bozo sweep. Often able to hold down the back lines too, with even more saves than Merchant there altogether. Of course, doesn't really count with the Drakkar goalie, because most of the time you're probably keeping it away from the goal box altogether. But even still, able to put in quite the performance altogether as a team. And as you mentioned, Oshino Coreflip has to find an answer now if they want to stay in playoffs contention.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant wasn't on the Vice comfort pick, and you opted for more of that usability of Drakkar. Was Vice banned that game? I wouldn't imagine
yes,
so.
It was.
It was? Oh.
It was.
Well then, I guess if the team doesn't let you play it, then there's nothing you can do. I was gonna say maybe opt for it because I didn't think that they would ban it on a map like Oni Village, where Vice isn't really seen as what you would pick there. But no,
you ban Merchant's Vice. You just do that. That's
so
what
yeah.
you do.
I don't know what their real plan is then. Do you have anything that they would be able to make difference?
I mean, it's hard to know for sure, right? I think on a map like Oni Village is probably difficult because, I mean, sure, Miribeg has a Zentaro, but probably not that comfort pick, right? And on a map like Oni Village, that's a map that's a little bit more open. You need to have a little bit more of that presence to make up for maybe a lack of speed. And so picking that Zentaro in that last map, was probably looking towards the right play logically, but in terms of what you're actually comfortable playing, might not have been all the way there. But now, loading into Taiko Temple here for our second game. The Vice is looking to get banned away once more. We'll see what the other ban is in just a moment, as that is that now from I going away on a heavy impact Monumentalist start.
Heavy impact Monumentalist. That means lots and lots of damage all around, whether or not you pick something like the Era for those tornado kills with the X support, or I mean, that's Era being the support, not X being the support, but still, you know what I mean. If you know what I mean, then you feel me. And yeah, on the other side here, that we're seeing the Mako, which is a fantastic goalie for assisting, and especially with that heavy impact, you're always getting that procced on the secondary. So there's just so much cooldowns for you, and we're seeing the Drakkar, I'm assuming midfield, because that would not be a Mako midfield, right?
I would think not.
I would think not.
Maybe there's a world. It is Taiko Temple after all, but no, it will be Merchant picking up that Mako, and Kashi will be going over to that Drakkar. But it's a classic composition here for the Bozo Bunch with that X Era on this start. Of course, I going for the Monumentalist here as well for that increased Maelstrom efficiency on a map like Taiko Temple with this center base drum. Likely able to shut down one of these lanes with a single ability once that comes online at level 2.
Yeah, I mean, hitting level 2 here is usually really good, especially for Kazan, but Kazan goalie is a little different where you just want to mainly stick in this closed umbrella form, but while I'm talking about that, an excellent Maelstrom was set up by I, which is going to lead to the goalie being KO'd, and then the easy goals there with that corner being perfectly, open.
Here's the other thing, too. If Merchant gets caught out in a weird position, just like right there, a lot of abilities to get sent back, because this Vice doesn't really have a lot of movement tools, right? Sure, you got the drum and bass maybe to send a player away if... what? Did I say Vice instead of Mako?
Yeah.
Okay, well, doesn't matter. Point is, it's a little strong for Ian Dropletto to be in your face, continuing to harass you on this Mako as they continue to do that. Still on this streak. I mean, it has to be like, I think it's up to 8 goals now in a row for the Bozo Bunch. And Moffin continues to hold the line here on these barriers.
Yeah, and Dropletto using that strike reset right there to get that barrier. Really nice when you have I who's able to assist and get the KO for the second barrier, and now they have to delay for Merchant to come back, but unfortunately that shotgun isn't going to work when it's too far behind you.
3 quick goals for the Bozo Bunch, 2 of them off of Maelstrom KOs from I's era. Now we'll be looking for their pick of the litter here on this Wikings carousel, looking towards that rapid fire for extra bewitching beams, which could prove useful, but even still, it is a long mountain to climb here, it feels like, for Oshido Coreflip, continually getting punished by the Bozo Bunch, even on what feels like more of a striker select thing.
Yeah, but, they did get 2 Dash Awakenings here. Aerial's falling onto Drakkar, and Merchant picking up that explosive entrance. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, but, Aerial's is good on Drakkar.
Well, I assume the haste effect that transfers to your teammate also is buffed by the explosive entrance. So that's probably the logic, is that you're providing, much like you would Castellask or Chrono Boost, you're providing additional speed for your teammates on this Mako, but you don't have any defensive options here. If the X gets in your face, I will be able to clean up in the midfield once more as Dropletto keeps Merchant on that top side. I's got the open net in the bottom half.
Traditionally you would think that the comp with Asher would be much more suited for a map like Tycho, but it seems that Asher isn't getting a time to be able to get in this corner and set up the way that an Asher would normally want to set up.
Yeah. Kashi, low on stagger. Merchant has to try to run around here. Has that perfect pitch, trying to send it away. Kashi also still low. Does have energy burst, wants to try to conserve it, but now it's snare drums will send one away. Goodbye, Dropletto. Here comes the Maelstrom. Merchant will dodge it this time, but will get a barrier in the process, despite it being the power play of Oshido Coreflip. Moffin forward a little bit. Buys a little bit of room here for Dropletto. I continues bouncing it off the center base drum, and now Dropletto comes in with the punch on the X Maximus to send Merchant away. I looking for the bounce here off this bass drum once more. Can't quite find it. Now penalty kill duty. Kashiko and Mirai Meg looking to do just that, but now the pass finally comes through at the 13th second. Goes right on up there.
That is definitely a hard spot where you want to defend your whole net. I guess not your net, but your team's net, and then Merchant comes back, but there's not much you can do with that top corner being left alone. And now, finally, Miramax got into the corner right where an Asher wants to be, and that's going to lead to a nice early barrier for them. Hopefully that can lead to more, but Miramax getting sent across the map and then KO'd by Dropletto, and it is another power play for this Bozo Bunch here with a Coreflip in the net, and then the emote to boot with the goal.
I think we're on like 12 goals in a row, at least 13 goals in a row, at least something like that for the Bozo Bunch now. It's I, once again, up first here, and will might look to deny one of the defensive options. The Stagger Spire got sent away. Merchant going for the team player here, looking to pick up the speed on that core, but once again, it's not going to save you. Try to get this core away because that X is coming for you.
That X is definitely coming for you, and now He is bigger. He can get more in those corners and do what Asher also likes to do. And any brawler really that is a more of a just a corner stuffer and be able to do everything that they want. And now that's one less survivability option for your team.
2 less survivability options for your team as Dropletto picked up that recovery drone.
Unstoppable as well.
3. Yeah, 3. Unstoppable wasn't even picked up in that last draft too. Everything off the table. Even still though, they're able to find the open goal barriers. Mary Meg finds a KO. Potential opportunity here for Oshino Core Flip ending this drought. Merchant starts to come forward here. Dropletto's dropped back. Can't quite find it though. Off the center base drum and into the goal barrier. Now Dropletto flying forward. Will find the barrier there. Looking for the goal. As Eyes Maelstrom sweeps through the map once more. Dropletto might be close to the X Maximus here. Perfect pitch. Slightly missed by Merchant. Here comes that core flip from Mary Mankin. Oshino core flip will put 1 on the board in this game.
That's 1, and sometimes 1 is all you need to get your momentum going. Maybe that new glass cannon will save Mirimeg and save the game for Oshino core flip here. I mean, look at that. They're getting a KO.
Did you just hear yourself?
I did. No, that was...
The glass cannon's going to save Mirimeg.
It's going to save the game for them, you know?
Okay.
I mean, they got a KO off of it. Or it was not a KO because of recovery drone, but it would have been.
Here comes the energy burst from Dropletto and the X Maximus. There's the KO against Mirimeg. Power play opportunity now. Maelstrom sweeps through the map once more. Muffin over to I. Trying to keep this one in the corner. Molten Bolt will interrupt things for a moment, but there's still enough cooldowns from Muffin. Now we'll lose that first barrier. Dropletto looks to find the triple. Can't quite find it there. Mirimeg now up to Kashi. Will be able to find the path splitter. To deny Muffin, and maybe Oshino core flip can take a set here.
I mean, anything's possible. I mean, they got, in real terms, they got, you know, that team player on their goalie. So now, midfield is a lot easier, and getting that X out of your face is a little more simpler when you hit the ball way further away. But unless they get the pressure like this, where Merchant's so close to death, is dead, and you have an X in your face, that is not really clearable, but it's okay because they still have one more point to their name on this set than the other team. They still have a little bit of wiggle room. It is not entirely over for Oshi here.
Yeah, hold that thought though, because Dropletto's about to have energy burst. Here comes the Maelstrom coming through the map. Will be dodged by the members of Oshino core flip. Mirimeg will get behind Muffin here. Now looking for the arc beam. Won't find it there. Dropletto threads the needle between the 2 barriers. And suddenly, it is match point for the Bozo Bunch as they look to eliminate Oshino core flip from playoffs contention.
I did not think that. I was like, okay, they have both barriers up. They only lose 1 here. No. Dropletto is aiming for both barriers. He is coming for the entire game. He is playing greedy, and it's paying out where he's getting these KOs, and now they're in a power play situation. It is not looking good for Oshi here. They're having to hold out. Dropletto is low, but who's going to KO them? Ashers may be able to come back and make a play here. There's the KO, and now Oshi has the power play of their own. They're pushing through, but Mafakui is not letting anything slide even past this midfield point, but now they finally have made it work. There's the shotgun shot to get the last barrier. They can make it work here. The dream isn't over for them. Now they're clearing it out. The ball is still in play. Mirimeg gets to push up, and there's the dash. There's the goal, and Glass Cannon is the carrier here.
They're alive! Oshino core flip will take a set, and now they've got to put on the enemy protagonist run in this game in order to come back and bring this one away, snatch it from the jaws of defeat. Gotta be looking for this one here. Mirimeg, pick of the litter, up first, but Spark of Leadership is online. He'll go for the fight or flight here. Missile prop on I. Likely looking for that Maelstrom at the denial against the Drakkar. Still no Sparks. Are Sparks weak? Apparently so.
There's a Spark, and will we see another one? Yes, we will. No Spark of Leadership in this game, and unfortunately, Drakkar doesn't get the missile prop, but he already has the aerials, so Hotshot with that heavy impact is really good for just that overall CD and cooldown economy. And now in this corner here, Mirimag is getting it going. We will be able to see one barrier get taken almost the second, but they're able to expertly block it away, and I is able to take a barrier of his own. Now pushing in, Dropletto using that X Maximus, getting the last barrier. Can they get the goal? No, they cannot, because Kashiko was able to shotgun the ball away for now, but there's the Maelstrom carrying the ball over on a silver platter to Dropletto, who has the dash but can't get the core in the dash. And now with a Molten Bolt hot shot, the last barrier on the other side is going to be dropped, and now it is a open net on both sides here. But I has the ball in this corner, but they can't quite get it through as Merchant is holding it down, looking like he's on Vice or something. And now there's the core flip, but there's not the shot because Crooked Leverage is able to stop it, but there's the Path Splitter to stop them from getting over. And that's the first point going to Oshi.
Okay, I'll admit, yes, sparks are weak when 4 of them show up in the same draft. I was not using my eyes, apparently, on that last one. But how about this now? Mirimag able to take a goal here for Oshido core flip. Now, though, 2 members of the Vozo Bunch trapped in the snare drums. Also, how about the size of Dropletto right now? 2 Size Awakenings plus the Bewitching Beam plus the X Maximus size that you get as well. Such a thorn in the side of this Oshido core flip roster, but right now they were able to hold on, and a little bit of extra stagger that Merchant was able to pick up might be helping out just a little bit, preventing some of those KOs from coming through. Now, though, it's Oshido core flip's turn. Mirimag in the corner with a pass splitter here. Core flip used. Dropletto sends their way for just a moment. The Bewitching Beam will hit a lot of the members here. Both teams. Energy Burst used from Muffin forward. Dropletto now has the Energy Burst for the mix-up. Sends it down to the bottom corner.
Definitely a good shot, a good mix-up from Dropletto. We are seeing here more of a even game than what we originally thought, as now this team here is finally, Oshi is online. Not too late, because it's only late when the game's over, and it is still going on, so they still can win this out here. They will need this game and the next one, though, but hey, only time will tell if they can do it. But with Dropletto making these plays like that, where he has so much damage across the board and both barriers here, it's going to be hard to make that dream come true, especially with that tornado in the corner, being able to take out Drakkar, but not take Merchant, and Merchant can hold the line. He will with the strike shot, but unfortunately 2v1 in the net is really hard to clear, especially when they pass between each other.
Match point now for the Vozo Bunch once more. They're looking to take this one here, and what a game it would be in order for them to take this one, with Muffin Koei subbing in for their roster. Forgot can't be here. Now Dropletto will get sent away. That recovery drone will save his life once more. Has Energy Burst here as well. Kashi will be able to send it away with a shotgun shot. Now Muffin, nice mix-up, getting this around Mirimag. No. Slight miscommunication there as I sends it right in to the backside of the bell ringer from Dropletto. Now 1 barrier falls and snare drums used to save the second. Pass forward, up to Dropletto again. Here's the bull rush. It'll find it now. Open goal gates for the Vozo Bunch as they look to knock Oshido core flip out, but Mirimag dives back in, has the Energy Burst himself. Kashi can't put it away just yet. Drum and Bass is out with a little bit of extra speed, but it doesn't matter enough yet. Here's the core flip now. All of the cooldowns burn, but even still Mirimag finds an angle, and they are still holding on for dear life.
They are still in the game because it all matters on this point. Can they score before their team gets scored on? That is what Omega Strikers is all about, and we will see it right here with Dropletto in the net, but there's the core flip from Merchant, able to block it away. The dash and the punch doesn't get the kill that Dropletto might have been looking for, but it seems that on the other side, they were able to get a kill on the Asher, but now in this corner, they have Drakkar staggered, trying to push them away with that Molten Bolt, but they're not able to get away from that Bewitching Beam.
Oh, perfect pitch, saves it there by Merchant. Just on the outside of the hitbox, but Dropletto finds an angle to the barrier. On the dribble. Here's the Maelstrom clearing the way, but Merchant's there in time. Dropletto looks for the shot down to the bottom side. Kashikoma is there. But even still, it's possession to the Vozo Bunch. I'll send it forward to Dropletto once more, and the Vozo Bunch will knock Oshido core flip out of playoffs contention.
If you are an Oshi fan, this is not a good day, because you are now no longer capable of making it in. But that is what they signed up for when they knew that they were going to be fighting a team that was on their revenge arc because they were not being able to get in the playoffs themselves. So of course they would fight and not let you in, because if they can't have it, no one can. And they have decided that in this day and age and in this season, no one can.
Stat line, end of the day, Murray Mag able to come up with a couple goals in that game thanks to a lot of those scaling opportunities that Oshino Core Flip had that were starting to work for them. And Merchant found the groove eventually to try to hold that goal out. But even still, the forward pressure for the Bosa Bunch was too much. With 6 KOs in that game, likely nearly off all of those maelstroms from that monumentalist start. Creations must be pretty weak on Taiko Temple. Do have to say so myself. You see those continue to come on time and time again. Yeah, Oshino Core Flip will not be making the Cinderella run at the end of the season this time in order to make playoffs. They are now out.
They are out indeed. But it seems that we have some numbers crunchers telling us that Last Call is locked into playoffs now, along with Bun Bun Bonanza. So our entire playoff teams so far are Demons Raw, Core Overflow, Sad Boys, EKC, Bun Bun Bonanza, and Last Call.
So that's it. That's a wrap. None of the games matter anymore, folks. No, I mean, they do matter because we're still going to play them out for seeding. But those are your 6 teams, the Sunubu Strikers, out now of playoffs contention altogether, off of that last loss, and they're going to be feeling that one for some time in that last one we watched. But how about that? Everything cleans up nice and tidy. You thought that the teams were close heading into this week. It turns out they will separate themselves nonetheless. And we've got our 6 teams for playoffs here. But of course, we've still got one more match to play left today. That will be as soon as I get my schedule ready, which for some reason I thought I had and yet didn't. A match everyone's waiting for. How could I forget this one? Demons Raw versus Core Overflow. The 2 teams that are tied at the top of the standings will be going on up against one another in just a moment. Should be an exciting match to watch and a little bit of a preview of what we might see for those finals. So we will step aside for just a moment, but don't go anywhere. Demons Raw versus Core Overflow fight for the first seed in playoffs right on the other side of this break.
Arizona and us.
Man, that's so disappointing though. Only 2 hours of streaming and I'm already throttled. It's over.
It's like, why couldn't they hold it in California?
Because Breakbad lives here.
Yeah, because Breakbad lives here.
Breakbad lives here? Holy fuck, I feel bad for him.
There's no way.
In one, whenever I have my ult, and I just stand in front of the goalie. Because, like, what can they do? But meanwhile, you already lose this game mixed up!
Whoa. Oh, and now we have this 2v3 position with the triangle coming through into a scoring opportunity for Sad Boys.
Oh, yeah.
E vamos ver se eles conseguem confirmar esse jogo. Mais uma vez.
A barreira muito rápido.
Seems like my calculations were correct.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh god, she's a girl.
wake up. We're in Arizona.
Yeah. Arizona and us.
Man, that's so disappointing though. Only 2 hours of streaming and I'm already throttled. It's over.
It's like, why couldn't they hold it in California?
Because Breakbad lives here.
Yeah, because Breakbad lives here.
Breakbad lives here? Holy fuck, I feel bad for him.
There's no way.
In one, whenever I have my ult, and I just stand in front of the goalie. Because, like, what can they do? But meanwhile, you already lose this game mixed up!
I mean,
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, and now we have this 2v3 position with the triangle coming through into a scoring opportunity for Sad Boys.
oh yeah.
E vamos ver se eles conseguem confirmar esse jogo. Mais uma
Essa
vez.
barreira muito rápido.
Seems like my calculations were correct.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh god, she's a girl.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 8 of the North American Strikers League. My name is Tech, joined today by ZYoshiYoshi64 with arguably one of the most hyped matches we might get tonight. Demons Raw versus Core Overflow, the battle for the number 1 seeds. Yoshi, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think this match is going to be really interesting. First of all, this is the battle for first place in playoff seeding. Just outright, this determines which is the best team going into playoffs. That's really big. Other thing is Gumi, goalie for Demons Raw, you can tell is not on goalie. He's taken to the midfield and kind of is in the box. And we're starting on Oni Village in an Atlas ban. I'm really curious to see if both these players can perform off role.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. Plus, starting Awakenings, Monumentalist, and Deadeye. Going to get Atlas absolutely out of there for that one. Looks like Gumi might play now. If he's not playing goalie, that's very interesting on the forward.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see a Kai ban come out from Core Overflow, but Joker not playing the Kai, not wanting to mirror the Kai in the midfield or try and deal with it. And Kai midfield on this map is just really hard to deal with unless you are also Kai. And puts Gumi on the Now, which I've never seen Gumi play Now. I don't know if he has the Now gene, but it's looking like a Now mirror in the midfield, Zentaro mirror forward, and kind of picking up the Amy into Slop's Mako, which is going to be really interesting. Deadeye being picked up for everyone but Gumi and Joker, who take the Manu. Turns out Manu now pretty strong. Pretty good to have.
Something like that. So I heard. And immediately a quick barrier. Super good aggression coming out there from Kainoob. This Gumi looking to dribble it, keep things in there, make things that much harder for Slop. It's a pass up to Snake, burns out the slice and dice. Looking to find anything, and a nice mine there from Now. Generates so much pressure, able to win another strike war with that ability, especially on kickoff. I think that's one thing we have to look out for is when we see these kickoffs, you got to be careful and you got to know who is going to do the strat. And look at this, both barriers are gone already for the side of Core Overflow, and the flip from Gumi will secure the KO. First goal coming out for Demons Raw.
Yeah. Hey, if there were any Gumi midfield doubters out there, I think he took that first point to show the world that, hey, maybe he's still got it. Whoa. Maybe he has it. Not still. This is the first time he's doing it. But I think you have a really interesting point on the kickoff here. I think both Nows, Now a character just really strong on kickoff. You drop all of your creations there and have a great time. But I think with the Amy goalie here, just in something you usually see on Oni Village, I feel usually melee goalies being favored, like Slop here on the Mako. But I think they're going to have a much stronger kickoff with that Amy. But kickoff doesn't matter if you drop both your barriers pretty quickly, and Leo Leon has that core flip in the net, taking it immediately, and showing a little bit of the Amy pick's weakness. Not super defensive there.
100%. And of course, Imi's turret is so powerful at breaking these barriers, especially ones like Oni Village that are just so large. Putting that turret in the speed lane can spell disaster, and disaster is what Snake and Gumi are doing on the offense. Kainoob with the blink coming through. Another goal for Demons Raw, and they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they really are. We just saw the other side of the Amy goalie coin, where she blinks in and wins, and takes the point and wins the game. And so if Demons Raw can just put out this all-out offense and just blitz Core Overflow, I think they have a great chance of winning. Now, this map, usually a war of attrition, both goalies holding to eternity and just fighting to hold their barriers until one team gets tired. But if Demons can just get through Slop, who has famously been an incredible hold-it-down goalie all season, I think they have a great chance of just winning the game.
And it's funny, you say just get through Slop, and you look at how well Slop can lock it down. Of course, one of the top goalies in the league, but all you got to do is hit him off the map. Snake with a nice KO, finds him staggered, and we'll take the first set for Demons Raw. And I think a huge awakening for this first draft would be extra special to come up, and there it is.
And there it is.
Has the opportunity to take that, but instead might opt for Spark of Resilience.
Yeah, very interesting, but just denying any sort of defensive awakenings from Core Overflow here. And that makes a lot of sense. It also gives Kainu the opportunity to spark it up later, maybe get some leadership. But if it looks like Demon's Raw is planning to, unsurprisingly, KO them. And it becomes significantly easier if they don't have Spark Resilience in their hands. Meanwhile, Gumi picking up the Chrono Boost, going to be really nice to drop the mines and just have that extra speed. And Slop has Team Player, which could be really, really nice for getting through this Amy, who's going to have to act a little bit quicker and be more ready for this core speed to try and defend. And as we can see already, both barriers drop for Demon's Raw. It's going to be a little tough to just all-out offense them if you don't have barriers. Also see Joker pick up Quick Strikes, which is going to be really big for the midfield. And just winning interactions so much more often with that faster strike cooldown.
A nice teleport there up from the Joker to help take out that second barrier. But things are going to be scary for Kainoob right now as you just don't have the abilities to deal with it. The Joker just crushes it right through. And, you know, that's, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, not a traditional goalie on a map like this. Just simply because if it goes through the speed lane, there's only one or two abilities you can use to help save that. Whereas, you know, other goalies, maybe like Mako, maybe like Kai, have a lot more in their kit to deal with that. So Kainoob has to be very careful, especially against that team player, and really has to utilize this momentum that Demon's Raw are getting off these kickoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple core flips. In fact, quite a few core flips being used, being up, Gumi and Leo still having. There's Gumi opting to try and kill Leo with it, Leo using it to defend, trying to get a really nice play, getting the core out of the corner where everyone was defending and take the barrier from the other side. Joker with the core flip almost gets the barrier, just goes wide, incredibly unfortunate, and now only Kainoob has core flip here. It's crazy how quickly the energy economy has changed. But that's just
Changing
how the core flips go.
As quick as those speed lanes. And look at this, the Joker has a core in the corner, finally burns Kainoob's core flip. But we're back to neutral again. One barrier from each side as the Nows are healing each other up, looking for any opportunity they can to take this barrier. And Snake just trying to burn that Mako secondary, looking to get rid of it. Gumi dribbling, stalling a lot of time there as Kainoob is up in the net, trying to reclaim his former role on this team, as Gumi has instead opted for the midfield. But there's a pass up to Snake, not quick enough, looking to get it past this double defense, and Kainoob in a tricky spot, able to save it with the cyber swipe, and Snake finds a beautiful angle into the corner. All you have to do is save it, and there's the core flip coming out from Gumi. The pass forward up to Snake, looking to find anything they can, stalling as much time. Finally, Leo Leon taken off the map, and it's a power play for Demon's Raw. You need to find something, and Snake punches it through. Slop opts not to burn the core flip, and we're even in set number 2.
Yeah, wow. What an incredible point, but in the end, a really nice KO getting found by Demon's Raw will definitely help them in claiming that point. And a great now mine from the corner, or in the corner from Gumi. Looking really nice, helping to get that goal. And here we're just seeing a lot of the same. And Demon's Raw are just kind of trying to funnel the core through this corner, push it through Leo Leon and Slop here. But Joker getting some nice primaries out. These drones working overtime, but Leo Leon's just getting chunked with a lot of health. And I think as the sets go on, the Demon's Raw damage will come out even more, and the KOs might become just that much more important here.
Yeah, that Deadeye Monumentalist is not something to laugh at as Slop loses a second barrier. And look at this, the mine ends up sending it into the net. Not sure if that was a little bit of an own goal there. Gumi adding some insult to injury with the Sigma X emote.
Yeah, Gumi still emoting in the midfield. And nothing changes. He will always be pressing all those buttons, letting the enemy team know how he feels. No, I know a lot of people have said, like, I don't like how Gumi's emoting. It's distracting. But some people going against him say like, I like to see his reactions to things, and you know how he's feeling, and he's definitely wearing his heart on his sleeve at all times, flashing a couple cheeky little emotes at any time.
Absolutely, almost losing that barrier. Somehow, Kainoob's able to lock it down. The shot's just a little bit wide. The Slop is holding it down for just a little bit. A nice clear out, assisted by that team player. But look at the Joker on such low HP. The character that's meant to heal themselves and others is so close to being staggered as they're forced to retreat all the way back to their end. The Snake has the opportunity to take it, but a nice pixel-perfect save from Slop keeps their barrier alive. It wouldn't be Oni Village without overtime in almost every set. It's Gumi and Snake pushing forward on the midfield. Which goalie will break first? Only time will tell. As Gumi doing such a good job helping out Kainoob keep this core forward at every position. And Slop finally loses the strike war. Maybe planning the future, but there's the second one. And Snake, the easy strike war wins. Slop picks the wrong angle. And Demons Raw with yet another set in this first game.
Yeah, I want to say that was so well played by Snake there. Or he saw Kainoob core flip, it anticipated where it was going to go, and immediately started using abilities on Slop to just keep him down. And use the primary first so his strike was still up, so he could win the strike war. Just clean it up really nicely. And here, moving on to draft, we see Kainoob sparked it up, getting that strength. Really nice. Joker opting for Primetime. And Primetime, Quick Strike on Now. And Manu to boot. Joker has an exceptional Now page coming out. It's going to be throwing out a ton of strikes, a ton of primaries, just hitboxes through the roof. Slop getting aerials. It's going to be really big for boosting his team's speed. And Snake getting 1-2 punch, which is going to be really big for KOing Leo Leon. But it doesn't matter if he's just going to shred the barriers that Kainoob was trying to defend and get the goal all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, Leon with the 9-second goal there. Maybe one of the fastest ones you'll see in all of Oni Village, as this map is known for taking a while. But, you know, a very momentum-based map, all things considered, especially like that. Kainoob forced to sacrifice one barrier, is able to get it past Leo, though. At least get that second alive for a little bit longer, but Joker has so many abilities, so many creations to just sit in front and pose a threat if the core happens to go that direction. But Leon on such low HP, already staggered, forced to try to burn that ult, to at least stay alive a little bit longer. But Snake is just hunting, standing in front of each other, trading blows, and finally healed all the way back up by the Joker. The core flip pass, it's a power play now, this time for core overflow. Will they be able to find anything? A nice core flip by Kainoob keeps this gate alive, and Gumi will come back. We reset once again to neutral on Oni Village.
Once again, the classic one-to-one barriers. But in the midfield, a little bit of a brawl's going on. Gumi and earlier Snake just trying to take out Leo Leon, getting staggered a second time, is just holding on for dear life. Standing in the middle, going for a scoring attempt, almost gets it. Kainoob saves it. Slop though, holding on to this barrier.
Ooh.
Oh! But the core just slipping by Kainoob and going in, and core overflow is looking a little bit favored this set. And
Yeah,
his scoreboard
definitely.
don't lie.
A little bit of a mix-up there from Leo Leon in what I was imagining was a mistake, a little missed slice and dice there, but instead ends up, or Oni's Blade rather, instead ends up mixing up Kainoob, who's not able to read that. You know, sometimes at super high levels like NASL, the mistake can actually be a mix-up. And look at this, Leo Leon using all of his cooldowns, all of his kit to take the second barrier. Now, Demons Raw looking like they could get 3-0'd this set.
Yeah, a little bit. It would be a major change of pace from the whole rest of this game so far, where they've been dominating, but Snake getting that barrier with a great strike into Slice and Dice. A classic. Oh, but Gumi's primary, or core flip, getting stuffed out.
Ooh.
Core almost going in. Kind of making the online save. Trying to get anything. Demons Raw are really trying to get this point, but Leo Leon with the primary will be sealing that core overflow 3-0 for this set. Meaning Joker is here, get an MVP, and could show up and deny some sparks. There's 2 on the board from Kainoob. Could pick up that heavy impact, which Gumi's hovering right now, which would really just put the nail in the coffin for his build, and he will do it. Getting a ton of abilities, a ton of hitboxes, and CDR to come out, all to boot. Incredible. Spark Resilience being denied by Slop, kind of picking up the agility instead. Still 3 sparks, but not having that lower cooldown. And Explosive Entrance going to Leo Leon, which I think is going to be really, really big. Every time Leo Leon gets a Dash Awakening on Oni Village, he turns into a different player. It turns it up to an 11.
Yeah, on players of Leo Leon's caliber, a Dash Awakening is not what you want if you're a goalie, and especially a goalie with the kit of Aimi. Not a whole lot you can do about that as Leo Leon looking to burn that kit and show it off right away. Gumi just dribbling in the corner, stalling time, trying to burn out these abilities, especially that Mako secondary. You do not want to deal with that. The core finally moving forward. Kainoob pushed so far up, using that glitch pop to assist. Gumi and Kainoob forced to just sit here and lock this down and take as much damage as they need. The core flip immediately burned. Nice read there and little ego check coming out of Demon's Raw, but the core is moving so quickly. And with 10 seconds left, you need to take that barrier, and that they do. Here comes the core flip. Kainoob opts not to use his own. Snake trying to mix things up, trying to take that barrier, but Slop also has the core flip. There's so much energy on the field, and Leo Leon comes flying in. Snake gets the timing. All you need is Gumi to pass it up to Snake, and surely this is a goal. Gumi dribbling in the midfield, looking for anything he can find, tries to throw it through, but Leo Leon's cutting off all the passing lanes, and Kainoob just dashes too far up with that cyber swipe, gets caught off guard. And that's the dangers of Oni Village. You look away for 1 second and the core's in the back of your net.
Yeah, core speed going a little crazy, especially in overtime. It just, you have to play so careful, make sure the core is being tracked at all times, trying to predict where it is, and sometimes just the smallest of errors will let it go through. But here Leo Leon trying to get this barrier, diving in. Dirk with the core flip, burning Kainoob's core flip, having to take it, and hey, this was looking like such a Demon's Raw favored game, and with a little bit of a power play coming up here, still is, but Core Overflow is definitely mounting the comeback they need to keep this game close.
Yeah, Snake finally gets that second barrier. Gumi and Kainoob are looking to find it. Snake is so far up, and Leo is so staggered. There's the core flip into the bottom corner. A beautiful angle from Gumi to secure the first point of this set. Potentially the victory.
Yeah, the core flip from across the net. Really, really well done by Gumi. Slop just barely out of range to strike it. Tying up the set once again, just like last set, but just like the second set. Whoa, this last set was a 3-0, where Core Overflow played incredibly well and proved that they weren't out of it yet.
And here we see the core again. This time, Kainoob taken off the back of the net. Snake looking to hold it down, but Gumi, it is not enough. There's too many cooldowns. And look at this. Core Overflow somehow up 2-1 in this set, even though Kainoob has 3 sparks. You know, we talk about late game scaling, and when you look at this, it seems like Core Overflow has been doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. They have come online. I mean, the things that the Joker is pulling up with, Monu, Quick Strike, Primetime, Heavy Impact, all of now is just like Super Turbo Best Awakenings. Leo Leon with the dash training, a little bit of size too, Knife's Edge, just so many good things that these forwards have to make it happen. But it doesn't matter if you get knocked out, and that's the win condition Demon's Raw is trying to play to.
Now there we go. We've resorted to taking core flip barriers. That's what you have to do to get past these two teams. Their defense is so strong. Now Kainoob has to clear it. Ops down, which is the right choice there. Snake looking to hit it. It almost goes in, but Slop able to save that angle. Almost caught lacking though, and Kainoob has the core flip. might be able to pass it forward, but so does Joker. There's so much tension in the midfield. Core Overflow needs the set. The now creation almost sends it into the back of the net. And there it is. Kainoob credited with that one. Somehow the core just floats into the top corner, able to keep that core flip, and things are tied up once again, this time on match point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, wow. Slop throwing out the ensnare drum, trying to catch both Snake and the core. The core just barely misses, and it takes us to a 0.5 on, like you said, match point. Demon's Raw definitely wanting to just seal this out right now. A great KO is a great start, but with Spark of Leadership still on board, definitely on the last draft, and going to be denied if Core Overflow wins the set. They have to win right here, right now, if they want to win this game. Otherwise, I think Core Overflow just scales out of control and shuts down any of their scaling.
100%, and this is so scary for Kainoob. You're forced to walk it down, but Snake with the core flip and the Oni's blade strikes it through. Flop able to get the KO and secure the first game. But don't count out Core Overflow. Both of these teams are tied for the #1 seed. Of course, this best of 3 will determine who's the #1 moving into playoffs, and both of these teams are playing like it.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant performance by both teams, but in the end, Snake had a little bit of Zentaro lore going on. 500 abilities and a core flip to boo. Everything just taking all of Slop's health and securing the goal for him. But really, like, looking at these stats, Gumi clocked in 232 redirects. Most in the game by a mile. No one else clearing the 200 mark. And again, if there were any questions about the Gumi midfield, let this be the answer. He is him. He's got it. Just absolutely tearing it up. And what was such a difficult matchup for him, too, with Joker's build. Just an exceptional performance coming out from Demon's Raw, which sounds a little redundant. Yeah, you would expect them to play that well. But again, both these teams clocking in, tied for first. I think Demon's Raw had to play as well as they did to win that game, and Core Overflow was so close to taking it to a set 5. And I think just clearing them in that set 5. So really well done.
Very well done indeed. And it looks like our next map might be Taiko Temple, if I'm reading this correct. And this is, the newest map in the game, one of the most interesting, in my opinions, in terms of compositions. We see a lot of strikers that maybe aren't viable on other maps being used on this one. We see a lot of Dubu forwards. We see a ton of rune usage. And of course, that now that we saw Gumi and the Joker play on. So we'll see if any of those strikers do come into play. And of course, what those startings, awakenings are and how they influence this game. Kainoob's still on the goalie, locked it down last time, and Chrono Boost and Demolitionist will be the 2 starting ones. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, very interesting. Like you said, I think on this map, creation characters really reign supreme. See the now ban coming out, not letting it go through. Mako being banned by the side of Core Overflow. Not wanting that to be picked by Kainoob, who usually when he plays Mako, pulls out the Mako midfield, but on the goalie this time, electing to keep the Amy on lock, who has that turret. And that's, hey, check 1 box for the awakening, or for the creation meta. Gonna be looking really good. Zentaro being locked in for Snake, who, like, I don't know, just plays Zentaro every game. It's good on every map. It's character's good. Character's great. And Gumi on the Juno, which is really interesting. Core Overflow loading in with, I assume that is Slop on the Atlas. It sure is. Leo Leon rocking out with the Kazan, who is Zentaro too. Hey, seen it coming. And Joker on the Asher midfield, which Joker just loves playing Asher. One of his favorite characters back when he was a brawler. Now gets to play it as a midfielder and always goes absolutely insane on this map. I mean, look at that. Claiming that barrier like it was nothing. And with Leo Leon at his side to help get these, I think Core Overflow has a great chance at winning this game.
Oh, and especially if it hits the drum and flies in like that, Kainoob's going to have a difficult time. And I'm a little bit surprised the ops for the Aimi in the net. I feel like this map is very difficult to clear the core from the corner. I've seen Ashers, I've seen Runes, and I've seen Now and other characters too struggle to even lock it down despite having abilities that can, you know, just stall the core out. So for Kainub to be playing Aimi here must mean he's pretty confident, or it means Demon's Raw is in for a struggle this game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the secret that Kainub is banking on is the secret that Demon's Raw is always banking on, which is that they will just eventually hit the damage scaling point and start knocking them out. And on Taiko Temple, on this map where the center can kill you if you get staggered so quickly, almost like Amy's app, the damage will be coming in. And if they're able to sneak the core past Slop like that, they might not even need it. But like looking at these two team comps, both teams have, you know, super damage characters in Zentaro and Kazan. But Demon's Raw rocking out with the Juno and Amiens, as opposed to the Asher and Atlas that Core Overflow have. And while Atlas can heal off the damage coming in or revive people, if the damage becomes too much, I think Atlas and Asher are just sitting ducks that'll get knocked out after a while. You know, we talked about the creation meta reigning supreme a little bit on this map, but as it turns out, damage is eternal. And they are keeping people staggered. Getting a little vicious out here.
Oh, and Snake immediately takes Slop off the map. Gumi looking to strike it through, and sure does. Finds the way around the Joker's ult for yet another goal. And I mean, you said it, damage is eternal. There's only a few things that are constants in life, and that's getting KO'd by Demon's Raw and I guess like taxes or something. But even then, like, who knows?
Yeah, that one might even go faster than being run over by damage by Demon's Raw. But hey, Core Overflow's win condition is showing up right here, right now. If they can blitz the barriers and not give Demon's Raw any time to put out the damage, they can win. And the Core getting dangerously close to the net. Snake being the only one left to defend, has a core flip, elects not to use it, letting it go in, saying like, yep, that one's in. Our goalie has died, GG. And Core Overflow is going to need a little bit more of that if they want to seal out this set, going to a 0.5. But Demon's Raw playing exceptionally well, getting that damage out. Joker already at half health, like, going to be so difficult. Staggered, getting knocked out, getting revived.
Oh.
The drums bouncing around, giving Slop enough time to drop the Celestial Intervention. But these barriers are still up for Demon's Raw.
The Joker taking a tour around the temple, as now it's Snake who's stuck in this corner, finally hooked away by Leon, and now finally the Joker is taken out. And now we're back into a 2v2 game. I know there's a game mode for that, but this is wild. This is the damage you expect to see out of Taiko Temple, and not even Atlas can stop it, unless they get an Awakening like extra special. But even then, I'm not too sure about this Demon's Raw team. And Kainub with the flip into the glitch pop. A beautiful shot there will secure this first set for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, Kainub blinking in and hitting a clip. Just conveyor belting the Core straight forward. And now we've got a really interesting draft. There's Spark of Leadership. There's two other Sparks. It might not even be worth to take the Leadership. Might elect for a Deadeye or Missile Prop instead. Just going for more damage. Meanwhile, Leo Leon picking up Primetime, and Leo Leon has Vicious Vambrace. And that is a great opportunity for him to stay alive. It does mean that Demon's Raw will eventually just end up focusing all their damage on Joker and knocking him out. Asher, not a character with enough mobility or defensive options to really prevent that from happening. But Leo Leon, with the Primetime, just two more abilities to throw out to just work on staying alive. Hey, now we're seeing Snake get mowed down, sitting at half health. But that's the Celestial Expanse burned from Slop, which means Demon's Raw have the opportunity right now to start putting on that damage. Start making it happen with Deadeye being picked up by Kainub and Spark of Strength by Snake. They're definitely going to have the damage, as there we see the Cyber Swipe takes Joker. And now it's Leon trying to get these barriers from Demon's Raw. InSlot holding on for dear life to this one.
Oh man, Gumi is able to just fly across the map and make so much pressure for Slop, as now you have to deal with the core flip and it's just too much. Snake with the passive stuffs it through the net. And that is one huge difference in this team, is simply the movement. You have two characters, two strikers on Demon's Raw who are able to just jump across the entire map at a moment's notice. Of course, Gumi with that chrono boost and Kainoob just with the cyber swipe. It's going to make things so much harder for Slop, and you really have to play perfectly if you want to knock out this tied for #1 team.
Yeah, absolutely. But Slop, being a great candidate for playing perfectly, has made this Atlas look incredibly strong all season, where no one else is really picking it. But now Core Overflow, the victory being left up to the forwards, working on getting it through. But Kainoob and Gumi, as was said quite a bit in Season 2, are holding hands in the net, holding it down. If you showed me a screenshot here, I could not figure out which one of them is the goalie and the midfielder. But with Joker getting a great shot right between them, it doesn't matter how many people you have in your net.
Much like Oni Village, those drums are terrifying. But all the Oni maps just make the core go way too fast. I'm wondering what's next. But a nice double barrier there taken right away. Core Overflow cannot be too happy about that one, as Gumi burns the core flip, and so does Leo. Nothing to show for it, except now one barrier will go down. The Joker has the flip as well. Opts not to use it, and instead gets taken off the map between the drums. And Snake has the passive, looking to dunk it through. Not able to find it just yet, but Gumi and Snake on the midfield, on the forward, generating so much pressure, and Slop just doesn't have enough abilities to deal with this. Gets it through the Joker. Snake looking to find the angle, but a close shot. But no cigar. Kainoob ends up losing it to that drum. Such a difficult angle to hold, and Snake with the core flip, and so does Slop. There it is, saved away. And now they're both burned. Things are still scary now for Demon's Raws. You got to worry about that core being too quick because of overtime, and Snake not able to win these strike wars. Leo is trying to find the Joker, but they're trapped on the other side, and they'll hook into shot with that extended hitbox. Leon sends it into the top corner, and there is nothing Kainoob can do about that one.
Yeah, exceptionally well played by Core Overflow. Slop in the back, just holding on for dear life. Joker doing a really good job of getting these barriers, and Leon, I think, playing really well with his hook. Has two of them now, and makes it a lot easier to make plays with it. But Leon has been doing a great job of standing back outside of the goal box, waiting for the core to get to him, waiting for a good opportunity to hook, and then just poking it in with that close strike core speed. And it's working really well. I haven't seen Leon get into the enemy goal box much at all, and usually you see brawlers do that a lot. But he's playing really well. Now in there, got the core flip. Kainoob's core flip, defending it away.
Ooh.
But now Leon is on the mission of kill Kainoob. But Snake in the 1v2 situation, with a little bit of a slashing strike, the Zentaro passive, slipping it right by Joker and Slop, getting it in and tying up this set.
Yeah, Slop with such an unfortunate angle there, ends up sending it into those middle drums, and it just perfectly hits the corner of their final remaining barrier. Devastating for Core Overflow, but it is 2-2 in this set. They're still 1 point away from evening up this game, assuming they're able to beat out this insane two-man defense coming out from Demon's Raw. But the Joker is on such low HP, and another barrier falls for Core Overflow. The save does come out, though, with that Celestial Intervention, as the Joker is still on such low HP after being saved by Atlas.
Yeah, the Joker not long for this world, definitely just getting smote by this Amy, the Centauro. Everyone coming out. Everyone's a Joker fan in this game, but getting a little bit of regen happening. Trying to get these barriers, but core flips being burned. Kainoob able to get it out with his. And Slop is just holding on to this barrier for dear life. Kind of like Kainoob here. Kainoob on the Amy doing a great job of holding. And uh-oh, I think it's Joker's time.
Rest in peace once again. And now it's the power play coming out from Demon's Raw. All you can try to do is stay alive. And there's the core flip to stall it for at least a little bit longer, but certainly not enough. Kainoob has to try to get this past everyone else as the Joker comes back. Has one barrier left, but has to deal with a Kazan in their face. Snake trying to take care of things, deal a little bit of damage, but that vicious Van Brace helps out so much. Gumi with a nice shot. Not able to find its mark, though. It's some excellent defense from Slop. And there's so much damage on the side of Core Overflow right now. There is nothing they can do as Leon forced to attack and heal just a little bit. But this time, Kainoob, or Snake rather, is taken off the map. Things are potentially winnable. Oh no. Core Overflow losing the 2v0 off the middle corner, finds the demon angle off the side. That is not the way you want to lose the second set.
Incredibly unfortunate. I think Slop's strike shot just going a little wide, even after Snake dashes into his death. But moving on to this next set, or this next draft, we see Rapid Fire being picked up by Kainoob. Great Awakening on every character, let's be clear, but not letting Leon get that primetime Rapid Fire synergy. Explosive Entrance coming out for Leon, getting 12.5% extra damage on all his moves, a little bit of dash range, and a great deny against Centauro. Who's sparking? That's 2 sparks on the board for Snake. Strength and Focus, probably the 2 best sparks for Centauro. He's gonna have more abilities, more damage, and I think that could be a game-winning set of Awakenings for Demon's Raw here. But Slot picking up team player and Joker getting more size and the recovery drone, meaning he's got 1 free revive. He's gonna have to hope that it shows up when it counts. Until then, Leon just fighting, using these hooks to try and get the barriers here. Doing a great job of keeping possession, keeping the core up, but with all these Juno slimes, it's so hard.
Like you said, it's so difficult. Snake this time taking out Slop, and now the net is empty aside from the Joker. Even with that recovery drone, it's not enough to recover the core when it's shot into the bottom corner. Demon's Raw up a point again. And Core Overflow, I'm not quite sure what they can do to come back in this game.
Yeah, things are looking really rough for Core Overflow. Joker just getting absolutely annihilated immediately. Still has a recovery drone, which can save his core flip. Slop has the Celestial Intervention. And somehow Joker manages to live through it, and Snake is the one that gets knocked out.
We'll see how long that lasts for. The core flip immediately denied away by the IME turret. The Joker's still on fairly low HP as they're starting to recover, but Kainoob does have the core flip, but instead it's immediately taken out. Leon looking to do it, and the pass the Joker is good. Core Overflow gets their first point, and potentially what might be a reverse sweep comeback. You never know.
Yeah, an exceptional play from Leon, who saw Kainoob core flip and immediately swapped to the open form dash, jumped up in the air, and then zeroed in on where Kainoob sent the core and was able to dime up Joker to send it in. Playing really well. But speaking of Joker, that guy's coming back from getting knocked out. And with a little bit of help from Slop's Celestial Intervention, gonna have a little bit of health to stay alive, but with so much damage coming out from Demon's Raw, yeah, hard to see it go any other way. Snake getting both barriers while staggered. Core Overflow zeroing in on him, but now the core in a dangerous spot. Core Overflow has to defend it away right now in this 2v3 situation.
I like the read from Gumi. He's feeling confident and he's feeling in charge, jumping up to try to read the up clear. Of course, didn't go his way, but it shows you how confident Demon's Raw are in winning this game. I mean, especially when you see Gumi not in the goalie position, it's always an interesting time. And clearly showing up, trying to prove who's the #1 seed. A nice strike shot there from Slop as Kainoob has to lock down this remaining barrier, and Gumi and Kainoob seem impenetrable right now in the defense. Slop has to hold it down, but not enough for the core flip of Kainoob. Match point and series point right now for Demon's Raw to secure that number 1 set.
Yeah, and hey, it's looking pretty done and dusted. Demon's Raw, they have enough damage to just knock people out whenever they want. Kainoob and Gumi are holding onto these barriers, but with Joker and Leo in the corner, maybe it's a little bit too early to say. All right, they have a chance here. Core flip off the drum, going in with the open primary to try and carry it out, but a great hook from Leo, and Joker absolutely making sure that it will go in with that Asher primary on the follow-up. Not needed, but definitely appreciated, and core overflow just kind of smoked Demon's Raw at that point. And I think they're going to need a little bit more of that if they want to hold on this game.
Yeah, that corner is devastating, and this time Snake taken off the map. And now there's going to be so much pressure, but Kainoob gets the perfect clear off the bottom. The turret might be enough to help stall out until Snake gets back. But once again, we're in that corner, not the place you want to be, especially not if you're Demon's Raw. And there we go, Snake with that first barrier. One more remaining as Leo almost gets the perfect angle to take 2. Instead, bounces off the side, and Gumi does have the core flip in this corner. Things are not looking good for core overflow. There's so much as Gumi switching sides back and forth, and Snake almost gets the barrier somehow. Core overflow holds for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, a great Celestial intervention came in, and with the help of the orb, Joker's now full health, has a core flip. Leo Leon and Joker really helping Slop defend here against the onslaught the Demons are putting on. Able to get it out. Slop at low HP. Snake staggered. Things are going on in the core overflow goal box, but meanwhile, Joker is smoking these barriers, and a great hook from Leo Leon again will seal out the set. Core overflow hanging on against the Demon's Raw. Just absolute Goliath damage comp. Super turbo win. They looked like they were about to just seal it out, but wow, core overflow still holding on, still in there. And rewarded with a heavy impact on Leo Leon, which with that explosive entrance too is looking really, really strong.
That it is. The quick strike, also very important for Joker, who has been taking so much damage despite having recovery drone, you know, and that celestial intervention from Slop. Still KO'd, I feel like, more often than not by the Demon's Raw offense. So maybe quick strikes will help out build that evade meter just a little bit more and keep them alive from these power plays that are so devastating coming out of Demon's Raw. And
Yeah, absolutely.
Able to build.
Yeah, we also, well, we see Leo Leon getting chunked right now, but I think you're absolutely right about quick strikes being really nice for building that evade meter. Also, it's just really, really potent on Asher, who just has 500 abilities in the corner. He drops them all, uses the primary, which holds the core fast enough to get the strike cooldown back up. Really, really great pick from Joker, who got denied the Spark of Resilience from Kainoob, who effectively denied it from Snake, but it doesn't matter because if Joker was able to pick it up, it would be so different. But now both these goalies holding on to these barriers so well. Neither set of forwards trying to get through, but Slop just barely unable to save it, and now Snake is going in.
Well, the Joker almost got his recovery drone burned instantly and finally does the core flip. This time from Gumi will secure that first goal, and they're 2 points away from locking down that first seed. The offense of Gumi and Snake is just too much, and I think one of the huge difference makers just has been the positioning of Gumi. We see time and time again that he's able to just jump across and self-clear the core. Even in power plays for core overflow, they've been able to stay alive just solely due to Gumi being able to stall out the core for such a long time. And speaking of power plays, there it is again. Kainoob and Gumi holding for dear life as finally it drops. And the stun at the last inch of that ability onto Kainoob, will secure that goal this time for core overflow. Nice showing there from the Joker.
Yeah, definitely. Joker played really well there. Just kind of shepherding the course straight forward, giving Kainoob a little love tap on his way out, not letting there be any chance of him saving it. And it almost looked like it just flew through, no questions asked, but great dash from Joker, who has now perished. So, moment of silence for him. I do not think this will be the last time we see that this set, as the damage from Demon's Raw is coming out once more.
Nor will that moment last too long if any of these teams have something to say about it. Kainoob and Gumi all the way up, looking to find something as Slop forced to try to survive the onslaught, but it is too much as Snake with the Oni's blade flies into the net and secures that goal. Demon's Raw 1 point away from the 2-0 against the other number 1 team. An impressive showing from them.
Yeah, really. And though we are on a serious point, once again, we saw core overflow in this position last set, and they were able to hold on, get those barriers, and win. Joker being staggered right now might have something to say about it. This could be it. Core overflow is looking like they need a miracle right now to make it happen.
Ooh, but the barrier finally falls, and Leo's looking to put something together, but it's a 2 versus 3 as the Joker finally comes back up. Gumi does have the core flip. Will they use it into the bottom corner? That will write it down. Demons Raw with the 2-0 victory secures their first seed in the playoffs here in week 8.
Yeah, wow. Core flip from downtown to seal it out. That's going to be it. And yeah, like you said, Demons Raw reclaiming the throne. Last week or week 7, 2 weeks ago, we saw them lose their first game or lose their first series ever. But them saying that's a one-time thing. We're not here to lose to. We'll be maintaining the throne, the seat on top, that first place spot in playoffs, locked and loaded right here, off of what was an insane game. Par for the course for Taiko Temple, but a crazy showing from both teams.
100%. And you were talking last game about the amount of redirects that Gumi had. Once again, 265. I mean, he wasn't even the goalie, and yet he had more redirects than the goalie just due to so many blobs on the offensive side. I mean, Slop with 195 redirects, just simply losing out to all of Juno's friends. They called everyone in the group chat and sent them over to attack, and that it did. And, speaking of really high stats from that second game, 56,000 damage, or 56.6 thousand damage from Snake on that Zentaro, clearly showing Demon's Raw specialty, and that's just KOing the opponents.
Yeah, KO them. I think really interestingly, though, Leo Leon clocking in most redirects on his team with that 238. I think a lot of them are coming in from hook strikes. That's a great opportunity to clock in 2 redirects for free off 1 interaction, but still just that guy was in the mines doing everything he could to get the core up, to get the barriers, and had some great shots on the goal. So I know it's it sounds redundant to say Leo Leon 500 played exceptionally well, but he did. And hey, shouts out to him for putting on a great performance on the Kazan. I'm impressed. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, we have the notebook out. We're writing things down, but things to write down. Number 1 seed will be Demon's Raw moving forward in the playoffs. Of course, that knocks Core Overflow down to number 2, losing their second game of the season, which is still a ridiculous showing considering the skill level of all the teams in the North American Strikers League. A very impressive performance nonetheless. And I thought for a hot minute that they had the opportunity to come back. But speaking of coming back, don't go anywhere because we will be going on to the after show where You'll get to hear some cool people talk about some cool stuff related to Omega Strikers. So we're going to hop into a quick break. But once again, I'm Tech, joined by ZYoshiYoshi64. Any final words?
Nope. We're out of here. It is time to go to break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Bye bye.
Arizona and us.
Man, that's so disappointing though. Only 2 hours of streaming and I'm already throttled. It's over.
It's like, why couldn't they hold it in California?
Because Breakbad lives here.
Yeah, because Breakbad lives here.
Breakbad lives here? Holy fuck, I feel bad for him.
There's no way.
In one, whenever I have my ult, and I just stand in front of the goalie. Because, like, what can they do? But meanwhile, you already lose getting mixed up!
I mean, like,
Whoa.
Oh, and now we have this 2v3 position with the triangle coming through into a scoring opportunity for Sad Boys.
oh yeah.
E vamos ver se eles conseguem confirmar esse jogo. Mais uma vez.
Essa barreira muito rápido.
Seems like my calculations were correct.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Oh god, she's a girl.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the post show with me, your host Borg. I got some pretty nice faces on the desk with me here today. Lots of yapping to be had. Playoffs are decided now. Big week this week, honestly. The only thing left to figure out is the seeding for playoffs, which is what we'll be talking to you guys about today. So, I mean, right to my, I guess, to the camera on the right that way, but my left, Liari. How you doing today? How with your win? How you feeling against after your game today? I guess I'll put it like that.
I'm feeling great. I think that was my personal best game of the season. I think my team played amazing. I think Sundubu played well. It was just like I did a lot of odd review going in, and I felt really confident going into the match. I think that showed.
Definitely showed, as you guys looked incredibly dominant in that performance. And then fellow member of Last Call here, Fresh, couldn't get anyone from EKC on. And by couldn't, I mean I couldn't get anyone but Soren on, so I got Fresh on instead.
No.
Fresh, how are we feeling that you played like a beast, might I add? I mean, you know,
I pressed
couldn't really
primary,
look at
I
your gameplay too
walked
much.
forward, things happened, it was great.
That's what I'm saying. What are your thoughts about that game versus Sad Boys and your matchup against Bells?
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. The thoughts are mostly Bells is a demon, and anytime that I was by myself, you were on comms with me, I was just crying, like, please, someone save me. But I feel like we played really well. I feel like they played really well. It came down set 5.5 game 3. So I think we got bailed out a little bit by them losing their ban, but I feel like I played pretty well. Team did as well. So
nice. Not a Mickey win. I don't care what you guys say. It was not this time. And speaking of Mickey wins, the goalie who didn't show up, Gumi, showed up today on the midfield. I'll just let you take it away at this point. I mean,
nowhere's no at the LAN. I was chilling in the hot tub after we won. I was feeling good. There was about 7 people packed into this tiny hot tub, and I was like, guys, low key, if I play midfield versus Cow and kind of plays goalie, we can win. And everybody was like, no, you're delusional, you're delusional, you're delusional, you suck, you're delusional. But little did they know I'd been grinding in the Westie Draft League mines, cultivating my midfield skills for weeks, months even. And I'm a tournament winner on midfield. We're doing really good in Westie Draft League, and I've been playing pretty well recently. And everyone was doubting me, but Fudgy Waffles, big shout out to Fudgy Waffles, he said, I think you guys can win. I think you guys can win. big shout out to Fudgy Waffles. But yeah, it was fun because I locked in and played some fun midfield.
Hey, well, love to see you and Kindu play goalie 1 and 2 every game. It's always a treat to witness. Thank God that did not happen against us. I would have not been happy. But hey, we're here now. And speaking of here now, the playoffs are locked in, everybody. If we could bring up the standings, we can start yapping about this. We got Demons Raw sitting first seed pretty comfortably at 7-1. Not too much really to take them down a notch there. I'm pretty sure it's actually guaranteed first seed because even if Corverflow wins tomorrow and next week, and Demons Raw loses next week, they still have the tiebreaker, so still first seed. Gumi's got to be happy about that. Core Overflow now, already guaranteed winner's side, feeling pretty good. Sad Boys, EKC, and Bun Bun tied for third, so a pretty big three-way tie. Next week, we'll shake up a lot of the playoff seeding implications. And then last call, we squeaked by everybody. We finally managed to do our doubters wrong and our believers right. The 4-4 guaranteed sixth place. I guess I'll start with the number 1 seed here, and then we'll kind of get some thoughts from Liari and Fresh. How you feeling on the first seed? Were you ever worried? And is it going to be better than last season?
I wasn't really worried. I was talking to my teammates, and I was like, about maybe like 2 weeks ago, I was like, I think right now at this moment, Sad Boys aren't really playing. Cow is still on the up and up. I felt like we were just the best team in A, and it wasn't really close. So I felt like we had a lock for first seed no matter what would happen. We would beat Sad Boys and Cow pretty easily, which I think will still happen with Sad Boys next week. Who knows? I might fuck around and play midfield again. We'll have to see. Vaughn, you might be next. But I was very confident. I think we're the best team in NA, and I don't think it's close. But for playoffs, I always said it's always up in the air for playoffs. Sad Boys could scrim playoffs and come back just like they did last season. But I was always really confident they would be first seed.
Gotcha. Well, Liari, 5-3, last half of the season going really well for you guys. How are you feeling going into playoffs? And I guess, locking out Sundubu today, who was possibly at the beginning of the season, especially one of those teams that was a big contender for playoffs, right? So feeling pretty good in that dominant performance. What are your thoughts about the rest of these teams and how you match up?
Yeah, I think as far as the rest of the teams and how we match up, I think we can beat any other team in playoffs. I think any team can beat any other team in playoffs. And that's what's really exciting about these matchups. I'm really hoping to get to play Sad Boys at some point because obviously we beat them when they had a sub. And while Fudgy's a great midfielder, that team functions a lot better with Fawn and has played with him for so long. And getting that win would be really satisfying.
Gotcha. And Fresh, I could yap all I want about last call, but I'm the host, so no one will believe me. And so you got to do the yapping for me. We managed to squeak by. What were your thoughts in the midway through the season, mental state, and towards the end now after these last 2 wins and going into next week? I mean, how you feeling? I know how you're feeling, but you got to tell the audience how you're feeling.
Well, my team captain after we lost to EKC said, "That's it, boys. We don't make playoffs. We're done." Just muted himself, walked away. I had to go to a concert, so after the EKC loss, we were feeling pretty down. But I think every team kind of has their shake-up point where they really have to kind of reassess what they're doing, figure out what's working, what isn't. And I think after that EKC game, we really started figuring things out. Defensive goalies are apparently the answer. And also to somehow get Gumi to not play for Demons Raw, their star midfielder, make sure that he's not on the team.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you're supposed to then say later in that day, we came together as a team, talked it out, hugged it out, led by the captain. No, okay,
that didn't
it's
happen.
fine.
That didn't
It's
happen at
fine.
all.
It's fine.
I was at a concert.
We'll go next. We'll start here. I'm actually curious. Then I'll talk to you guys about biggest upsets, biggest surprises of this playoff picture. Because looking at, we probably won't flash them here, obviously, but if you guys remember, if you guys can look at them later, the predictions early on were pretty. They weren't too. Actually, what am I saying? They're pretty different from what we're seeing here. So, Liari, I'll start with you. What's your biggest surprise about this playoff picture?
My biggest surprise, I would say, people hyping up Scyther as a top 3 brawler, but I expected that. The biggest surprise to me would be last call, honestly. I think everyone counted them out after seeing their schedule as Demons Raw and Sad Boys, and you guys managed to pull through. And it, especially today, just excelled, and it was really cool to watch.
Hey, well, I appreciate that. Gumi, what's your biggest surprise? Maybe a team that you expected to make it but didn't. What are your thoughts about this?
Honestly, my biggest surprise is probably the Sundubu Strikers not making it. Like, those guys are really good, and with their incredible showing at LAN, it's really sad to see them not make it. And you start to think like, well, if they were this good at the start of the season, do you think they would have made playoffs? Maybe, but hey, they should have just played better and won more sooner. But overall, I would say I'm not too surprised with this. I kind of expected almost everything, except I thought Cindy would probably make playoffs. But not too many big surprises except Sad Boys starting in losers. Or starting in third or
Maybe
fourth.
starting in losers.
Yeah.
They could.
Well, if we beat them, they are, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so they'll be starting losers.
Yeah. Rest in peace to the soon-to-be Strikers 07. No, we've been scrimming them. Last Call has been scrimming them every single Monday since the first match when we played them of the season. So kind of sad that it feels like we always gotta go against our brethren. But hey, it can only be one team, and Fresh, it is our team. I mean, biggest surprise for you, I guess, Fresh, coming into playoffs. I mean, you obviously are gonna expect us to qualify, right? I mean, of course, but
I mean, that's
what's
obvious.
your biggest surprise in terms of standings, in terms of who didn't make it, maybe score lines for teams?
I think Sunduba Strikers is the big one. Every time we play against them, every time I watch them play, I'm impressed. Just seeing them not in playoffs is really odd to me. Like honestly, to an extent I put them above us, but you know, I think it's my ego pushing us, or my non-ego pushing us down. But yeah, I'm surprised by Sunduba Strikers not being in it.
Gotcha. Yeah, there we go. Sundubu shout out once again. Hopefully, see a good showing from him next week against EKC. It's over, but it's not over. There's always still time. So shouts out to them and all the boys on that squad. I guess another thing to mention here, Quest Esports still 0-8. And now that playoffs are locked, the last game almost doesn't matter in the end anyway. I mean, will they get another win? I'm going to leave me and Fresh out of this until maybe the end. Maybe we could do some yapping. But, I mean, Gooby, will Quest Esports get that first win?
Who are they against?
Us, last call.
Oh. I mean, maybe if they ban Fresh's one trick, it might be winnable, but
Maybe.
If he's Comet luring up in the building, I don't see a way they win. Honestly, even if they ban Asher, it's probably doomed. They might be having their Jade Candles with the shotgun season. So,
Any thoughts on that, Leary, as well?
Yeah,
Big Quest
sorry,
believer, actually. Big Quest
Yeah,
believer.
I am a big Quest fan. Personally, I think Quest will gap. I'm slipping on that sloopin' scissor. Okay, sorry, I thought of saying that at the beginning of my sentence and couldn't get out of my head. Anyways, yeah, Quest, they've been looking a lot better recently. I like them a
You
lot.
can take a second. It's all right. It's hard to recover
I mean,
after that one.
Liari doesn't even believe what she's saying.
No, I'm laughing at my
You're
sentence.
smiling like face cam needs to be on at this point. Like that's
Yeah.
crazy. The smile there, I could see it right now. It's all right. Hey, I
Yeah.
believe in Quest too. I'm gonna be honest. I was worried when they lost today because they will get a win, guys. And if they didn't win today, I was a bit scared.
Yeah, and okay, unironically, Swoopin has been looking better and better. He picked up the Asher from Fresh today, and I think he's going to play it better than him next week and show Lilybun, who's going to copy it for playoffs, how to play the pick, and I'm so excited for that.
Fresh, any thoughts on that one? Actually, if you want to leak the DMs you leaked to me earlier, feel free for this if you want.
I don't even know what DMs you're talking about.
That's
But
okay, never mind.
yeah,
It's okay.
I think I perform best when people doubt me or cheer against me. So I think everyone's going to be cheering against Last Call next week. Everyone wants to see Quest get a win, and unfortunately for them, I don't think it's happening. I'm gonna try my hardest, but I'm a big fan of Quest. Even if we lose against Quest, like I'll be happy because I love every member on their team. So one of my favorite teams.
So do you have to win for winner's side?
So I believe that's perfect time to talk about this, Gumi. Thank you very much. Lots of different things that could happen. So first thing, obviously, we went over before. If Raw beats Sad Boys next week, Sad Boys is pretty much guaranteed down, sent to losers. If EKC beats Sundubu, and Bun Bun, actually, there's a lot of things here. So I'm pretty sure. So if you look at next week, EKC versus Sundubu, we have Bun Bun versus Bozo. If both those teams win, then and Demons Raw beats Sad Boys, then Sad Boys and Last Call will both be in losers. If you knowers know, by the way, when I say knowers know, if the audience should know, how it works for playoffs is there's a loser side automatically. So 5th and 6th start loser side, and that means that they don't get basically another shot. If they lose a game, they're out of the tournament. Whereas first through 4th get to start on winner's side. I believe first place gets to choose their opponent, and then the other two, I'm not sure if that's exactly how we're doing it this year, but pretty sure that's how we're doing it. So I'm not sure if there's a good graphic to show up here. We'll be doing it next week anyway. It will be a true post show where I'm pretty sure K-Bot will be, explaining it all better for you guys anyway. This is just a little bit of yapping beforehand. So we'll go to Liari here after you've had a chance to compose yourself against next week in their match against Bozo. I mean, Bozo looked pretty good today. Granted, not one of the top contenders of the season right now against Oshi, but Bozo, I mean, who knows? The meta might be pretty good for them. What are your thoughts going up against them next week? And are you pretty confident?
I think Bozo is a really great team. I think if the entire season was played on this patch, I would easily see them in playoffs. I think historically I've matched pretty poorly into Muncher, and at the beginning of the season I kind of identified this week and the next week, or I guess last week now and the upcoming week, as like 2 weeks where I really want to have good performances and prove myself. I think today I had that, and I'm very excited to do that again next week.
And then in the place of EKC, I just got some confirmation here. Fresh, this will be kind of slated towards you. Apparently, Last Call can make winner's side. And the way that would happen would be we beat Quest, Bun Bun beats Bozo, Soon Dubu beats EKC, and Demons Raw beats Boys. Because we have the tiebreaker versus Boys. EKC, I believe, loses. That still doesn't make too much sense in my opinion, but oh, okay. So it'll end up in a tiebreaker. So I guess the question here, just for you here, is your thoughts on the EKC versus Dubu matchup next week. What are your thoughts on that? Who do you think is going to take that one?
I think EKC's whole meta of Soren on the IME, Katsuna on Luna midfield, and then NXED playing Zentaro. I think it's going to get figured out, and I think Dubu's going to put them down next week. Is all I'm going to say.
Oh, Sundubu coming back with a vengeance. I hope to see Sundubu come back with a vengeance and their season strong. I think everybody really wants them to do that. So hopefully we'll see that. EKC been looking pretty strong today, obviously, against Quest. So we'll have to see. And then last but not least, Gumi. Big match next week versus Sad Boys. I mean, some might not say as big. I mean, pretty slated rivalry, right? We saw it in pretty much every single major tournament recently. But like you said, Sad Boys not looking maybe as on form as they have been. I hate that I have to say that. I'm really sorry. Hopefully, not taking that too badly. Sad Boys, love you guys. I'm just doing the host thing. But what are your thoughts, Gumi, on your match next week? I know you said you're pretty confident earlier on, but any fun things in store? Maybe some fun maps, fun picks, anything that you guys are going to be trying to do, or are you just really going to try to dominate?
I can yap all I want, but Demons vs Sad Boys is always close. No matter what's going on, it's usually really, really close. Each game is going to be like, even if it's like a complete sweep, like 3-0 in the actual games, in a best of 5, each game will be close. Each point will be hard fought. It will last like 5 minutes a point, and every game versus Sad Boys is hard. So we're not going to be doing anything silly. Most likely, we're going to go in there and we're going to try to dominate and show that we're the best.
Hey, well, I love to hear that, and I mean, hey, pretty sweet. So, I mean, I'm not sure if there's a schedule lined up here, but you guys, if you want to, the audience can see it here. I'm not sure if we have a graphic lined up for it, but next week we got pretty big week. The playoffs already figured out, so you guys might not think it's too big of a deal, but it's about there to. So big seeding implications here, right? So Last Call can still make it to winner's side. I believe pretty much any of these bottom playoff teams, the 4th through 6th, kind of like third, even it's 3rd through 6th right now. The whole bottom half that aren't Cow or Demons Raw can still battle for winner's side here. First match we have Last Call versus Quest. We kind of went over that earlier, so I'll skip through that now. Actually, I'll just let everyone know their predictions. All right, what's your prediction, real quick? We'll kind of skirt through this one. Last Call versus Quest.
I think Quest.
Okay, Fresh. What's your prediction? Last Call versus Quest.
It's gonna be a Last Call sweep.
Hey, Last Call sweep. Gumi, you kind of touched on it earlier, but officially, what's your prediction?
Probably Last Call. I mean, if Quest loses this game, it would be huge for them. They get the record for the worst season, so they might be down for that, but or they might want to win. So we'll have
in
to
the
see.
history books, one
I'm
way or
predicting
another.
Last Call.
All right, time to get on some other matches that we have not talked about. Fresh, I'll start with you. Cow versus Oshi. Thoughts on that match?
I think Cow. I'll do some yapping. I don't think Oshi looked that great today, which is funny coming from us considering we lost to them. But I don't think they looked that great today, and I think that Cow has something to prove now after Joker got gapped by Gumi in the midfield.
Ooh.
That didn't happen, but some yapping.
I
I
mean,
don't
if you
know.
look at the leaderboards, I'll yap a little bit too. Me and Joker are tight with it, so I mean, he could get mad all he wants. It was kind of a midfield gap, guys. I'm gonna be honest, or it was just a kind of gap as always. Thoughts on that one, Gumi?
I said this before. I think Kynib's probably top three goalie in A. I would say he's probably better than Slop. So, hey, I didn't really have to work too hard because I had one of the best goalies, and Joker is my child on midfield, I guess.
All right, Joker ranting aside, what are your thoughts, Gumi, on the Cal versus Oshi match next week? Is it a Cal
I mean,
sweep?
yeah, yeah. It's Cal's about to pound them into the crust of the earth.
No amount of handsome genes can save you from the wrath of Cal after this week. Sorry, Merchant. Liari, what are your thoughts on this match?
Yeah, Oshi's just figuring out their picks for next season. I feel like Merchant mentioned post LAN being invigorated to learn new characters, and yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. It's probably going to be a cow win. I don't think they figured it out yet.
Gotcha. I also agree with that. As much as I love Oshi, Cows kind of just, I think they got a chip on their shoulder now after this week, so they're going to try to end the season with a pretty good record. Bozo versus Bun Bun, we talked about it a little bit, Liari. I'll kind of start with you just because you already kind of talked about it a little bit, but just, obviously you think your team's going to win. Any other thoughts that you haven't talked about already?
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see how Lily matches into Forgot. I know Forgot's been playing more like non-Dubu, more range goalie picks recently, and Lily's been doing the opposite. And I think that dynamic will be really funny.
Hey, but what if it's Moff and Curry?
It's not already confirmed.
All right, never mind then. All right, Fresh. Thoughts on this match, Bozo? Our heroes qualifying us today, which was really nice. Or Bun Bun, the villains, I'm going to say in this one analogy for no reason because they beat us.
I want to say Bun Bun, but I feel like I and Dropletto are just not going to practice at all this entire week. They're just going to play fighting games, and they always get a power boost when they just don't care. So I think it's going to be a Bozo bunch sweep.
Okay, Gumi, what are your thoughts?
It's probably just gonna be a Bun Bun sweep. They've been looking really good, and Lily Bun has been playing melee goalies, which are like so broken. Like Forgot already knows, but we'll have to see if Lily Bun can gap Forgot in the Dubu mirror.
I would love to see that personally. I'd love to see the Debu Mirror. I'm also going to go with Bun Bun. As much as I love Yappin, I mean, Scyther 12 is the absolute GOAT. And Liara, you've been looking clean as hell recently with your gameplay. I will shout you out there. Big shouts out. And then Lily Bun, the GOAT as always. So big Bun Bun Bonanza sweep here. Match 4, EKC versus Sundubu. Fresh yapped about it a little bit, so I'll let you say your official thoughts here. You said Sundubu's going to win. Are you still 100% confirmation on that one?
Oh, Sundubu's gonna win that.
All right,
Absolutely.
Gumi. EKC versus Sundubly Strikers. Will Sundubu come back with a vengeance, or are they packing it up for the season and EKC sweeping it?
I mean, it kind of depends. Like, is Sundubu going to be scrimming this week, even though they're out of playoffs? Like, who knows? I think if they scrim, they have a much higher chance of winning. But EKC has been looking really good. We warmed them up earlier, me, Grimella, and Fudgy. And Soren was not playing like Soren, and that's a good thing. He was playing like a demon, and he was actually holding. So I think it's an EKC sweep, honestly.
I love that yapping. That was a good one. EKC sweep with the Soren shot as well. That's huge. Liari, thoughts on this match?
Yeah, I mean, Soren has finally picked up melee goalies. I feel like Sundubu's probably going to want to take a break for a little bit. So I'm looking at EKC to win, but also like Sundubu, they'll have nothing on the line. There's no stakes to play for. I feel like they always play their best. And they thrive in those kinds of environments because sometimes they put too much pressure on themselves. And they could definitely end up pulling it out and look really good on that day.
All right, well, I'm gonna put the Sundubly Strikers as well because apparently it helps LC get winner's side. Don't know how exactly. Kind of haven't understood that. Maybe a tiebreaker, but you know, I hope Sundubu comes back for another win. I always love seeing them go out with a bang. So, and by that I mean I love seeing them play well, not actually go out. No, it's okay. You guys got it. Last game of the thing, Gumi. I'll start with you here because you already talked about it. Demons Raw's winning. Anything you want to add to the yapping or now? You're pretty good with what you said earlier.
I'll just ask you guys. Should I try to play midfield or should I play goalie? What do you guys think?
Hey, you should play forward.
Forward,
I think
really?
you guys will lose if you play forward.
We will definitely lose because Snake cannot play anything but Brawler.
I didn't say that. I mean, you're the one that said it. But all right, sure. I think you should play. I think you should play midfield. Let's see it like one more time for the one.
I think the bigger question is if you should even play goalie in playoffs.
Ooh, kind of just the better goalie at this point.
He is, and I'm the better midfielder, so it works out.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know about the second thing, but I'm down for kind of being the better goalie here. Liare, what are your thoughts on this match? Are you excited? What are your implications? Who do you got winning?
I mean, I'm obviously like we should be cheering for Demons Raw because we have the tiebreaker over Sad Boys and can help knock them into the lower podium or lower bracket. But the more I think Sad Boys knows like this is the game that they have to perform, and I do think like we've been seeing a Demons Raw recently that is very like carefree and just playing their best and relaxing. Like they're a team that thrives in these circumstances where there's nothing to really play for and they're just having fun and doing their best and also like knocking another team down a peg. And that's why I'm going to vote for Demons, but I could totally still see Sad Boys win.
All right, Fresh, how about you? The one who has the Sad Boys profile picture. What are your thoughts?
I think that Demons has been playing like a bunch of demons, but I also don't think they're taking the game that seriously right now. They put Gumi in the midfield, and you know what? He proved everyone wrong. He did really well there, but if he does something like that next week, he might get diffed a bit by Vaughn. I'm gonna go with Sad Boys. I think that like Vaughn or not Vaughn, like Liari said, they got something to prove now, and they absolutely will. Not prove, but they have to perform. So
I'm gonna have to agree. I'm gonna put Sad Boys as well. Gumi, what were you saying?
Knowers know that demons play best when we're grinding Roblox instead of scrims, and we have been on the arcane lineage of Grussel. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, that game sucks. I'm gonna be honest, but
okay.
hey, at the end of the day, I'm sorry. I was just doing what I hear you guys say every time you play it. By the way, that's all I hear when I'm in the call with you playing that. But that's about it for us. I mean, I think we pretty much got over anything. Any final thoughts? We'll go kind of across the board here, Larry. Any final thoughts, shout outs from this week?
Really cool split overall. Like I think Nassau is really fun to watch, and I appreciate everyone who participated in it. Obviously, this isn't the last week, but I don't know if I'll be on the desk next week. And also, just shout out to our subs who have warmed us up consistently when I couldn't find anyone, along with our warm up partners today, Oshi, who I really like, and I think they're great players.
All right, Fresh. Any actually I know you have shout outs. So
I got shout outs to two players that are very near and dear to my heart. XDME and Orange and Black 5. Orange and Black 5 holding up the sign saying save Asher, and XDME putting it in and doing it. That's all I'm gonna say. No shout outs to anyone else. I don't care about anyone else.
All right, Gumi, any shout outs? Any other things you want to add before we get out of here?
Shout outs to my teammates. Like I've been working all week to try to get them to let me play midfield, and I was like, kind of, please, what do I have to do? What do I have to do to let me play midfield, please? And they let me, so that was fun.
Okay, well, I got a shout out NXZD today for doing the coveted Borg flip in comp. The only other person I've seen in Nassel do it. Claps to you, my friend. We talked
What's the
earlier.
Borg flip?
Hey, knowers know.
The Borg flick.
Yeah, the flick. Hey, at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. That's a new quote. Holy, I needed to work hard for that one. But thank you guys for watching Nassel today. I hope everyone enjoyed the games. Pretty hype week this week. Playoffs are figured out, but make sure you stay tuned for next week. Same time, 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday to see, I guess the seedings kind of figure out. And then afterwards, we got a big playoff picture kind of shaping up here for March. So see you guys next week. And thank you ever for coming on the post show and everyone for sticking around, and see you guys later.